And again, big shout out to Wonderful and for that has allowed me to watch this. This is the high round Call of Duty Iceberg. Let's get it. Let's get it. Bro's got the Titanic up here.
Pick up, you bastards!
Wake up, you! You wanker, you! You know nothing.
Iceberg, right ahead! Thank you.
Iceberg, right ahead. Thank you. I will proceed to die. Oh my gosh. Oh, that is an iceberg. Wow. Oh my gosh. Chat, you are about to figure out how to hit the highest round on every single zombies map.
I thought that Call of Duty Zombies high rounds were just running in circles with a wonder weapon.
No,
Let me tell
sir.
you, you're wrong.
Yeah,
Call of
so
Duty
much
Zombies
more.
mode is known to have a good variety of players, playing
Yep.
casually for high rounds, Easter eggs, or even challenges like First Room and No Powers.
Yep.
Each category has its subtleties, its tricks, and its needed knowledge to be able to perform well and potentially reach world records.
Yep.
If you are not familiar with Iceberg type videos, this video will be separated into 5 parts, or what you would call layers.
Yes,
Each
sir.
layer will have a bunch of topics about tips and tricks, the first layer having the most known topics, as simple as
Wow.
round limits, while the fifth one having the most unknown ones going
Chat, how much of this are you going to know? Put a percentage in the chat, like 10%, 15%, 5%. I'll turn up the volume as well. I'm going to be honest, I'm probably going to know about 2% of this video. And I do this all the time.
the deepest lines of
Like,
code of the game.
that's the craziest
This video
thing,
will
bro.
talk about Treyarch games, which means Call of Duty World at War, Black Ops 1, 2, 3, 4, and Cold War.
So only
Before
Black
starting,
Ops games.
I want to
Yeah,
apologize
only
for some
Black Ops
clips
games.
which will not be in the best quality. I tried to record in the best quality when it was possible, but some things needed the original gameplay to be shown or were hard to reproduce.
Yeah.
Also, English is not my first language, but
Hey,
I'll try my best to make the
Bert,
video
you're killing it,
understandable to
brother.
everyone.
That's
I
great.
also recommend using YouTube subtitles if they are available in your language.
Sheesh.
Without waiting
Chat,
more.
subtitles on or off? Here, I'll put them on. Oh, he's got it in French. Oh, sheesh. Okay, never mind.
Or
We'll-
let's see
we'll
what
leave
the
it
Call of
off then.
Duty Zombies High Rounds Iceberg has to
French.
show by
Big
looking
red
at
dog
the
from
first
Prime.
layer, the visible side
The
of the
visible
iceberg.
side. Let's get it.
Best zombies map of all time.
Let's get it, man. Layer 1. I probably won't
First,
even know
I
none
will
of
talk
this.
about something that will make the
Let's get
video
it.
easier to understand. I will talk about the 32 bits integer limit. In
Right.
programming, an integer is a type of variable used to store whole numbers, like 1, 2, 10, 26, minus 600, etc.
Yep.
This variable has a positive limit, being 2,147,483,647.
Yeah, so basically he's explaining the whole game is built on this integer system, which is, again, corrupts. Is that you? We love that number, 2 billion.
And a negative
137 million.
limit being
Oh, wow, Lex, check this out real quick. Here, I'll check this out. What's going on? Oh, why is my Twitter looking like this? For figuring this out, thanks for the feedback. Yeah, no, we saw it. We figured that out. Somebody said that. So, I mean, dude, the fact that we know that he said thanks for the feedback, Kevin Drew, W. We love Kevin Drew.
minus
that man in the community, bro. Such a W.
2,147,483,648. I talk about this because I will often mention this number as it will be very important for the
It's
next
so
topics.
important for high
So
rounds,
next
too.
time I will mention
Yeah.
that big number, I'll refer to it as the 32-bit integer limit. If you wish to know more about the technical explanation, I recommend checking Johnny J25's video. Now,
My boy
let's start
Johnny
with the first
J.
topic. Custom
What's that,
textures.
man? Custom
Custom
textures.
textures are used by players
Yeah.
to replace some existing textures and are used for an aesthetic purpose. For some people, it can just be replacing a pack-a-punch camo to make it look better, or changing the UI perk icons. For others,
And this is allowed, bro. This is allowed. So many people don't think that this type of content is allowed in high round runs.
it can
but
almost
really
change the
is.
entire game. Black
It
Ops
is.
1 Shinonuma is a map which looks pretty bad.
You can switch
For
up
that
the way
reason,
the
a
game
player
looks.
by the name of Zewer made an entire rework
Yeah.
of Shinonuma textures to make it look like it's snowy. That version of Shinonuma is
Wow.
called Snowonuma.
Snowonuma.
If you're interested, the video link will be in the
I've never
description.
even seen
As
this
another
before.
example,
What the
I use
heck?
the HD version of some original textures, which are the exact same as the original game, but with better
Oh.
resolution.
I didn't even know this was a thing. What the heck?
These textures are allowed by the community as it doesn't bring any advantage or modification to the core gameplay.
Yeah.
Spawn controls.
I mean, that makes sense.
Most strategies are based on manipulating zombie spawns, but
Yeah.
what does that mean? The basics of spawn control is this. It spawns in the room you are and every opened room next to you. As an example, if you're playing Verruct and standing in the kitchen and both doors are open, it will spawn in the power room,
In the
in the
power
kitchen,
room,
and
in the
in the
kitchen.
speed cola room. It
Right.
seems very basic, but applying this logic to each map gives the players the opportunity to make zombies spawn in a very specific way, usually to make the runs faster or to be able to play a strategy which involves close spawns, like the strategy called Dat Strat on Verruct. This strategy
Dat
involves
Strat,
one electric
that's
trap
so
with two
funny.
spawns. When zombies are dying in the trap, the player will run as fast as possible in the kitchen with the
Right.
power door behind him closed. This means zombies will spawn from only two windows, the kitchen window and the speed cola window. In deeper layers, I will bring more details and exceptions about spawn controls.
I think it's also varied between games. Every game is
Round
so
limit on Black Ops
ridiculous.
2 and Black Ops 3.
Right.
This one is pretty straightforward.
And this was just solved this year, which is crazy. We just this year figured out it was 255.
The maximum round
that
you can
was so
reach on Black
cool.
Ops 2 and Black Ops 3 is 255.
Yeah.
When you finish round 255, instead of going to round 256, it will restart round
Go back to
255.
255.
It is not the case on World at War and Black Ops 1, where
Yeah.
the maximum round you can reach is the 32 bits integer limit,
Which is crazy because nobody will ever get there.
which is not
Legit.
reachable without cheating.
Yeah.
For this reason, the Black Ops 3 community generally regards the fastest time to run 255 to be the current world record,
I agree. Yeah.
meaning of SPH. SPH, for seconds per horde, is a unit invented by zombie players to measure the speed of a strategy.
This is perfect. This is a great video to introduce you to high round.
The game limits the maximum number of zombies on the
video
map
so
at the
far.
same time to 24.
Yeah.
Therefore, this number is used for the SPH unit. This remained the case until Cold War, where the maximum number of enemies on the map is 32. For instance, if I say that the Shinonuma strategy is 29.5 SPH, it means I need an average of 29.5 seconds to kill 24 zombies. The lower the SPH is, the faster the strategy will be.
Yeah, and you
Stacking
want it to
claymores
be,
and
you want it
bitches.
to be fast.
On what?
Stacking claymores, yeah, again, I love how he sections it per game, so you see exactly which game it's for. Yeah, World at War to BO2. BO3 added trip mines, nobody was doing it back then.
All at War, Black Ops 1 and Black Ops 2,
Nobody's doing it
during
for
early
BL3.
rounds, players will use more ammo, and sometimes
Yeah.
struggle to get power-ups from zombies because they would be limited by non-infinite damage weapons like the ray gun or Mustang
this
and
Claymore
Sally.
strat
To get
is
through these rounds more
clean.
easily, players will stack claymores or
Look at
beatties in a
this.
corner to be able to use them
Oh
later
my
on to kill zombies
gosh.
and get power-ups.
Round 60, take them all out. That's crazy.
Zombies per round.
Yeah.
You probably already saw insane rounds reached in zombies, like 1000, 5000, or even more than 10,000. This
Yeah.
is because these rounds were reached on World at War and more specifically
Shinonuma.
on 3 different maps: Northern Totten, Verrucht, and Shinonuma. This
Most people play Shino,
is
though.
because these games, when playing in
What are the worst zombies maps from every game? For me, Shinonuma is one of my least favorite maps, but the fact that you can get to 10,000 on it does make it a little bit better for me.
solo, limit
know?
the amount of zombies to just 24 per round, which means it is very fast to go through a round. World at War there is, and every game after do not have the same method to calculate the amount of zombies per round. For instance, you will actually kill as many zombies after 10,000 rounds than if you reached round 200 on other games, meaning you will actually spend a lot of time just waiting for the round transitions in the solo high round games of World at War, making these maps much easier.
Look at his thunder gun. Isn't that sick that you can change it like that? On BO1, some of the pap camos I've seen people make.
Because you don't
are
have to deal with
crazy
respawners
good.
mid-round. The
Yeah.
G-spawn.
The
G-spawn
G-spawn,
is a well-known
no.
error
On
across Call of
every
Duty games.
game.
It also
Every
affects
game.
high-round players in multiple ways. The
Yeah.
easiest
Look
way to
at that.
G-spawn is by stacking too many claymores or beatties on the map.
Oh
You
my
can also
gosh.
G-spawn if too many zombies regrow on Shangri-La on Black Ops 1.
Oh, I didn't know that.
A
That's
regrow is when a
interesting.
zombie you turn into a baby with a baby gun
Comes
grows back
back.
to its normal state because it has
Oh,
not been
that's
killed
rough.
in time. On Black Ops 2, you can't stack more than 12 claymores. If you try to stack more, it will explode instantly, so you
Yeah.
can't G-spawn like that. However,
Yeah, they fixed it in BO2.
However, it can
Yeah.
still happen with Who's Who on Die Rise, and if you used
Oh.
Electric Cherry for too long on console, or if you run a specific strategy on Mob of the Dead. This
Oh,
is what happened to
interesting.
Chris Voltage in his 155 game. It can
Oh, I
also
see.
happen when you're spamming the Executor too much. These
Anytime you use too many abilities higher up in the rounds, you're always risking a game crash.
there are
You're
a
always
few
risking
examples
game
of
crash.
G-spawns, but it can
You
happen
think high rounds will return? Oh, 100%. If there's viable weapons,
on
yeah,
every game, even though I
100%.
did
And
not mention
G-spawn
every
will
case,
probably return
and
as well.
sometimes this error is still pretty hard to track or explain. Mob of the
Yeah.
Dead being the best example of that.
Yeah, I
Truth
agree.
about zombies count. Many people believe that the zombies count is scaled according to the amount of players in the game. It is true, if you consider only solo and co-op with 2 players. You have
Right.
twice as many zombies than in solo when there are 2 players. However, it is not the case for 3 and 4 players. When 3 players on the map, you have double the amount of zombies you have when 2 players on the map, which means 4 times the amount of zombies, tips and tricks.
Wait,
Written
what? I did not know this. So 3 player, you have 4x the amount? I thought it was only 3.
4 players
What
on the
the
map,
heck?
you have 3 times the amount of zombies you get when 2 players are on the map, which means 6 times the amount of zombies.
What? I did not know that. It's exponentially increased. I thought it was linear. Oh, no wonder 4-player games take 900 years then. So that means those games that people broke on Transit back in the day, those 8-player games, bro, that was like playing with like 50 players in the game. That's why getting to round 20 in an 8-player game back in the day, those glitch ones,
You get in
that
solo.
was a huge deal.
Revive
Wow.
tips and tricks. Reviving your partners is crucial when you're playing a co-op zombies game. You can use some tricks to revive your partner in
Revive them
sketchy
both
situations.
together.
First one is
Love
getting
that.
your weapon out while reviving your teammate.
Yep.
If you have to revive him and you have something to kill or distract the zombies, this can be helpful if you're surrounded and if you have no time to make distance between you and the zombies. You
Only older games did that though.
can do this by pressing the switch button
I don't think
after
you
you
can do
start
this on the
reviving
newer
your
games.
partner. Second
Maybe
one
you
is
can.
called 180 revive, even though it can be at 360. This trick is as simple as moving your character
yes.
around the player you are reviving.
The
By doing this,
classic.
even with zombies close to you, you will be able to
Yes.
revive your partner with a very short distance between you and the
One of the best aspects about reviving in COD Zombies, like the amount of clutches I've hit by moving around the
zombies.
people.
Third
are
one
just so
is more
crazy.
of a tip. Sometimes you may miss a revive on your teammate and ask him to not move and probably blame him for moving. Actually, this is because the player's model is not important. As a player,
Oh,
we will try to
interesting.
focus on our partner player's model when you actually must focus on the revive icon.
Oh, that's weird. So again, it's all specific. for
Power-ups
every
per
game.
round. This
Yeah.
one is very simple. You
Every
can get a
game has
maximum
this.
of 4 power-ups per round from the zombies. Of course, there are some exceptions I will talk about in deeper layers. Trade-outs. When zombie players are talking about trades, they mean putting a weapon back in the box by trading that weapon against the wall weapon or box
getting it
weapon
back,
and
yeah.
keep on hitting the box until they get the weapon they traded back. That
Yeah, no,
sounds
this is
weird to
good.
do. Why not wait for a max ammo? Sometimes
Because you ain't gonna get it.
Sometimes you have
brother.
no choice.
You ain't gonna
On
get
maps
it.
like der Toten, you can wait for the dog round to happen to refill your Thundergun ammo, since the main strategy relies mostly on traps. Even though traps don't give power-ups, the Thundergun is mostly used as a safety weapon,
Ooh,
so
that
you're not
was
using it as
nasty.
much. However,
Ooh.
on a map like Shangri-La, the
Ooh.
only way to kill zombies fast in high rounds is by using the baby
nasty.
gun. But when you run out of ammo, you have no way of gaining a max ammo because you can't even kill the zombies, which means you're forced to trade your baby gun against another weapon so you can get it back from the box with full ammo. Some maps are a mix of traps and trade strategies because it's faster to use both at the same time. This is the case on maps like Der Reese or
I would say this is way more often happening on like World at War to BO2.
Ascension of
you
Black
know?
Ops 1. Usually, it's because the strategy you can run with the Wonder Weapon is faster than any strategy on the map, and you also have traps on the map placed close to the box locations, which means you'll be able to kill zombies while you hit the box.
Right.
Quick revive and solo downs through games. Quick revive
Yeah, I mean Cold War has it, but not really. Kind of.
is a perk which changed a lot. through
BO4
each game.
doesn't have it,
On
though.
World at War, Quick Revive was useful only in co-op and was not intended to work in solo, which means you're able to revive your teammates twice as fast in co-op, but in solo, it does not revive you. A single down is synonym
on
of
Wo-
game
on World
over.
at War
On Black
does it
Ops
revive
1,
you.
Quick
Yeah.
Revive works the same way in co-op, but it has a new effect in solo, reviving the player.
Yeah.
Quick Revive is limited to 3 buys, which means you can go down up to 4 times in a solo game before getting a game over. There is no way to get more than 3 Quick Revives, even if you pick up a Pog Bottle power-up, with Quick Revive being the
Really? I thought you were able to get another quick revive from Call of the Dead. I guess not on BO1.
only missing
I
perk.
didn't realize
On
that.
Black Ops
Oh
2,
my gosh.
Quick Revive has the exact same effect, except
the
you are
heck?
not really limited to 3 downs anymore. On Transit and Survival maps, you are limited to 3 buys and cannot get more than 3 because there is no way to get a perk bottle or random perks. Starting with Dairaz, it is possible to get perk bottle power-ups if you don't miss a single shot during a jumping jacks round.
Right.
Usually,
And then that is what I think it was in BO2 they started giving infinite
people
quick
will
revives.
simply use the Trample Steam or the
Yeah.
Galvac Knuckle to kill them. Unlike
Yeah.
Black Ops 1, even if you drank Quick Revive 3 times and the machine disappeared, you can get Quick Revive back if you pick up a perk
Yeah.
bottle.
Yeah.
Dire Rise also introduced a new perk called Who's Who, which makes the player respawn with an M1911 and no perk to give him an opportunity to revive himself. Technically, if the player is able to revive himself every time, you can consider Dire Rise to be the first map to introduce infinite downs.
That is insane. Die Rise innovated that much? Who would have thought?
Buried also
What the
has a
heck?
way to get quick revive back, thanks to witches, which will give you
Right,
a perk bottle,
Buried's
meaning you
quick
can take a
revives
down every
are so
5 rounds.
easy.
On Mob
Yeah.
of the Dead, there's no quick revive, but
Yeah.
if you go
And
down,
Mob
you'll go
Dead's
into
the
Afterlife
easiest.
mode, and you'll be able to revive yourself without the downside of Who's Who, where it was possible to go down. Each round, the Afterlife count of a player will increase by 1. In solo, you can store up to 3 Afterlives, in co-op, you can store only 1. What that means is, in theory, if you get to round 230, you can actually have 230 downs, 1 down a round, and still be in your game.
That's crazy. 230 downs and you're in the game.
Remains Origins. Origins introduces the Wonder Feast for the first time,
No other map has that,
which
bro.
lets
That's
players get a random perk
ridiculous.
from it, including Quick Revive, which means the number of downs is actually unlimited in solo as long as
As
you have
well.
points and get Quick Revive back from the Wonder Feast.
And as long as you have all the red perks, that's true.
On Black Ops 3,
Yeah.
it's a mix of everything seen on Black Ops 2. On Knockdown Totem and Origins, you have the Wonder Feast to get infinite revives because it contains every perk, which isn't the case of other maps with the Wonder Feast. On other maps, you have other ways to get infinite revives, like Goro Krovi with the Easter egg, or
Zetsubo with the plants.
Zetsubo no Shima
Yeah.
with the plants. On Revelations and Shadows of Evil, you have the Civil Protector or the Keeper, while on other
he
maps you can
keeps her
only get
quick
3 revives,
revive.
like the Giant or the Rugged.
Oh,
Black
that's
Ops 3 also
crazy.
introduces gumballs. Some Mega Gumballs will give you perks, which, again, means you are able to get infinite
quick
revives on
revives.
every map.
Yep.
A gumball called Near Death Experience even gives the players in co-op the opportunity to be revived
This is a gobblegum I don't want to return in Black Ops 6. I just think it's too OP. One in the chat if you agree. I don't know. This gobblegum to me,
when
too
they are
OP.
close to each other for 3 rounds.
Yeah.
Near Death Experience has been banned by the Iron community
That's what I mean. It's been banned. It's so freaking
for
overpowered.
competitive games since
Yeah.
it's considered too strong. You also
Yeah.
have a gumball called Self-Medication, which revives you if you kill a zombie during last stand. Considering you have AATs like Dead Warrior or Fireworks, this makes the player have 3 extra downs each time he gets that gumball. Black Ops 4 goes back to a more basic system, as it allows the player to go down only 3 times in solo, or 4 thanks to extra Easter egg quests. Quick Revive is only used to make the
I didn't like the BO4 system personally. I don't know. I like Cold Wars a lot better.
player's
than this.
regeneration faster and revive your partners faster. It is
Yeah.
completely independent from the revives count. Her perk called Dying Wish lets the player survive at 1 HP instead of going down. After it has been used, the perk becomes inactive for a moment. That delay increases after each use. Cold War allows infinite downs since the player can simply buy auto revives from a craft table. The amount of downs evolved a lot and changed the way high rounds are played. Even though most skilled players won't even use infinite revives, things have changed. As an example, some players will not consider a game on Black Ops 3 on some maps if they get more than 3 downs. Back when on World at War you had to be
People are hardcore when it comes to it, bro. Yeah.
very careful because a
People
single
are
down meant
hardcore
game
when it
over,
comes to the
or
high
Black Ops 1
rounds.
where a down would make a player think about quitting the game if he took it down too early.
Yeah,
The introduction
it's
of
true.
infinite or almost infinite downs made high rounds much easier to achieve,
Way
but also
easier,
allowed players
yeah.
to play riskier without really caring about surviving anymore, speed
Yeah.
being the only focus in their games.
Yeah, which is
Wonder
why the
Wolf
Rampage
breaking
reducer
regeneration
works.
on the Reese.
Oh yeah.
This one is a
classic.
bit trickier than what people think. Most people know that shooting yourself with the Wonder Waff on the Resolator messes up with your health, but
Yeah.
the explanations are often wrong or incomplete. What happens is when you damage yourself, you lose HP. This HP never come back unless you buy Juggernog or go down, which means, in solo, if you shoot yourself with the Wonder Waff on the Reese, you can consider the game to be over. You still regenerate lost HP to the point of the previous Wonder Waff damages, but your max health will be much lower.
That's awful. So it literally reduces max health. Like, what a terrible decision to add in a
Traps
Wonder Weapon.
immunity
What
with
the heck?
Panzer. Since the Earth Entroyer came out, players have been using a very well-known trick that makes them invulnerable to electric traps. When a Panzer is spawning, it uses its jetpacks to come on the map. If a player gets damaged by
This
the
is
jetpacks,
the best part
it
of
becomes
DE.
invincible to electric
Yeah.
traps for the rest of the game. You
Oh
can
my
also
gosh.
achieve this on Revelations, but since the Panzer is simply teleporting to the room where players are camping,
I didn't
it
even
has
realize
never
this.
been used or noticed.
What the heck?
Flamethrower damages on World at War. The Flamethrower is the
Oh,
weapon used
Flamethrower
on
goated.
both Knockdown Totem and Vera
That's why mob revives are also goaded. Yeah.
to kill
I
zombies.
agree.
The reason for this is because the damage scales with the zombie's health. In early rounds, it's better to use a ray gun, but on rounds higher than 60, the damages is not important enough. That's why players use the flamethrower. Even though it's one of the worst weapons used for high rounds,
It just has
remains the
incremental
only option
damage.
to kill on Knockdown
Yeah.
Totem in high rounds. On
Literally.
Verruct, it's
Same
used to
with
kill the
Verruct.
last zombies of the rounds who did not die from the electric trap.
Right, right.
Insta-kill rounds. Zombies' health increases each round. It
Yeah, it's sad that insta-kill rounds disappeared after World at War and
starts
BO1.
at 150 HP
Yeah.
and increases by 100 each round until round 9. Past round 9, the health is multiplied by 1.1 each round. That doesn't
Oh,
seem like a
interesting.
problem since it could just keep on increasing forever. However, the game has its limits, at least on World at War and Black Ops 1. When zombies
I missed the flamethrower. One in the chat if you agree. I agree, bro. I want the flamethrower to return. The flamethrower was goaded in zombies. I wish it would have came back as a specialist weapon. It did in BO4, but it wasn't as great. you
health
know?
is going past the 32-bit signed integer
I miss
limit,
it.
goes into negative, starting from the lowest limit. The game doesn't let a zombie with negative health spawn though, so when a zombie is spawning, he has the lowest amount of HP possible, which is 150 HP,
Yeah.
the round 1 health.
The
But
round one
when
health.
does this happen?
Yeah.
This happens on round 163, but it does not stay like that the entire game. As I said, the game keeps on multiplying the health each round by 1.1. Which means it will also multiply the health when it's negative. What happens when you go beyond the negative limit is the same thing as when you go beyond the positive limit, except it goes back to positive values. That's why it does not remain insta-kill for the rest of the game. On the screen, you can see the list of insta-kill rounds from round 163 to round 255.
Isn't that crazy? It's basically just like every other round. Pretty
How
much.
does that influence high
Yeah.
rounds? Well, as you can think, it makes the game a lot different. And of course a lot faster. Since you are able to kill zombies very easily, players created strategies on each map to be able to take advantage of insta-kill rounds. Although, being able to kill zombies with one bullet most of the time does not mean it's always easy. As an example,
True,
on
because
the
there's so freaking many of them.
Reese, zombies
Yeah.
are insta-kill, but dogs are not, since their
Oh,
health
that
is
makes it
maxed at
awful.
1600. Which
Yeah.
means you have to kill zombies as fast as possible and still have to deal with dogs, which are not insta-killable.
that's
It is
not
still a
it.
great thing to take advantage of, since it doesn't require you to run traps or shoot
The
a
Bowie
wonder
knife
weapon.
goated,
A wall
though.
weapon, pack a punch to when possible, is enough to go through these rounds. Bleeding removes red screens. On Black Ops 1, when your partner downs and you don't revive him in time, he bleeds out and goes into spectate mode. When you finish the round, he'll
Thank you,
respawn.
Joe Knob, for the
However,
primers and
you
the
will
tier
not see
ones.
red screens anymore,
Black
and
Ops
his health
6
is
is gonna
below
be insane.
20%.
Yeah,
This is
I'm
very
excited.
annoying, as it is not possible to know the exact timing of when the regeneration kicks in, unless you know the exact delay.
Yeah, I think especially when you down in BO1, it's so hard to tell when you're bleeding out. Your screen just goes so red.
Kino der
can't
Toten,
even
Fire
see
Trap.
nothing.
Kino der Toten has a lot of traps. The most interesting one on Black Ops 1
fire
is
one.
the Fire
Yeah,
Trap.
most
The
people
reason
know this
for
one.
that is because you can be almost invincible by staying in a certain spot, which means every zombie who tries to get to you will die. I say almost invincible because it is still possible that a few zombies hit you. The Fire Trap spot is even used in the current world record of Kino der Toten. This has been accepted by the community
It's
since
the
it is
only
not
way.
a bug, but an
Yeah.
exploit of bad level design.
It's literally the only way to
Blocking
to
the
beat map.
astronaut. The astronaut is the only
You
zombie in the
block
game
him?
to not despawn, and in high rounds is almost unkillable unless you have QEDs, and even if you have them, you're not guaranteed to kill him. Players will just get Gershes instead, as they are much more consistent and better than QEDs to get power-ups from zombies. On Black Ops 1 Moon, it is possible to get rid of the astronaut at the cost of a map zone. Players will get the astronaut to be between a certain door and an excavator, either Pi or Omicron,
I've
to
never
get him
seen
blocked
this
in
before.
Tunnel 6 or Tunnel 11. By doing that, the astronaut will remain stuck until the end of the game, or until either the door is open or the excavator gets hacked. Now,
You literally stick him in the X-ray. That's actually genius. I've heard about people doing that, but I've never seen it.
this is not
Wow.
used anymore for high
David,
rounds
thank
by
you for the
fastest
tier 1
players,
blind,
but
thank you
it
for tier one
remained
as
the
well.
main strategy and the
Appreciate
main
y'all.
way to play the map until 2023. On Black Ops 3 Moon, people trap the astronaut as well sometimes. Since Tunnel 6 is irrelevant for high round games, or at least
Yeah, most
until you
people
need to
play
buy ammo
Tunnel
for
11.
Dead Wire, and
Yeah.
Dome is only used for the early rounds, the only excavator you really need to worry about for most of the game is Omicron. Gershes are not necessary to get power-ups on Black Ops 3, so if Tunnel 6 is breached and Tunnel 11 was recently cold, players will just jump in a Gersh until they end up on the other side of Pi to hack all the excavators at once. If that fails,
That's why we love the Gershes, man.
they will
That's
simply
why we love
teleport
the
to no
Gershes.
man's land. If the astronaut is killed while excavator Pi is active, when it respawns it won't move. It always respawns in the same place in the first room, and as a result, it can't reach the player through the excavator. The astronaut will grab a player the moment they get back from no man's land if he is stuck in spawn, but this is easy to deal with if you remember it. Weapon fails.
Oh, this is the worst part about doing OG high rounds on BO1 and 2. You shoot the wonder weapon and it just doesn't work.
Black Ops 1 and Black Ops 2
hate
are games
that.
with a
Thank
lot of
God
bugs.
they
The
fixed
most
that.
annoying for high round players
So
is when the weapon
bad.
fails. Basically,
Yeah.
it happens randomly, but has more chances to happen when you're spamming. You can shoot
Yeah.
with the Thunder gun and nothing will happen other than consuming a bullet. This can
Oh,
happen with
when you're on your last bullet and it happens, oh, that's even worse. bro.
anything,
Thank you, Cheese,
including
for the prime,
crossbow,
bro.
knife, tactical
my
grenades like
gosh.
monkey bombs or Gershes, anything. Players learn to adapt their strategies to this, but it can still catch you off guard and happen in a very bad situation.
Yeah.
No, 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 no.
No. Especially on the wave gun. Like, you would have expected that to work.
Getting away from the astronaut. The astronaut on Moon can be annoying since when he grabs you and hits you, he'll teleport you, put you at 1 HP and take away one of your perks. It is possible to get away
Horrible.
from him when he grabs
Horrible
you.
boss.
You simply have to walk in the opposite direction. As long as you make enough distance between you and him, he will leave you alone. A lot of people are saying you have to run or even dive, but that's not necessary. It can still help to make more distance though.
Yep.
Dole's damages.
Oh my goodness.
The Matryoshka is a tactical grenade you can get on Ascension and Call of the Dead.
Matryoshka,
A lot
man, look
of
at this
people
guy,
ignore how
man.
powerful it actually is. On Ascension,
Look
Gershes
at this
remain
freaking
better no
guy.
matter what, since they can kill zombies at any round and have the distraction effect of a monkey bomb as well. On Call of the Dead, they are one of the most powerful weapons, especially in solo. A single explosion of Matryoshka is able to kill a horde up until round 57. Past that
Wow,
round, you'll
that's-
need multiple explosions.
That's
Players use them in a way so
better
the
than the scavenger, bro. This freaking random Russian doll is better
4
than a
explosions
whole
hit the
sniper rifle
horde and
wonder
do the
weapon.
maximum
What
amount of
the
damage.
heck? I didn't
Call of the
even know
Dead
that.
Wonderwaff. On Call of the Dead, you can get the Wonderwolf by completing the historic quest of the map. After you complete this quest
Wow.
at least once in your previous game or in the current game, every time you kill
Imagine
Joel,
if you got a temporary wave gun drop from Astronaut.
you'll get the Wonderwolf
I know, it would have
instead of
made
the
that
Death
boss
Machine.
so
On Black
much
Ops 1,
easier.
the Death
Would've made
Machine
it
is not
so
doing as
much
much
better.
damage as it does on Black
Thank
Ops
you,
3,
Non, for the
and will
bronze.
never kill as many zombies as an entire Wonderwolf. With an entire Wonderwolf, you'll be able to kill up to 180 zombies. Call of the Dead in solo doesn't have a Wonder Weapon able to kill an entire horde at any round, which is why the Wonderwolf is so important. In a high round game, you can even get another Wonderwolf by doing the Easter egg, which means you'll be able to kill 180 extra zombies without having to hit the box. Broken round counter. During the first weeks of Black Ops 3, the round counter used to be completely broken until 99.
The funniest part about this is that it's still broken on last gen, and somebody just hit round 200, the world record on last gen Shadows of Evil, and it was the funniest thing. Chat, I'll literally pull up the tweet. The tweet is so funny because the round counter goes from 99 back to 0-0. It just looks so bad. It's just the funniest thing I think I've ever seen. Yeah, literally, here's the tweet. Look at this. So he's doing a glitch strat, right? And then look at this. He gets the 100 on the 360. Look at it. It goes from 99 to 0. Look how bad this game looks, man. It just looks so bad. It looks so cheap. I know it's Twitter compressed footage, but man,
the round
it's
counter was working
horrible.
fine, but when you reach 100, it was
Yeah.
displaying
And then
0-0.
it used to
At
happen
first,
on
some
OG
people thought
BO3.
it was displaying the infinity sign because of how the two zeros looked.
Yeah,
However,
that
when
is
you
true.
finished round 100, it was displaying 0-1. The game was
Yeah.
simply not able to display more than 2 digits, even though the rounds were working
Yeah.
correctly.
Yeah.
Points limit. Back in World at War and Black Ops 1, there was not a points limit. Or there was one, but impossible to reach in a real game since
I miss when there was no point limit. I think point limit is stupid.
it was the 32 bits integer limit. In Black Ops 2 though, they decided to make the limit of points 1 million, which is weird
Yeah.
because you could actually need more than 1 million sometimes on Black Ops 1 for some strategies. On Black Ops 3, it's 4,194,303,
Oh, interesting. So
and
it's
for Black Ops
different
4,
every
the
game.
points limit is 4 million. On Cold
Oh.
War, the points limit is weirder as it should be 8,388,607, but sometimes resets back to 4 millions depending on the map.
What?
Speed
That's
Cola
so
increases
weird.
hack speed. Moon
Really?
introduced a new tool called the Hacker Device. It is
No
used for
way.
high rounds since it lets you turn any power up into a max ammo.
If this is true, why don't people do this for the speedrun?
Speed Cola actually increases the speed of the Hacker Device by a lot. This
my
makes Speed Cola
gosh,
a must
that's
for
a
high
lot.
rounds on Moon. I also want to
that's
talk about the
huge.
window rebuilding speed. Speed Cola does not actually increase the rebuilding speed, but only the speed of the animation, which doesn't change anything actually.
Wow.
Box is fully random. Yeah, I didn't think I had to mention this, but
I had to look this up because I didn't know. Basically, the way, for those of you that don't know how the mystery box works, it literally is just a random selector. Like, it's in the files, it's a list of all the guns, right? And it literally just randomly selects it. So you can literally just get the same gun over and over and over again if you don't pick it up and you don't own it. You know?
the box is entirely random. There's no need to crouch or do a trick shot to get a ray gun. That won't work
It's just
and you'll
fully
just look
random.
stupid.
Yeah. There's no guarantee for goated weapons. It's just legit, fully random.
You made it through the first layer, which
Hey,
is made
let's
of
go!
info that most players who played or watched zombies
I did know most of that. Now I'm not going to know any of this, bro. These next 4 layers.
a little bit
oh
will know.
My God.
We will start going below the
Absurd.
surface of the water by
Yeah.
looking at what is in the second
Where'd you get
layer.
that sweatshirt? I bought it in Italy, man. I was in Italy. Literally. Italia! I bought it at the airport.
Reset.
It's cool.
Reset is a term used by the zombie
Yeah,
community
reset.
to define the game forced to go back to round 1
Yeah.
after a specific amount of time depending on the map and the actions done by the players in the game. Since the goal of players is to go for the highest round possible, it means it's better to get a longer game. We talk about getting a longer reset time. But how does that work? First of all, it's important to know how reset time is determined. Each map has what we would call a predefined number of what the game refers to as entities. These are entities that can be removed, which are there no matter what actions the player will do. As an example,
Right.
Kinoder Toten of Black Ops 1
If you've seen A Krup's video, you know
has
exactly
402
what
entities.
this is about,
but how
man.
does that
The
influence reset time?
entities,
For that
they're
part,
back.
I'll ask you to focus
The
a little bit as
entities,
it can
man.
already be very
They're
hard
here.
to understand for someone who is not familiar at all with this mechanic. On World at War, Black Ops 1, Black Ops 2 and Black Ops 3, the reset time is determined by the same method. The game stores the number of entities every 50 milliseconds. So in the case of Kinoder totem, the game will store 402 at 50 milliseconds, then 804 at 100 milliseconds, then 1206 at 150 milliseconds, and so on.
So it's literally a mathematical formula. So every 100 milliseconds, you get 804 entities.
Paper, that doesn't sound like a problem, since it could just add up to a counter forever.
Was Lex gonna play
But of
Project
course,
Zomboid?
it's not
I
that
gotta
simple. This
try it
counter
soon,
has a
man.
limit, and as you
I've
can
been hearing
imagine,
people tell
that
me
limit
they can
provokes
get
the
that tier
reset.
one.
That limit is once again the 32-bit signed integer limit. That number still sounds very high though. How long would you have to play to reach that number? Well, as I said, it depends on the map. To know the exact reset time you would have with 400 entities on the map, you can do a small calculation. The 32-bit signed integer limit divided by the number of entities, so in this case 400. This will give you the amount of times the game will add entities. 5,368,709. Let's ignore the decimals.
So 5 million times your game is gonna freaking go up.
We know the game adds entities every 50 milliseconds, and in a second, there are 20 times 50 milliseconds.
Yeah.
So we will divide the result we had before by 20 to get the result in seconds, and we ignore the decimals once again. 268,000.
So it's 268,000 times a second. What the
435
frick?
seconds. Finally, you can divide by 3,600 to
gosh,
get the
that's
result
so
in hours.
much.
74.57 hours. So
Wow.
for a game with 400 entities, you would get a reset of approximately 74
70
hours
hours.
and 34 minutes.
Yeah.
That part was a bit complicated, so I'll try to take a quick approach and make it simpler without the annoying math part. The lower the amount of entities on the map, the longer the reset. A map
Yeah.
with 200 entities will have a reset twice as long as a map with 400 entities. To finish on the reset part, I will talk about how the amount of entities is influenced. Think about an entity as an object on the map which is replicated to other players. A door made of
It's usually just anything that's modeled in the map, and anything that has a lot of animations to it will probably also take more entities.
debris,
What's up,
a
y'all? How's it
zombie, a
going?
pickable, a projectile like a grenade, or M72 low rocket. For instance, on the map Knockdown Totem of Black Ops 1, you have
Right.
3 doors, but only 2 of them, if they disappear, will remove entities. Why? Well, if you think about it, the help door does not disappear when you open it. It just slides into the wall and stays there forever.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, only on World of War.
However,
though.
the other doors, which are made of debris, will fly in the air and end up disappearing for all players in the game. Now, you can apply this logic to almost anything in the game, which is replicated to all players. But what does replicated to other players mean? A zombie or a grenade will be visible by all players and each will count as an entity. The way the zombie will move and the way a grenade will fly and roll are both visible the same way by all players. It's also the case for doors that disappear, claymores that are placed on the map, etc.
Right,
It becomes
right.
important to know that we only focus on replicated objects when it comes to things players can destroy but won't impact reset time. Take the pile of sheets in Kinoder Totem's first room.
I love that.
You would imagine that knifing it will remove an entity since you remove the object, right?
Isn't that crazy? Yeah, you would think that, right? Or would that make it worse?
Well, no, that's what I talked about when I mentioned replicated objects. The player who knifes the pile of sheets will see it removed, but the other player will still see it in place. If he shoots it though, it will
interesting.
work since a bullet is replicated. Reset is the main reason why high rounds in zombies is considered a speedrun, and most of the time a 70+ hour speedrun. The longest reset time being Knockdown Totem on Black Ops 3, with a reset time of 301 hours, and the
Wow.
shortest reset time being Black Ops 3000 Traho with a reset time of 63 hours.
In DE, they're only like one map
Of course,
apart,
there are
man. That's
exceptions, but I will
crazy.
mention them later
What
on.
the
Finally,
frick?
the reset counter starts when the map is launched, which means doing a restart without quitting the map will count towards reset time,
Wow.
which is why players will quit the map and restart the map all over again
Yeah.
instead of restarting through the pause menu. Okay, now you have the basics about reset, I'll go deeper about it later on. If you want to know more, I recommend you to check Oxygen for the Wins video in the description and the Google sheet he made as he used the reset tracker I coded for Black.
This is one of the most insane videos ever. Like the amount of theory put into the spreadsheet, bro. Chat, when I tell you, people got the data on zombies.
Black Ops
They
1
got
and
the
tested
freaking
every
data.
map to know what players should do
Oh
to get a
my
longer reset
gosh.
time depending on the map.
Wow.
23 zombies on the map. I explained earlier how it was possible to get rid of the astronaut on Black Ops 1 Moon at the cost of a zone, but it's not the only downside. The astronaut being on the map takes the slot of a zombie, meaning you will only get 23 zombies on the map instead of 24. That doesn't seem like a big deal, but in the long run, it adds up. If you consider the fact you lose a horde every 24 hordes killed, it slows down your game and makes your wave gun shots less worth it. But Moon is not the only map with this problem. On Call of the Dead, George also takes the slot of a zombie, even when you kill him, meaning
That's interesting. Yeah, he does also act like a zombie too.
you will never get more than 23 zombies a horde. On Shangri-La,
Oh,
when a napalm,
interesting.
zombie or shrieker spawns, it also takes the slot of a zombie, giving it back to the map after it dies. On Origins as well, when Templars are spawning, they take 6 zombie slots until they all die.
Oh, so literally you get less spawns if Templars spawn, and that's interesting for the final step of the Easter egg for this.
Panzer, however, does not take a slot.
Interesting.
Round reset. On Black Ops
Wow.
4 and in the early days
So literally, if you're doing that final step on Origins and you get a Templar round, that's 6 zombies that could be spawning in that you could be getting.
of Cold War, there's a
That's
bug with the
crazy.
round counter. When you
Fur, what's up, man? This is an incredible video. I'm only 30 minutes in, but I'm gonna watch the whole thing.
finish round 255 and reach round 256, the round counter disappears. When
I'm
you
about to
reach
watch the
round
whole thing.
257, it displays round 1, and so on. This
Yeah.
happens every
This
256
is only
rounds and still
BO4.
isn't fixed for Black Ops 4. This did
Yeah.
not happen back in World at War and Black Ops 1 days, so I guess they hired people who can't count past 255.
Well, the funniest part about that is they literally were advertising to the YouTubers. They're like, bro, you're gonna be able to hit 1,000 plus on this game. Literally false information. It's just the system that they made wasn't fully developed, in my opinion.
Config file editing. In Black Ops 1, there is no FOV slider. FOV, for field of view, can only be changed through config file with a command line. In this config file, you can also change other stuff like the FPS, the color of points in the score.
Oh yeah, I do this all the time. You changed the FOV in this. Have you watched the whole thing with Kevin Drew? Thanks for the feedback. Yeah, we did see
Board,
that.
and a lot of other
did see
settings.
that.
You can
That's
even
so
add
cool,
binds
man.
like gun mode or no clip binds. FPS are allowed to be modified by the community to a value up to 250, higher causing the game's movements to become very weird. Some config modifications were controversial though. As an example, you can change the amount of corpses on the ground. That doesn't sound like a huge change, but actually this changes everything,
Helps
because
out
each
with a
corpse on the
huge
ground is
memory.
considered an entity. That's
Yeah.
why you'll see players with the amount of corpses set as tiny in the settings, because you'll have only 3 corpses on the ground. If you change that with the config file, you can reduce that amount to 0 and get a longer reset. In the game settings, the menu seems bugged too when you change the amount of corpses. However, it has been considered not allowed by the community as it would be the start of endless controversies.
Oh, interesting. Oh.
Shinonoma
What an
Flogger.
interesting controversy.
Shinonoma
What
is
the
the
heck?
first map that
All
introduced
just
the
with
trap,
corpses
which is
spawning
very
in or
different to the
not.
classic well-known nitric trap. However, that trap evolved a lot through games and remasters. In
I'm
World at
gonna
War,
watch the whole
that trap
video
is a
chat,
one-shot to the player if it doesn't crouch or go prone, unless you have Juggernog. If you have Juggernog, you can literally run through it without taking any damage. If a zombie
Yeah.
hits you in the
I
trap
did
at the
this for
same
the high
time, though,
rounds.
you'll die instantly.
Thank you,
In
Mason,
Black
for
Ops
the tier
1,
one.
you can't go through the trap unless you're going prone or crouch. The trap deals 25 damages, and each activation increases the damages. You won't die from it if you activate it in the first rounds and let the trap hit you.
That's interesting.
But if you try to run
So the
through it in
damage
high
of
rounds,
this is
you'll get
exponential.
instantly killed, which forces you to be extremely careful when going
Whoa.
through this trap. It's
I
not
never
the
knew
only
that.
weird thing with this trap. When zombies are getting hit by the trap, they don't even die instantly. They do get thrown away, but that's only what you can see. In reality, zombies become invisible during an extra 1 to 2 seconds
Oh, that's why it was so awful trying to go underneath it when it was killing zombies.
and can still hit you and kill you. This can be seen
Oh.
easily when you disable the ragdolls with the config file. This was probably made to avoid having players standing in the trap and do nothing while zombies are
Oh,
dying.
I
Now,
see.
something weirder, but very useful for high-run players. The trap has actually 2 separate switches, one on each side. The trap will rotate in different directions depending on the side you activate the trap. What
I never even knew that, bro. And I got freaking 1,000 rounds on this map.
even
What
better is the
frick?
fact the trap has
That doesn't
2
even make
separate
sense.
cooldowns, which means you can activate the trap from one side, let it spin and kill zombies, and while the cooldown of the side you activated is on, you can activate the other side. That means the trap can remain
What?
active about 80% of the time. In Black Ops 3, it's
I didn't even realize that. That's crazy.
different again.
Nobody
The exploit
told me
where you
that.
could activate the trap from both sides with different cooldowns is removed, but the zombies don't become invisible anymore, at least in low rounds. However, it's worse than both World at War and Black Ops 1 floggers. On Black Ops 3, you have different ways to go through the trap. When you attempt to crouch, you'll go down. If you try to run or slide, you can die if you don't time it properly.
BO3 is the toughest one to get out of there,
A
bro.
good thing to
It's
do is to turn on the
ridiculous.
trap so it rotates in the direction you're going. If you time it right, you will be able to go through. The most viable option is still to go prone, but that doesn't mean it's always safe, especially because of invisible zombies the Flogger can make in high rounds, but I will talk more about this later on. In co-op, if a player has the Danger Close Come, immunity to explosives, he can ignore Flogger damages. It is
Oh, I didn't even know that.
also the
What
case
heck?
with fire traps on both Ascension and Kindler Totem,
What?
except it also works in solo. Also, on Black Ops 1 and Black Ops 3, it's possible to use some tech to get through the traps by going on the sides.
Yeah,
The explanation
crawling.
of how each Flogger works is important because it shows how different each game is even though it's the same map.
Yeah, that's such a great explanation.
Hitting the box
Really
from
well done.
anywhere around it. This one is very simple but
The
pretty unknown.
farm
Most
box,
people hit the
yeah.
box normally. They stand by it and just spam the action button. However,
Yeah, you don't even have to open up the door to hit that box. It's so busted.
there are a few cases where you can hit the box
Yeah.
around it. In
That's
Black Ops
so
1, this trick is
busted.
used on Call of the Dead at PhD Flopper and in
Yeah.
Spawn Room to hit the box faster. It's also used on
for
the
the Easter
Reese
egg
at
too.
the MP40 box to be able to get an extra
Oh,
box hit
what the
sometimes.
heck?
In Farm from Black Ops 2, you actually spend almost
are
the entire
sick.
game hitting the box from below by doing a small jump below the box.
Map of all time.
Broken
Oh,
traps and weapons.
Black
Black Ops 2 on PC is known to be broken and unplayable due to the absence of an offline mode, just like Black Ops 4. There was another
That's why we got plutonium.
issue
That's why I
which
got
made
the
this game
clients.
unplayable for high rounds on PC. On round 156, the jet gun would stop working and become unable to kill zombies,
So
which made
156
Transit unable to get past 157,
round.
since the only way was to kill using the bus, which would cause the game to crash pretty quickly. On round 159, everything, except the upgraded Tomahawk on Mob of the Dead, would stop
Thank you,
killing as well,
Cassius, as
which
well for
means
the
traps
time, I
on Mob
appreciate
of the Dead, and buildables on Die, Rise and Buried. For these reasons, PC players have to use a patch to lock zombies' health to round 155, otherwise they wouldn't be able to compete against console players.
Right.
Conditional power-ups. You can get power-ups when you kill zombies. However, some of them are subject to conditions, from World at War to Black Ops 3. You can't get a death machine unless you bought Quick Revive in solo or turned on the power. You can't get a Carpenter if you have 4 or less windows open on the map, and you can't get a Fire Cell unless the box has moved at least once. On Black Ops 4, you have
So many people don't know about these, and these are super important. Just
a
for
new drop
manipulating the
called
game.
Full Power.
Yeah.
That drop will refill your specialist weapon and make it usable instantly, but that drop won't spawn in unless you use your specialist weapon at least once. Carpenter also has a new condition because it can spawn as soon as you build a shield, since this drop will also refill your shield's health. On Cold War, Carpenter will refill your armor. Broken backward speed. On World at War,
This is going to be so interesting because this got fixed with today's update for Black Ops 6. Now you can sprint in any direction in zombies. Like, how is that going to work?
Black Ops 1 and Black Ops 2 PC,
That is
players
gonna
can't
be
roll back as fast
interesting.
as players on console. This becomes a problem when zombies are going as fast or sometimes faster than you, especially when shooting weapons that can damage you like the ray gun. On Black Ops 1 solo, it is possible to fix this by starting Dead Ops Arcade once before starting a game. This will make your character go in every direction as fast. I will
Right.
explain later on how the community fixed it for all the games. Patches. Patches are what the community uses to modify the game code. Depending on the situation, some patches have been allowed by the community, while a lot of them are still controversial.
Most are not allowed because they just break the game.
Because it can be a good thing, like
Yep.
fixing things on PC that wouldn't be possible otherwise, or patches to test strategies.
And the other thing is you don't really know what's inside the patch. So it's like it could be bad, it could be like malware, or it could just be like game cheating code. Like, you don't know.
But also controversial things like
Yeah.
RNG patches, which will give you guaranteed wonder weapons or
Right.
specific RNG based events to avoid having to restart for these to happen. On World at War, you don't really have an utility in using patches, so people don't use them, except for backward speed. On Black Ops 1, players agreed on the fact that not a single patch should be allowed, as it is possible to notice if a player has a modified patch by looking at the perk bottle drinking animation. If a player
Oh, what? I didn't even know.
is using a modified patch, instead of having the regular animation, it will have the World at War animation, and the animation will also be broken. It is also possible to bypass
I had no clue. Look at the difference in the bottle cap. That is insane. How people pick up on that? What the frick?
that by using game mode, which you can see anyways in the
Wow.
main menu of Black Ops 1, or by looking at which mod is being loaded. Some games even have been
Right.
controversial and even
What
still
about the Black Ops 6 perk limit? We don't know. I think it'll be like Cold War,
are,
though,
such as the
to be
5 and
honest.
the Ascension Low Power Wall Records. On Black Ops 2, however, you can't replace original game files. You either use another file, which will be used by Redacted or Plutonium, or you inject the file in the game with a software called GSC Studio. The reason why I talk about how to do that is because that's the only way to be able to play Black Ops 2 high rounds on PC and compete against current records. With the traps and buildables being broken
We
on
need
159
plutonium, too.
and backward speed being reduced, it's impossible to compete against current standing world records if you're not playing with a patch that fixes these issues. It's impossible to tell if someone is using a patch though. At the moment, the community uses a patch made by Zeomix, which is kind of an official patch most players agreed on using. On Black Ops 3, it's different. Custom camo patches are allowed no matter the category. Higher round players are okay
And most people use T7. T7 is the biggest patch, I would say, for
with
BO3.
patching, like getting weapons out of the first box, for instance, or specific perk. However, speedruns players don't accept any kind of RNG patching. There is a way to tell if a mod is loaded, by looking at the top right. However, the possibility of injecting is a thing, and in which case it is extremely difficult to tell. On Black Ops 4, it's possible to inject patches as well, but the community is against it. There are other types of patches I didn't talk about, like info patches. These patches are used to display info about the current game. For instance, you have timer patches for the entire game, or the current
my
round.
man,
You can have an
wonderful,
automatic
bro.
trap timer patch, which is also controversial, or even display the amount of buildable you used, like on Buried, for instance. You also have test patches, the most popular being a strat tester, which
It's
is
interesting which ones are allowed and which ones isn't. Also, chat, I know chat has brought to my attention, John has a new video about some Terminus Island stuff. So Pretty exciting. So if you want to go check out some of the new info there, definitely go check that out.
Used by
for
players
sure.
to test strategies and optimizations easily without having to play a full game. Made by 5 and 5 and TTS for life. Patches
goats,
have and will
5
take
and
an
5,
important place in
the
the community
strat
for
maker.
better or for
Thank you,
worse.
Tucker, for the prime.
Broken Origin staffs. On Origins, when you reach high rounds, you will experience a weird bug that happens when using the wind or the ice staff past round 112 included. I
Oh,
won't
the
talk about
animation.
electric and fire staff since they are both useless for high rounds and unable
True.
to kill zombies. Let's start with the wind
Fire
staff.
staff
On
crashes
round
your game
112
too.
and higher, sometimes zombies will become invisible and will die if you damage them with anything. Usually players are using the MP40. You can actually fix them becoming invisible on PC by going into the game settings and disabling the ragdolls. They still will not die, but will be visible by the players and killable with any type of damage. Now, let's move on to the ice staff. Just like the wind staff, starting on round 112, you get zombies which won't die from the staff, but this gets a little bit trickier than when using the wind staff. From round 112 to round 121, zombies will not die from the ice staff if you damage them before. Instead of dying, they will run while being frozen, and they can get one kill. From round 121,
Looks so
zombies won't
bizarre.
die from the ice staff no matter what, but only on specific rounds, which you can see on the
Right.
screen. And
So
you will
it's the
still be able to
insta-kill
one
rounds,
kill
kind
them.
of.
Other rounds will have the same behavior as rounds between 112 and 121. On Black Ops 3 Origins, there are also these rounds, but slightly different. It is safe to kill zombies on these rounds with the ice staff, but it is not anymore out of these rounds. These rounds are shared with other weapons, the wind staff, the void bow, and the fire bow. It is also the case with some other weapons on Black Ops 3 past round 112. The KT4, the Storm and Wolf bows, the AAT fireworks, and even Shinunuma Flogger. They don't break in the same rounds or the same way, but since
You can tell like how they code certain things specifically the exact same, and then certain things they just don't care about. You know, like
it
it's
hasn't
so
been tested enough to
obvious
get a
when you
clear
watch
list
this
of rounds
video.
at the time I'm making this video, the precise rounds are known. Broken box.
Yeah.
On Black Ops 1, if you grab a fire cell while the box moves
on
and keep
BO3
hitting the box
too.
until the fire cell is over,
Oh,
the
yeah.
last hit you did will glitch
Will be
out.
up
The
there. I've
weapon
seen
you were
this in
supposed to
BO3.
get will fly in the air,
Yep.
and you will be able to get two boxes at the same
That's just
time.
the
One
glitch,
of the two
though.
boxes will be broken though. You will be able to hit it only once. This can be fixed
Oh.
by picking up a fire cell, but players will often simply avoid picking up a fire cell while the box moves or avoid doing an extra hit. On Black Ops 1, Black Ops 2, and
I wonder if you could like lock the box out and so that it doesn't come back to that location.
Black Ops 3,
That would be kinda
sometimes the
sick.
box can be completely gone from the map if you happen to get a fire cell at a precise timing while
So
the box
you can
moves.
lock
But
it
the steps
out.
to reproduce are known. The best thing to do is to
we don't
simply
know
avoid
it
picking
yet.
up the fire cell when the box is not on the map. FPS influence
I think it's something to do with hitting the box as the fire cell power up
on
comes in.
movement.
It like
In
breaks
Call
the
of
game
Duty,
or
the
something.
amount of FPS a player has is known to affect his movements, especially jumps. Most players play at 125 or 250
Oh, the
FPS due to the
FPS
behavior
jump
of jumps.
with
When you're playing at
yeah.
125 FPS, you will be able to jump further, while at
Yeah.
250 FPS you will be able to jump higher and sometimes even stay a little bit of time in the air. Two maps are influenced a lot by FPS. The first one
Moon
is
for
the
sure.
Reese. While
Reese
FPS
too.
influence your jumps and gravity, they also influence collisions. This becomes important on the Reese because there are a lot of curbs on which your character can get stuck on if you play with a
Right.
high amount of FPS, which is why most players will play at 125 FPS or below, because you're sure to get stuck on those if you play at higher FPS.
That's crazy. Like the whole game changed.
Second
with
one is
FPS.
Moon, because of gravity. Sometimes when you run in low gravity, your character will randomly start flying. However, most of the time, you don't want your character to fly for too long or too high.
Is you pretty sure this is refresh rate, not actually FPS? It might be a combination of the two.
Playing at
That's actually a good
250
shout.
FPS
It
will
could be a
reduce this
combination
issue
of
by a
the
lot,
two.
while at 125 FPS, your character will fly a lot higher and longer.
on
It is
Moon,
also
it's
important
crazy.
to mention that when you're playing at 333
Like, look at
FPS,
this. He can jump from the bottom of the MPD up to the top with unlimited.
your character will fly with almost no limit,
Like,
actually
look at
letting the
that!
player
It looks like he's cheating.
get into the teleporter from the power room without having
He's
the teleporter
cheating,
open,
bro.
which is why the community decided to limit the FPS usage to
He's
250.
actually
Another
cheating.
influence of FPS is how zombies will be able to collide on World at War. When playing at lower
Right.
FPS, players will tend to get less stuck on zombies.
Yeah.
Fire cells add up.
It's because you're giving them less frames to hit you. That's so
It is very rare to have two fire cells at the same time without using gimbals, but it can still happen. On Black Ops 2 and Black Ops 3, if you pick multiple fire cells, unlike other power-ups, the time will stack, meaning that you can have about a minute
I think the issue is just the unlimited FPS. If you set it to unlimited, the game just... I mean, bro, this is a 2012, 2015, 2010 game. You
longer
know?
fire cells on Black Ops 2, while on Black Ops 3, you can have a fire cell able to last a minute and 30 seconds thanks to Gumball's usage. Insta-kill rounds depend on the amount of dog rounds.
Or the war
On World at War Shinunuma and the Reese, you also have insta-kill rounds. However, they don't happen on round 163 like other maps, but on round 200 plus. The reason for that is because the game will not increase zombies' health during dog rounds. Since it's required to have zombies' health going higher than a 32-bit side integer limit to reach insta-kill rounds, each dog round will make it delayed by an extra round, which means the more dog rounds you get, the later insta-kill rounds will happen.
Yeah.
Juggernog different on Verrucht and Shinonuma.
It's crazy. World of War is literally its own game. It's like not even a part of zombies.
Many
but it's
people
literally
believe
its
that
own game,
Juggernog
bro.
on Verrucht and Shinonuma World at War is glitched, when it's actually simply different. When you don't have Juggernog, you will have 100 HP. On The Risk or Black Ops 1, if you get Juggernog, you will have 250 HP. However, on Shinonuma and Verrucht, you will have 160 HP, which means you can actually die from 3 zombies hit. But it is not the case most of the time, because the regeneration is also different. On maps where Juggernog gives you 250 HP, the regeneration delay is the same as when you don't have Juggernog. On maps where you get 160 HP, the regeneration is crazy fast, about 100 HP per second, which means that it's very unlikely that you will die from one zombie.
It's also just a big miscalculation that Treyarch forgot to add, and they fix it all in BO1.
Also the reason why sometimes you'll see players being able to stand in the horde without dying. It's not a bug or cheating, the regeneration is just insanely fast, even when you get a red screen. Broken drop limit per round. I explained how the drop limit per round was 4 power-ups. On World at War is the case, but only in theory. Sometimes, when killing an entire horde instantly, instead of having 1, 2, 3, or even 4 drops, a bug will occur and you'll get 1 drop per zombie, which means sometimes you can get
I've never seen this. It's because I don't really World at War high round.
like 20
I didn't
drops
see
at
this
once.
when I did Shinonuma. What the
Console frame lags.
Oh,
Console frame lags were known to
it's
be a
that
thing
console
back when the
frame lag.
majority of the community played Black Ops 1 on console. When
Yeah,
a player
I
was
remember
hitting the
seeing
box
this.
too much, the game would
I feel like I definitely experienced it on Shinonuma, all those drops before, but I didn't know it was because of that. Like, it's just basically the game breaking.
start to have lower FPS, and the more the
Look
box
how
was hit, the
bad
lower
this
the
is.
FPS would be. This issue only happened on PS3
That
and
FPS,
Xbox
baby.
360, and does not happen on the newer Xbox generations.
Look at the gun is firing, but it's perfectly still.
However, if a player holds a claymore or a Betty, this would
That's
reduce
so
the lags by
funny.
a lot. The reason is unknown, but players will use this to get better performance in high runs. The
Oh,
bug
I didn't know the claymores are also for better performance.
This was not the
That's
only reason why
crazy.
people would get frame lags though. On World at War maps of Black Ops 1, traps were also causing
Yeah.
huge lags when turned on and when they were killing
Traps make sense. I mean, it just disorientates you the
zombies.
whole time.
The more zombies died in a trap, the bigger the lags were. At some point, high runs were so pushed that players would simply move to PC to avoid all these lags and play at a high frame rate for the entire game. This still happens a little bit on PC, but to notice it, you need to play on the low-end PC. Missed insta-kill rounds. In the
Oh,
first layer, I
sadness.
talked about insta-kill rounds and how important these rounds are to play faster, especially with reset. I will now talk about missed insta-kill rounds. What does that mean? On some maps, like the Risk or Ascension, you have what's
Thank you,
called
Bill Pickle,
special
for the tier
rounds.
one.
These
Real
rounds
high
are
rounds.
much faster
Yes,
than
sir.
any zombie round, insta-kill or not. You get a max ammo at the end, and they happen every 4 to 5 rounds. Now, let's say you get an insta-kill round on 163, a normal round on 164, and another insta-kill round on 165. And you consider a normal round is 40 minutes long, while an insta-kill round is 20 minutes long. If you only consider the time to complete these 3 rounds, you will need 1 hour and 20 minutes. Now, let's add a potential dog round, which would be about a minute long. If you get a dog round on 164, then that means you need 41 minutes to complete these 3 rounds. But
It's a huge deal. Like, yeah, timing the dog rounds in between your insta-kill rounds, yeah. Like, look how much of a difference that makes. It's a 39-minute difference in one round.
if you get it on 163, then it means you will need an hour and 1 minute to complete these 3 rounds. When you
It's
get a
a
special
completely
round
changes
on a
it.
round that was supposed to be an insta-kill round, that round will be considered as a missed insta-kill round. While in majority of cases getting special rounds every 4 rounds is better, during these insta-kill rounds it depends on the situation. It's better to miss the least insta-kill rounds possible, but sometimes it's better to miss earlier to guarantee not missing later on, even though it's obviously out of control. For
Yeah, and how would you even code the game? It's just luck at that
example,
point.
if you get a dog round on 203, that means you'll play 3 insta-kill rounds in a row on 202,
Wow.
204, and 205.
that's your
While
fastest
if you get a
bet.
dog round on 202, you'll play 3 normal rounds in a row, 200, 201, and 203. Since the gain of time
Yeah,
is
that's not
proportional
it.
to the length of rounds, then it is better to miss lower and shorter rounds than higher and very long rounds.
It's unbelievable that it's literally been cracked down to a formula. Does this guy have a PhD in COD Zombies? Yeah, chat. Once we finish this video, you're about to graduate with a university degree. I'm telling you.
Missed
I'ma
insta-kill
give it
rounds
out.
play a major
I'ma
role in
give it
Black
out.
Ops high rounds, as they can be a huge time loss if you keep on missing them. If you are interested about this, you will find in the description a video made by Esred, who explains probabilities associated with missing insta-kill rounds.
Dude, that
Kino
is
der
just
Toten,
so
none of us.
in-depth.
Kino der Toten is
Yeah.
known to be the
The biggest way to do high rounds on this map, and I suck with the no Nova strat. It's
first
so
map to
hard
ever introduce
do.
Nova zombies. They can
Oh,
spawn
it's
in
so
4
hard to
different
do.
locations on the map: spawn room, speed cola room, theater, and stage. However, they will spawn in a given location only if you turn on the power and go to the location where they will spawn. That means if you never go to the speed cola or spawn rooms, they will never spawn in there. Players made a strategy called No Nova, which involves this knowledge. When you never get past the line that separates the first room corridor and the actual room, you'll never trigger Novas to break the spawns. That means you will be able to stay in the MPL room and never have Nova zombies, unless you go into zones where Nova zombies spawns. This is important to know because Nova zombies
that
move
strat.
much slower than regular zombies.
This fire trap strat, I want to get the Kino 115 on Black Ops 1, but gosh, this strat is painful.
And also
This
count
strat
as
is
2
painful.
entities instead of 1, which makes the game slower and also lasts shorter. This is why you will see the world record gameplays not having pack up and stun gun or not picking up quick revive in co-op, for instance.
Yep. Yeah,
Moon
it's
first room
literally jug and
explosions.
speed cola.
Moon first room is one of the main rooms used for early rounds. Sometimes
What? He broke the windows like that with the ray gun? What?
though, you need to use Mustang and Sally to kill zombies. Using explosives
Yeah.
or Gershes in the Moon first room is a bit risky since you must be careful about not breaking the windows. When using Mustang and Sally's or ray gun, for instance, you must not shoot on quick revive side as it will break the windows. You can shoot on the opposite side though. This does not
I feel like this is only for BO1 though. Maybe? I don't feel like this is a BO3 thing.
happen with Semtex, Claymores or Gershes. You
You
need
can
to
break the windows on Moon? Yes, you can.
use them
Yep.
close to the windows to break them.
And it's
Player
not
color
good.
priority. On Black Ops 1, zombies will have different attractions depending on the player. The player with the points in
Did that reveal not look identical to Cold War? It looked very similar.
the white
Yeah,
will
it looked
attract
very
zombies
similar.
more than the player with
But I
points in
think-
blue.
I think it was
Will
nice
attract
and short.
zombies
It was
more
like
than the player with
BO3
points in
and
yellow.
Cold War
Will
put together.
also attract zombies more than
Breaking the windows, it makes you lose oxygen, which is awful for that starting room in Moon because you have to go there to hack the excavators, right? So you want to keep that spawn room windows always intact. But the issue is on BO3, you have Widow's Wine, and Widow's Wine can break those windows as well. So it's just such a nightmare playing around
the
that.
player with points in green. This becomes very important to know
Yeah.
when running strategies which involve hold-ups where a player will do most of the hoarding job, considering it will attract most zombies. This is also important to know for co-op games, so zombies are not getting split all the time. On Black Ops 2, this is also a feature, however, it is not as huge as Black Ops 1. It is important to know when you're playing first room. Call of the Dead Water. Call of the Dead introduced
the
a new
worst
feature with
water
the water.
ever.
Even though it is more
But we
known to
love the
calm down
map.
George
We
and
love
freeze
the
you when
map.
you stay in there for too long, it
Yeah.
is also used for high rounds. The reason is because the water will kill instantly any zombie with a health lower than 5% of the base round's health. On round 1, it kills them if the zombie's health is lower than 50%, on round 2 45%, on round 3 40%, and so on until it reaches 5%. Since Call of the Dead has no weapon able to instantly kill a horde of zombies, you'll be using a lot of PhD flops, ray gun, scavenger, and M72 low. For instance, on round 85, the zombie's health is 1,322,715.
Or just straight PhD flopping.
5% of this is 66,135, which is equivalent to about 7 scavenger shots, which is always good to take. It is also good to finish
7
killing the horde.
scavengers on round 50. Like, bro, they did this wonder weapon so garbo in BO1. Thank you, Lumi, for the prime.
When
man.
the first zombie of the horde
Oh
dies,
my
bringing the
gosh.
other zombies who got damaged almost as much
So
into water
bad.
can result in killing a good part of the remaining zombies, which is good to save ammo. Reset drops count
gosh.
on Moon. On Moon, max ammos are essential to progress through rounds. However, at some point, you need to kill so many zombies that you need more than 4 max ammos to complete a round. It is
Yep.
possible to get 4 extra drops per round by going to the No Man's Land after you had your 4 drops, which means you can get up to 8
Oh, that makes so much sense because the round literally refreshes itself. That makes so much sense.
max ammos per round. This
So you
only works on Black
refresh
Ops
the
1 though,
drop
not on
cycle.
Black Ops 3.
Wow.
Ray gun not in box
I
until it
didn't even
moved
know
on the
that.
Reese.
That's crazy.
The Reese is the only map on Black Ops 1 on which you cannot get the ray gun in the first box. It has to move at least once to become
Really? Wait, why?
available. Then, the ray gun becomes very frequent in the box. If you hit the box between
I never knew that. Only on BO1 Doris, you have to move the box to get the ray gun.
8 and 11 times, the ray gun will be 4 times more frequent. And if you
What?
hit it more than 11 times, the ray gun will be 8 times more frequent.
What?
The counter resets
So you're telling me the best map to get the ray gun on every single time is Black Ops 1 Doris?
every time a player gets the ray gun.
What? I
Dogs
never knew
manipulation.
What
Dog
the
run
frick?
is pretty easy when you have strong weapons,
You plan on visiting Journeyman anytime soon? I was there in 2018, but I'd come back.
or
man.
even decent
I
wall
loved it,
weapons. But how do first room players manage to get through dog rounds? Dog AI is not very smart. When a dog is close to
AI.
you, you'll try to do an attack.
Yes,
You can dodge
sir.
pretty easily if you do side steps. If the dog is still close to you,
Yes,
you'll
look
try
at
to
that.
attack again. Now you see it coming.
Love
It is
that
possible
footage.
to exploit that and make it very easy to get through a dog round. If you simply rotate around a group of dogs close to you, they'll never touch you and it will be very easy to take your time to kill them. You can
Yeah.
even knife them. Electricity immunity on Call of the Dead. If you ever watched Call of the Dead high rounds, you probably noticed that players are not affected by George's electricity or by zombies which have been electrified by George. This is due to a trick
Yeah.
that players do in the early rounds of their game. That trick is actually very simple. To do it, you must be at least on round 2, get an insta-kill drop, and the zombie electrified by George. To do so, you can simply make George angry out of water and make him slam the ground with a zombie next to him. To become invulnerable from electricity, you must knife that electric zombie while an insta-kill drop is active. For it to work,
That is so, like, how that makes it so that you can now never take damage from George. Like,
the zombie's
what
health
the
must be
heck?
higher than 150 HP, which is why
How?
I said you must be on round 2 at least.
Like, you would never figure that out unless you drop, like, 200 plus hours into Call of Dead. There's no
Killing
way.
your teammate.
There's just no
When
way.
playing in co-op on Black Ops 1, you probably experienced a bug where your partner
Yes,
died
sir.
when you knifed him or shot him with a ray gun or even a python. This
Or
is
Dolphin dived on top of him. The hack, man.
due to how the
What can I
game over
say?
down works. When player is in last stand mode, it is possible for him, if there is only one player alive left, to kill that last player alive. The most common way, as I said, is to knife the other player with a Bowie knife or with the regular knife if that player has low HP. But it is also possible and even easier to kill that player with a python. A single bullet can actually end the game. It is
What? When he's down?
also the case with the ray gun or any weapon you can hold in last stand, but you need
What? Okay, dude, how do you figure this out?
the other player to have lower HP.
I never even knew that. You can just shoot someone and be like, bro, we're getting us out of this keynote zone.
Skipping on
What
Moon.
the heck?
Back in the early days
Thanks,
of Moon,
Norman,
it was
from
possible to see a lot
Toronto,
of
from
round
the six,
99 in the leaderboards. This was due to a glitch that involved the teleporter and the run transition. When killing the last zombies and teleporting during the run transition, this will make the next round have only 23 zombies, which will speed up the run by a lot. You can do that every 2 rounds. Of course, Zombies community did not accept this to be legitimate since you're not fully playing the rounds.
That's true, but I mean, it's a cool way to get through the rounds.
Zombies' movements through games. Zombies' movements and behaviors are known to change a lot through games. Even
Oh yeah, even just the player movement.
between maps on the same game, you can
Yeah.
have some major differences.
Yeah,
On World at
true.
War, each map is different. Knockdown Totem has regular zombies running, but the difference comes from the attack animation. When zombies attack, they do the slowest animation possible, which means it is almost impossible to go down unless you get stuck. On Verruct, you have what's called super sprinters. These zombies are running much faster than
sprinters.
any zombie in any game, actually going faster than the player if he is not running.
Faster than any zombie except for the zombies that run after you at the back of the transit bus.
On
let me tell
Shinonuma, you get the
Those
regular
boys are on
zombies we all
crack.
know, but also some ninja zombies with a different running animation. The zombies attack animation is also different. They attack much faster than on any other map.
Yeah, Shinonuma has the most interesting zombie pattern. It's like only on World at War Shinonuma where they attack in such a weird
On
way.
the East, there are only regular zombies. Black Ops
Yeah.
1 has slight differences depending on the map. Each map has the regular zombies and the same attack speed, except Shinonuma, which kept the same animations as World at War. On maps where you get Nova zombies, a Nova can have a fast speed or a slow speed. On Ascension, when you aim at zombies, they can do a sidestep to avoid bullets, or they can roll on the ground. On Call of the Dead, George also makes zombies run much faster.
It's crazy because, in my opinion, you used to see a lot of this in World at War and BO1. You don't really see a lot of new zombies movement nowadays. It's usually just a whole new boss or something, you know? The zombies, I feel like from like BO4 to Cold War have stayed almost the exact same in terms of movement.
About the same speed as World at War Verruct super
Yeah.
sprinters. On both Black Ops 1 and World at War, you can also shoot a zombie with a bullet weapon to reset its attack animation. When you're using a
Oh,
weapon
that's true. Only on this game.
with a high
Yeah,
fire
World
rate,
at War.
it is even possible to
Look
stun
at
him for a
that.
moment. Black
He's stun locked, bro.
Black Ops 2 also has super
can't put a
sprinters, but
swing.
only in 2 specific cases, when riding the bus on transit or the tank on Origins.
Oh, the
Black Ops
tank.
3 has no
You don't really remember the super sprinters on Origins because how often are you really using the tank unless you're doing super high rounds?
difference between maps, but a major difference with the horde speed. A few zombies in the horde will be super sprinters, while most of them will be regular sprinters. This can be an issue when trading on Verruct no gun, no power, and even in classic gun high rounds in
Any
the
World at War maps on BO3 is
middle of a
huge
run, for
issue.
instance. Black Ops 4 is different again. Until round 51, in normal and hardcore modes, you will have only regular sprinters. Between round 51 to 64, you will get a few super sprinters, while on round 64 plus, you will get super sprinters only. In reality,
garbage BO4 game, bro. No, super sprinters poop.
realistic, zombies start to become super sprinters on round 41. Weirdly, you also can get zombies running straight instead of following you. The speed of zombies attack also changes depending on which difficulty you're playing. They attack faster in realistic and hardcore, while they attack pretty slowly on easy and normal difficulties. When you shoot a zombie, he also gets stunned.
Chat, did you guys like difficulties in BO4? One in chat if you did, two in the chat if you did. I'm a twoer, bro. I don't really like difficulties. I just like loading into the game and having it the same difficulty every
For a
time.
moment, which makes it easier to get past him.
I think they were
This trick is used mostly in first rooms.
Like, look at all this extra stuff they put it into the game, and not many people even play it.
Gorod Curvy Easter egg death barrier. One of the most frustrating things if you don't know about it. If you don't have quick revive at the beginning of the Easter egg boss fight of Gorod Curvy in solo, you can hit a death barrier and the game will end.
That is so sad. I've seen so many fail clips from that.
Sword exploit. Shadows of Evil has one of the most powerful specialist weapons. You can get the upgraded sword on this map to last longer by getting the sword to attack a zombie and using turn.
See, I agree. I don't think difficulty is bad, but I do agree with TD in the chat saying difficulty in BO2 was great. I fully agree with that. I just don't like the way they did it in BO4.
On that zombie. The sword can then recharge itself after its energy depletes, and you can even call a second sword while the first is still out, and that sword will recharge the first. Because of this, using turn with the upgraded sword is not considered legit on Shadows of Evil. When using the unupgraded version, you can spam it very fast by holding the slam button and then spamming the attack button.
And this is how somebody got to round 200 on last gen with this glitch.
This is used mainly in no power to be able to kill zombies.
Like, it's so awful to just look at this footage.
With the sword
it's just pain.
Without upgrading it.
Pain.
How monkeys work on Ascension. A lot of people misinterpret how monkey rounds are working on Ascension, so I'll try to give a clear explanation on how they work. First of all, you will have 6 monkeys on the map by player, so 6 in solo, 12 with 2 players, 18 with 3, and 24 with 4. Then
freaking ridiculous.
And monkeys work in groups of 3. Each group of 3 will attack a perk, which means that in solo monkeys will attack only 2 perks at a time, with 2 players they will attack 4 perks at a time, etc. If you don't have enough perks for a group of monkeys, they will simply attack you instead. Monkeys are immune to Gershes, so don't try to throw one at them, they will use it to teleport somewhere else. Monkeys will die in traps and by the landers, and also have a bit less health than zombies, which makes the Thundergun the only weapon able to kill them with 2 shots in high rounds.
Which is just awful. Like, how are these little tiny monkeys so freaking unbelievably powerful?
They don't die, you can simply knife them, their HP will be reduced to 1. You can also avoid taking damage from monkeys by being in the air, so jumping at the moment they touch the ground to do that attack that stuns you. Another trick, you can make monkeys go faster by shooting them to make them die faster in traps. All of this sounds very simple, but it's essential to understand how monkeys work to be able to predict what's going to happen during a monkey round.
It's difficult. Like, you have to set up claymores, you have to turn on the right traps, you have to be in the right building to make, especially for BO1, you can't just spawn in nuke power-ups.
As an example, let's say you have Mule Kick, Speed Cola, Juggernog, and PhD Flopper. If Juggernog is closed because you had it during a monkey round, you can anticipate where the monkeys will go simply by looking at their direction as soon as they spawn, and predict what perk each group of monkey will attack. Also, since there are only 2 spawns close to Mule Kick, if the door from Power to Mule Kick is closed, monkeys can go on Speed Cola and Mule Kick only by the stairs. Just by using these few tricks, it is very easy to manipulate and predict monkeys' behaviors, making monkey rounds very easy.
You just have to play it in a certain way. Yeah, if you're not prepared for monkey rounds, that's when you lose everything, bro. That's when they cook you.
Unpatched Liquefier.
Yes.
When Die Rise came out on Xbox,
I wonder if this will be back in Die Rise.
the Liquefier was insanely powerful, much more than now. This weapon was able to kill zombies until 160 before provoking invisible zombies. You could switch weapons and still keep the effect of the chain, and it was making only 1 puddle when you shot, not multiple when zombies died. For that last effect, it is possible to remove it by shooting 7 bullets on specific spots which will not make the puddle spawn on the ground. These puddles then stay on the map forever, and zombies will not be able to drop other puddles due to the limit of 8 at the same time. In high round runs, you can shoot 4 times and then shoot the extra shots later on in the game whenever you want to unpatch.
It just doesn't even make sense. You shoot it at a random wall and the gun becomes unpatched. Like, how does that even make sense?
The Liquefier will one-hit kill only to 100, and you won't be able to switch weapons to keep the chain, but it will make only 1 puddle on first shot, just like when Die Rise came out on Xbox.
Die Rise history video is crazy, yeah, and that's where we learned a lot about that.
Moving faster with Reagan Mark II.
best
The
zombie
Ray Gun
map
Mark
of all
II is considered one of the best weapons you can get out of the mystery box, especially on Black Ops 2. This is due to how high the damages are and how easy it is to kill zombies with it, but not only. Origins on Black Ops 2 is the best example of it. Players restart until they get the Ray Gun Mark II out of the first box to avoid getting fire cells, and they
Yeah, and I had to do this for the round 100 because the Ray Gun Mark II is the best weapon against the Panzers. It's better than any staff.
keep it the entire game, even when it's unable to kill zombies.
Yep.
First reason is because you're able to kill the Panzer very easily with it.
Yep.
Second reason, and the most important, is because you can use the movement recall of the Mark II shots to move faster. To do
This is way more important later on in the high rounds too.
so, a player
Mark
would
II is
shoot
going.
while walking and jumping back. This will
Yeah.
have the effect of boosting the player's speed. This is very important, considering you'll be able to run some strategies optimally only if you have a weapon capable of making you move faster, especially in the mud.
Yep.
The Ray Gun Mark II is not the only weapon capable of making the player move faster thanks to the shoot recall. The Zap guns on Moon or Mustang and Sally are also usable for this purpose. Shooting George on Call of the Dead triggers spawns.
Really?
During
Oh, it does. Yeah, that's why it's better to shoot him immediately as soon as he spawns.
the
Yeah.
first round of
So many people actually don't know that.
Call of the Dead, zombies
5
will take
hours
a while
strap
to
in,
spawn.
baby.
This is due to the game spawning George first for the players to learn his behavior. However, it is possible to trigger zombie spawns as soon as George gets out of water after he has spawned, simply by making him angry. This will trigger zombies to spawn instantly instead of having to wait about 20 seconds, which is useful to save a little bit of time.
Right, right.
Holding claymores increases damages. You might know about the trick used on Origins where you can
It doesn't increase damages, but it makes the animation go by faster. That's what I know. I mean, I literally did the Origins 100 on BO2.
get the shield out while killing
Yeah, or
zombies
the shield. Yeah, the shield works
with a
too.
staff.
Or the
This is
claymore.
actually one of the side effects when you're
Yeah.
holding another weapon. When you're holding
Yeah.
a claymore while killing zombies with the
Goes
ice
by
staff,
faster.
zombies will actually die faster than when
Yeah.
you're holding the ice staff. Another useful trick is to hold the claymore when you're killing zombies with the PhD floor perma-perk on Buried.
Oh, yeah, it like does more damage. What the heck?
This will make you deal much more damage, which is
What?
very useful when you're playing early rounds.
That is so bizarre.
Brutus disabling
Wait,
traps on
what?
Mob of the Dead. Brutus is Mob of the Dead's mini-boss. He spawns every 4 rounds or when players are hitting the box a little bit too much. It's known that he is able to lock perks, the box and buildables, but he is also able to stop traps. If he spawns in the trap, even though the animation is showing that he is running towards the trap to stop it, the trap is actually stopped as soon as he spawns, which can be
Oh, that is confusing.
confusing if you don't know about it. So as
Yeah,
soon as
because usually he does a slam attack that locks things, and I forgot that he actually can turn off the traps. I don't think he turns off the traps in blood, does he? No, I think he does. Yeah, he does.
Brutus spawns, even if, for instance,
Yeah.
the acid trap is still active, you must not rely on the trap because zombies will be able to go through it without dying. When this happens, you can go through the trap as well, which is useful to quickly kill Brutus.
Right, right.
Immunity to traps slow effect. One of the biggest downsides of
I don't
going
know about
through electric
this.
traps is the slowing down effect. When a player tries to go through a trap, he'll take damage and also be slowed down, which can cause him to go down if zombies are surrounding him. On World at War, it is possible to get rid of this effect by taking grenade damages before. This is a very important trick,
What? I didn't even know about what the frick? How are people finding this, man?
especially on World at War the Reef.
I needed to know
Dallas
that.
and Tracker
What the
gate
heck?
trap is bad.
Oh yeah, this gate trap caca.
Sometimes
So you can literally basically like negate the whole movement debuff on that.
Treyarch adds
trap
some useless
on
traps
World
in the
War.
game.
That's
The
crazy.
gate trap on Dallas and Tracker is one of them. Instead of killing zombies, this trap is just making zombies respawn. This makes some possible strategies actually not worth it at all. Ben
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's also great though to do a round 1 Easter egg. That's why we love the gate trap.
all your
Round
tradeouts.
one
In the
Easter eggs.
first layer, I talked about box weapon tradeouts, which are pretty well known. Black Ops 4 also has this kind of system, but instead of trading weapons, you will be trading perks. When you equip the Secret Sauce perk, you can keep on hitting the perk machine until you get a specific perk. The perk players want to get when they're trading is Bandolier. This perk is used to carry more ammo, but not only. When getting rid of the perk and getting it back, it gives ammo back in the weapon. This is mostly used on Tag der Toten in hardcore mode. Acid Gat damages.
That's my boy.
The
Steven
acid
Brother,
gat
yeah.
damages are a bit misunderstood, so I will clear things up here. The acid gat, pack-a-punch or not, can one-hit kill zombies on low rounds if the damages are high enough. However, in high rounds, it can kill them only if the green sticky projectile is touching a zombie and explodes after, which
Oh, I didn't even know that it fully takes those guys out.
makes it still useful for high rounds to kill zombies, adding the zombies attraction effect on top of that.
Even
Very
on 200, it actually takes them out.
Correct
What the heck?
traps. Black Ops 3 V-Ruck has a lot of differences compared to Black Ops 1 and World at War, with the Wonder Wave being added or
And
the
the
Wonder Feast.
movement of
But
the
I will talk
systems
about
and
something that
zombies
makes
and
the V-Ruck
everything.
trap strategy completely different. Similar to Kilo the Totem on Black Ops 1, by standing in specific spots, you can actually get every single zombie to die in the trap without being able to hit you. Again, this is due to bad
It's just
design, not a
so
bug,
broken.
since zombies are going
Yeah.
in the trap and get damaged.
Yeah, I remember when people were doing this. This is such a busted way to get the 100.
A bug also occurs where the player can get one hit killed. This happens if you're going through a trap while a zombie is going through the
Oh, I know. It's
trap
so
at the same
garbo.
moment. Current
Yeah.
standing Classic Gumball's world record by Sniper Cat used this knowledge to reach around 255 before reset.
That's
2 drops
crazy.
per round on Shadows of Evil. As I said in
really?
the first
Only
layer,
two?
you have a max of 4 power-ups a round, but weirdly, Shadows of Evil is the only map which has a limit of 2 power-ups per round.
Really? I'd never even noticed that.
There is Andraha,
Only 2, and there's no explanation. Just that's it.
Rocket and Dogs. To activate the rocket on Darius Andraha, a power-up must appear. The rocket will go off for the first time
Yeah.
when a power-up
This was a huge deal, and I put this in my Easter egg guide because it's like the fact that you can just spawn a power up and get the rocket test going. It just makes the map so much more better.
appears, then there is roughly a 2 minutes cooldown. Once the
Yeah.
cooldown is done, any power-up will activate it. Even using a gun that makes power-ups spawn works as well. If you
Yeah.
teleport during a dog round on Darius Andraha, the dog's health will never increase. It is a bit buggy as not every dog
Oh, I never knew that. Wow.
will have locked
There's
health,
so
but
many
most
little
of them
tips
will.
and
It was a
tricks
bit
in
hard
these
to make an
maps.
entire
Wow.
section about these 2 individual tricks as they remain pretty simple, but since
That is
they are
very
still
simple,
used and
but it's
important
very
for
important.
speedruns and high rounds, I think it is still important to include them.
Map voting's back in Black Ops 6. Let's go, bro. That's
Stamina
what I
up
love
or
to hear.
Deadshot on the Giant.
Yeah.
The Giant has a few
The golden
differences
giant
with the
perk.
Reese, one of them being the addition of a random between Deadshot or Stamina Up being placed on the left side of spawn room. Obviously, Deadshot is useless, so players will restart until they get Stamina Up, but knowing without a trick if it's Deadshot or Stamina Up would be a pain, because it
Thank God that I don't even think this was intended. Like the fact that it
requires
was
to get a gumball which shows which perk is in
Yeah.
the game, or if you're playing without Mega Gumballs, you will need to make the 3 monkeys and teleporters step or pick up a perk bottle. What players will do instead if they're playing on PC
It's just
is
see
to
if the
tweak
perk
texture
machine's
settings
peeking
and
out.
see if there's a
Yeah.
weird black texture by the perk, and if it's the case, then it means it is Stamina Up. If
Yeah.
not, it's Deadshot.
Yeah.
Mouse sensitivity bug. On Black Ops 3 PC, for some reason,
You can't see it on 360. You have to teleport. Oh, that sucks.
there's a weird bug that
Yeah,
happens
it makes sense just because I mean the last gen looks
for
not
mouse and
good.
keyboard players. When you have a mouse that has a refresh rate of 1000 Hz and you have been playing for several hours, the game will randomly reduce your sensitivity. The reason
I get this all the time, bro, when I do high rounds. Yeah, it'll half your sensitivity is the actual case cuz I'll have my sensitivity at 1.5 and then I'll be playing for a couple of hours then I'm like, "Oh, why is it so slow?" But then I bump it up 2 times to 3 and it fixes it.
reason is
doesn't make any
unknown, but it
sense.
forces players to reduce their
On
mouse
high
refresh
rounds, no, it doesn't matter what round you're on. It's just after a certain amount of time playing.
rate to 500
It's just
Hz.
random.
CI
Yeah.
error. Widow's Wine can be considered
had
one
that
of the
so
most
often.
OP perks on Black Ops 3. This perk has a problem
Yeah,
though.
Widow's
After a
is goated.
certain amount of time the perk triggers, your game will crash. Not
Yep.
only that, but it is also the case if you keep on holding and cancelling your grenade with or without Widow's Wine.
It's because it's too many animations all at once. Any burst of animations and zombies usually ends up in crashes.
Widow's Wine is very OP to help a player survive, but it's
Yeah.
not very good if the main goal is to go as fast as possible,
Yeah.
because you don't want slow zombies to mess up the speed of your strategy,
That's
and you
true.
don't want to crash as well. That
Oh, rough connection interrupted here.
crash is called the CI error. This error can
Yeah.
happen with a lot of triggers too, like breaking windows on Moon, damaging the napalm as soon as it gets out of the ground on Shangri-La, or
Yeah.
using the gauntlet on Gorod Krovi. On Darius Andraha, it is
Yeah, that's why nobody uses Gauntlet for high rounds. Like past like round 80, I don't see most people running that Gauntlet.
also possible to
sad,
get this error
but
by
it's such a cool specialist weapon too.
slamming the Ragnarok DG4 too much, but
Right.
the exact reason and details are unknown. About the napalm, for instance, this prevents players from using fireworks on Shangri-La because it could damage the napalm as soon as it spawns, which would crash the game. Back in
Oh, I never knew that. Okay.
the days, this error would also happen when the game was open and active for about 70 to 75 hours. What
Right.
active means is the game running without having the console in rest mode or running another application instead. On
Right.
PC, it would be the same if you don't suspend the application, but it was based on the amount of FPS you had. If you played at 30 FPS, you would actually have double the amount of time you would have on console. And if you played at 120 FPS, you would have half the amount of time. This was a huge issue, especially for PC players, because who would want to play 140 hours at 30 FPS? Thankfully, this bug has been fixed and it is now
Many people in 2013 beg to differ, let me tell you.
possible to play the game with any frame rate until reset.
Yeah.
Black Ops 4 Insta-kill rounds.
I
Insta-kill
forgot BO4 has insta-kill rounds, but most people will never see them.
rounds are known to be a thing on World at War and Black Ops 1. Strangely enough, they are also a thing on Black Ops 4, but only in hardcore and realistic modes. Another
Right.
strange thing, zombies seem to remain stuck behind barriers. In normal mode, the zombies' health caps at around 35, making them easy to kill for the entire game. In hardcore,
That's wild that the max health cap in BO4 is 35. Like, that's so low, to be honest.
the insta-kill rounds start on round 163, just like Black Ops 1. However, they do not have the same pattern. You can see on the screen the known insta-kill rounds. There is a major difference though. Past round 362, it seems like every single round is insta-kill. Also,
Like, the game's fully broken, bruh.
during insta-kill rounds, zombies are
Oh,
not able to come
man.
out of windows where it's possible to put
You
barricades
just have
down.
to
Depending
shield.
on the map, it can be a good thing, like on 9 or Ancient Evil, but also a bad thing, making these rounds slow like on Blood of the Dead. These insta-kill rounds also happen in realistic mode starting on 81, during rounds you can see on the screen. Realistic has double the amount of zombies of hardcore, so technically, you have to kill as many zombies in both hardcore and realistic to reach insta-kill
But what does it matter when they're literally round 1 health? you know?
rounds.
Like,
The
who
permanent insta-kill
cares?
round start is not known yet because players did not reach that round.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't even know. That's crazy. Nobody's gotten past like round 500 on Black Ops 4, I think.
Cold War round limit.
Oh,
We
the
talked
Cold
about the
Wars
round
is
limit on Black Ops 2 and
925.
Black Ops 3,
Yeah.
but what about Cold War? Cold War has a round limit of 935, with the same behavior as Black Ops 2 and Black Ops 3. If you finish round 935, it will start round 935 again, instead of going to round 936. For Outbreak mode, there is no round limit, but like Black Ops 4, a round reset happens at round 1024. It goes back to round 0, then round 1 for round 1025, and so on.
Just anybody who's gotten to round 1025 on Outbreak, God bless your poor soul. Please. Oh
You
my
just
gosh.
finished the second
Hey,
layer, but that was
second layer
only just
done.
below the surface
Let's
of the
go.
water, which means if you
got
know
3
about all
more.
of this, you probably played or watched a good amount of zombies. But
I knew a pretty good amount of that, to be honest. So yeah, that's pretty good. The next 3 layers.
now starts the
not
real
so
deal,
much.
with the third
Yeah.
layer, the bottom of the iceberg.
Bottom of the iceberg. Oh my gosh. Yeah, there's some crazy ones in this.
Box error. Reset
box
is one of the
error is a
main
classic.
reasons why a game stops when going for a high round and a very long game. But errors
You can only hit the box so many times on the older
can
games.
also end the game on some maps. The first one I will talk about is the box error. This happens only on Black Ops 1 and is the second main reason why games end when it's not a reset. So, what is a box error? If you haven't noticed yet, the name of the error contains the word box. This is because the error is mainly related to the mystery box. After a certain amount of box hits, the game will crash. This amount changes depending on a lot of factors. The first factor is the
Right when you're about to grab it, too.
map.
Oh,
On Knockdown
that's so
Totten, you'll be able to reach
devious.
about 4,890 hits before crashing, while on Call of the
Right.
Dead, it will be near 3,750 box hits. The second
It starts drastically lowering because the map started becoming more advanced from World at War II.
factor is the amount of zombies on the map. You
Right.
will be able to get a lot more box hits with 1 zombie on the map than with 24 zombies on the map.
That's interesting.
Third factor is traps. It has been discovered that using a lot of traps during a game can reduce box hits by a lot. As an example, on Ascension, some people erred with 3,300 box hits, while the box error without using traps is actually closer to 4,600 hits. On the Reese, it is also making a huge difference, the lowest error being at 2,000 hits in co-op. Fourth factor is shooting and explosives. A lot of people believe that using explosives
Explosives in the older games, they just cause so many errors. Yeah. Makes
is
so
what
much
causes
sense.
crashes, while
Yep.
it's actually
I'm
not
back
true,
with a
except
raid!
on Moon, Call of the Dead, and
Yo,
Shangri-La,
that's good,
but I will
y'all.
explain that later on. Explosives
Welcome on in.
and shooting are actually triggers.
Yeah, welcome on in. We got literally 4 hours left of this iceberg. I'm committed to finish this entire thing today. So far, it's been really good. The first 2 layers, I've known pretty much everything, man.
As an example, you won't crash by using explosives with 100 box hits. However, the closer you get to theoretical box error, the higher are the chances you'll crash by using an explosive on the horde. It's only an
Right.
issue if you damage the horde though. If you kill zombies using explosives during insta-kill rounds, for instance, or if your explosives don't touch the horde,
No, that's so sad, bro.
it's fine. Explosives and shooting the horde also make it worse for the error when the box is open. Fifth factor is the amount of times the box moves. A teddy bear out of the box will not have as much impact on the box error than any other weapon. Box error is the reason why the solo records for Knockdown Totten and Call of the Dead are so low. To be able to reach insta-kill rounds on Knockdown Totten, you would need an average of about 10 hits per Thanagon, while you have 23 weapons in the box.
And it's crazy because even with the new VR11 strat, yeah, simply just because of the way the mystery box is on Call of the Dead, it's still difficult.
Round
Like,
100 on Call of the Dead was out of reach until now because
Yeah.
you don't have an insta-kill weapon except the VR11,
Except the
which kills
VR11.
only one zombie
Yeah.
per one zombie, meaning you needed about 20 VR11 to complete the round 90 plus. I said until now, and you'll understand why later in the video. This error only happens on World at War and Black Ops 1 though. The real explanation behind the box error is actually due to threads being started and not being stopped, and the number of
Oh,
viables a thread
interesting.
holds. This is what happens with the box, and even though not all of the code has been checked, probably what happens with everything that reduces the box error.
So they fixed that in BO2 then. So that also means that in a way that a lot of World at War and BO1 maps are like fully capped in my opinion.
Non-legit custom textures.
That's pretty interesting.
I talked previously
yeah,
of
these
custom
ones aren't
textures and
legit.
how they were allowed by the
the whole map is visible, bro. Look
community.
at that.
However, some people attempted
Oh
to
my
exploit the
gosh.
modification of textures to their advantage. When you run through an electric trap, you'll see an electric effect on your screen. It is possible to remove this effect by replacing the texture in the
And see, it's interesting because in BO6, right, we're getting a whole new like cannon trap. Like, how is that gonna work as well? Like, is that gonna be insta kill? Bro, if a cannon trap isn't insta kill, yet this tiny beam of electricity is, what the frick are we doing, bro?
game files with a black
What are we
image, which will
doing?
give you a huge advantage on maps where you run through traps, like in other
Like, if this is insta kill and the big cannon in the trailer isn't, I'm gonna be upset.
Totem, 5, or
I'm
the
gonna
Reese.
be
I mentioned
upset,
electric
bro.
trap effect textures, but it can go as far
Oh
as
my
removing
gosh.
entire map textures to be
Dude, there's no leaves in the map. Dude, Numa looks like a ghost town without leaves.
able to
What
see
the
zombies
heck?
more easily, like on Shinonuma. It's pretty simple to say no to these textures, as it's obviously an attempt to make a map easier. Some other
Yeah.
textures are harder to have an opinion on. If you take Zewer's custom textures
Queso zombie might not be able to die from it. I agree. He's packing.
for Shinonuma
He's
as an example,
packing.
it changed zombies' clothes textures to
Oh
make
my
them match the
gosh.
color of the map,
Shinonuma looks like a snow map, bro.
which doesn't give players an advantage. But it's
Look
easy
at
to
this.
change these textures to make it all pink or
Not
light
you
green,
today,
and in
every
that
day,
case
man.
you'll be able to see zombies much better. But is it really an issue though? High-skilled players could just play the same game without these controversial textures and still compete. But it
Right.
wouldn't be really fair since it can still catch your eyes on a zombie you wouldn't
I never say it's fair because it's like you have to play on the same grounds as console players, and console players can't just swap in and out in textures, you know? So I do kind of agree with that.
have code
You happy about set characters? I really am.
otherwise.
That's
This
a
isn't
huge
really a
W.
debate for zombies community since people do whatever they want, but if a game was played with these controversial textures, zombies community would definitely get into endless debates.
Yeah.
Drop
Yeah,
and
I
gun
agree.
cycles. Back in the days, players thought that power-ups were given to the player randomly, but it's not the case.
No.
Well, it is the case, but
It's a process of elimination, but it is random once you figure them out.
it's limited to an extent. Actually,
Yeah.
the game will get all the power-ups available for the map and put them into a list and shuffle that list. Let's take Verruct on Black Ops 1. You have 5 drops available: Insta-kill, double points, nuke, max ammo, and carpenter. When you spawn on the map, the list I talked about previously will be randomized, which means that when you kill a zombie, you are able to get any of the 5 drops I mentioned before, except the carpenter if you don't have 4 windows or less opened on the map. So back to the list. Let's say I get the double points first. That means I can't get the double points anymore until I got all other drops for the given list, which means I have to get insta-kill, nuke, max ammo, and carpenter if it's available. Now, keep that in mind until you get all the drops from the list. What will the game do? Well, if you finish the given list, the game will get all the possible drops you can get from the map and make another list, and repeat each time you get all the drops possible on
See, it's so interesting how the power-ups have such an in-depth list system, yet the mystery box is just, oh, random. Oh, here's the PM63. Oh, friggin' here you go.
the map. This is
You
what
know,
is
like,
called the drop cycle. Some
it's
people
just
were confused
ridiculous.
about the fact they were able to get 2 of the same power-ups in a row. That simply means the last power-up of the cycle was the same as the first power-up of the
Right.
next cycle. This is also used in the middle of the game to know quickly when the drop cycle started. This is one of the most useful things to know about in zombies when you're going for a record. The
I agree, because it literally can allow you to get better power-ups that increase so much time. Like getting an insta-kill, a double insta-kill.
use case can be very
It's
different.
huge.
On Verruct, for instance,
Huge.
you spend the early runs camping in the kitchen or speed cola zone depending on the high run strategy you're running, which
Yeah.
means you only have 2 windows open, therefore no carpenter drop. Knowing when your drop cycle starts and when it ends is important to know when you're likely to get your max ammo or an insta-kill, etc. As an example, if you're low on ammo and you got every power up in your cycle except max ammo, then you know the next drop you'll get will be a max ammo, which means you can hope for it to drop. Another use case is manipulation of the drop cycle.
I understand why it took so long for people to understand that concept, like getting drop cycles and getting certain power-ups in a row, because it was very confusing. But now when you understand it's only 4 around, it makes so much more sense.
If you already had your max ammo at the start of the cycle, you know you won't be able to get it until your cycle is done, which means you have to be careful about your ammo usage until you reach the end of the cycle. And also, it means you have to force power-ups to drop if you want to have a chance to get another max ammo. Final case is abusing the drop cycle. On some maps, you can force the game to give you a full cycle per round. On Black Ops 1 Shangri-La, this is used to be able to play the map as long as possible without running out of ammo, saving a lot of time and making the game easier for the player. The baby gun is the wonder weapon.
This is an interesting strat. I might do a Shang BO1 round 100 if this is all you have to do. Just go back and forth.
Of the map. It's turning the zombies into babies, so you can kill them easily with a Semtex, or you can even walk on them. It has a lot of ammo when pack-a-punched, and if you get a max ammo per round, you can play to about round 109 without having to trade out the weapon. How to force that to happen then? Well, you can get up to 4 drops a round, and the lowest amount of drop you can get per cycle on Black Ops 1 Shangri-La is 4, as long as you don't let carpenters and fire sales happen. For carpenters, it's pretty simple, we just have to not let 5 windows or more open. For fire sales, that means you can only hit the box a couple of times to get your baby gun, between 4 and 8, before it moves. Final step is to get your drop cycle synced.
So fast. I mean, dang, maybe Shang isn't as bad as I thought, man. Someone make a cursed Shang map? Sheesh, I'm on it.
Up with the rounds. What does that mean? When the round starts, you must have the drop cycle starting. When the round ends, you must have gotten all 4 power-ups from the cycle. Obviously, if you had to restart until it happened to have the perfect game, that would be a pain, so you can also force that to happen. You can let carpenters spawn to shift the cycle. If your cycle was starting 2 power-ups after you started the round, that means you need to get 2 carpenters to make it perfect. If it started 1 power-up after you started the round, that means you need 3.
It's unreal, because like carpenters just mess up the drop cycle so bad in BO1. It's just because they suck, man. Do you think there will be a mastery camo for BO6? Oh,
if you had 3 after you started the round, you need 1.
It'll probably be sick. The Cold War ones were phenomenal.
Of course, this is by taking into account
my head is
you
about
always
to
get
be, bro, I'm about to be the Google database of zombies knowledge.
Drops around, which is not always the case. Sometimes you can be unlucky and get less than 4, which has less chance to happen the higher the round since you kill more zombies, therefore increasing the chances to get power-ups. To finish on that part, what's valid about the drop cycle is also valid for gumballs. On Black Ops 3, you can get gumballs from the machines. These gumballs follow the exact same logic as power-ups. It's actually more useful than a drop cycle. The example I gave before about knowing...
Yeah, it's so interesting that the power-up and the gobblegum like formula are basically the same. It's so true. They're basically the same. Yet the biggest mechanic I would say in zombies, the mystery box, it's just freaking random. They just don't care. They're just like, here you go. Here's a weapon.
When you'll be guaranteed to get the max ammo.
And it's even worse on Cold War, because when everything's fully random and you have like 5 different variations of every gun with every rarity, how the frick are you gonna get the wonder weapon, bro?
Was your next drop can be applied for gumballs too. If you tried both cycles, you can also time it to not have to use, for instance, an alchemical antithesis if you know you are about to get the max ammo from the drop cycle. Gumball cycle is important no matter what, because you also have strategies where you only use AATs, meaning the only thing that matters in cycles are gumballs able to get you out of a bad situation, like in plain sight, anywhere but here, or other gumballs like Lucky Crit. Let's say you got alchemical antithesis from the previous cycle, and you keep hitting the gumball machine until you reach 4 out of 5 in your cycle. If your last gumball is also alchemical antithesis, that means you don't have to worry about ammo for a long moment, since it means you're able to hold one and you're guaranteed to get another.
Yeah, you're guaranteed to get it. That was the nicest part about it. It was like the drop cycle, but it was way more manipulated because you were able to choose when you wanted it or not.
The one,
not just like drops.
The next time you'll hit the machine. I hope you understood the logic behind the cycles and how important they are for any type of player, from speedrunners to high-room players to first-room players. Right. Unique weapons. As most people know, some weapons are obtainable by only one player at a time, like the thunder gun, the wave gun, the baby gun, origin staff, etc. Some weapons aren't very known to be unique as well. This includes matryoshkas, ballistic knives, and crossbow on Black Ops 1. This is...
Yeah, it's weird that only one player can have these.
Useful to know when you're playing maps like Knockdown Total and Black Ops 1 in co-op.
You think I'm being a guest to the Going Dark podcast? Yeah, absolutely, bro. I would love to go on
co-op. If the other player holds the ballistic knives and the crossbow, that means the player trading the thunder gun to get it back in the box will have more chances to get it at each box hit, since there will be 2 weapons less in the box. It's used on every trade map on Black Ops 1 and Black Ops 3, and even survival maps on Black Ops 2.
Dude, split screen knocked around 100 on BO1. This is mad. What the frick am I
Fast
watching?
shooting. Fast
Oh, the
shooting
fast
refers to an
shooting ray
exploit
gun,
of cancel reload
yes.
while shooting on wall.
Bro, I remember when this came out. This was like 4 or 5 years ago now. And like, bro, this was ridiculous. You
All
excited
that were
for
Black
Doom?
Ops 1
Yeah,
and Black
Doom
Ops
looks
2.
great.
You have two ways of
Look
doing
at that. All the bullets are out in an instant. Just look at that.
cancel reload and sprint,
Like,
which will
what
stop
the
your reload and you will be
frick?
able to shoot instantly. Reload and switch weapons until you get the weapon you had back in your hands. For that exploit, only the second way is important.
You can use it with the scavenger too. I didn't even notice that.
Reloading and switching weapons will reset the current fire rate of the weapon you're holding. That means if you're doing it fast enough, you will be able to bypass the maximum RPM of a weapon. That
Right.
exploit was mostly used for not infinite damage weapons.
Dude, yeah, and this was the first technical round 100 solo on BO2 Nuketown Zombies, but people didn't count it because he had to use this fast ray gun glitch to even get it.
Like the
you
ray
know?
gun.
But look at it in practice.
This
It
was
looks
insanely
crazy.
powerful on maps where you're using the ray gun for
Wow.
early rounds and survival maps
My
in Black Ops 2.
gosh.
However, it has been banned by a part of the community,
Yeah.
even though some people still like using it, but it's still controversial.
Chat, do you guys think it's worthy of a ban? I don't think it should be worthy of a ban if it's the only way to get the round 100, you know? I mean, on certain maps, yeah, but like on farm and Nuketown and town, I don't know, man.
So the issue is not everyone is able to do it, or not as good
That's the truth, yeah, and that I understand.
as each other. There are a
Yeah.
few problems with this exploit. How fast you'll be able to shoot depends on many factors. First one is hardware. If you're playing with a
Yeah, and also anybody who has those scripts usually use a script, and using a script is, again, not allowed.
controller, you will never be able to do it as fast as if you are using a mouse and the mouse wheel to switch weapons and reload
Yeah.
at the same time.
Well, and most people don't do this. They just set the binds on a script and run the script. And so, yeah, that's obviously cheating.
Which can be done by binding these controls in the config file. Even between mice, you can have a very high or low fire rate. With a free scroll wheel, you can scroll
So
once and let it do the
crazy
job
how
for you
insane
while
that
you
is.
focus on shooting, because you can
Yeah.
use some custom binds in the config file to bind both reload and switch on the same button. Second one is, again, hardware. The fire rate you can reach is actually capped by the amount of FPS you have. Someone with a PC which can run the game at 90 FPS won't be able to shoot as fast as someone who can run the game at 250 FPS.
Dang. So, yeah, that literally, like, segregates this tactic to, like, the 0.01% of people who have a really good PC. That kind of sucks. I agree. I get that.
Last issue is a software related issue. There's no way to tell if someone is doing the manipulation manually or with a macro. If you consider the possibility of someone using an external program like Razer Synapse to run a macro and do the fast shooting manipulation, then it becomes very hard to know what to allow in terms of external programs that can influence gameplay. These reasons are why it has and sometimes still is a controversy among the zombies community. Two games which were done with fast shooting at the time are considered invalid or not, depending on people's opinion. The first game is Ascension 240 on Black Ops 1 Solo by Ferret, which also used the Health Bar program, while
The boy just speaking in third person. God,
record
love
being
it.
244 today. Second game is Nuketown Run 100 on Black Ops 2 Solo by Chris Voltage, all record
Right,
being 96
yeah.
otherwise. Most people agreed on banning fast shooting, but sometimes it remains a debate in the community.
Imagine going all the way to round 100 with this fast shooting tactic. It takes like 100 hours, and somebody's like, "Nah, I don't agree with that. That 100 hours you just waste. I don't agree with that. That's
Explosive
freaking crazy, bro.
damages increasing through rounds.
Oh my
Explosives are known to be powerful in zombies, but did you know the damages are not always that strong? Actually,
Fast shooting thunder gun. See, that's the thing. If it had more than 4 bullets in the clip, fully upgraded, it would be crazy.
all explosives in the game, except the Scavenger, the M16 grenade launcher, the Channel Lake, and Semtex on Black Ops 1, do damage based on the round. As an example, the ray gun has base damage of about 1000, and it adds a random between 0 and 100 multiplied by the current round. This is the reason why claymores are so powerful in high rounds, and it's also why George on Call of the Dead dies faster from explosive damage the higher the round.
I didn't even realize that. What the heck? Like, in this 1.5 hours, I'm gonna become the Google database of COD Zombies knowledge, bro. Just ask me, and I'll freaking remember it, bro.
Plug in controller to
Oh
avoid
my
knife lunge.
gosh.
On Black Ops 1 PC, when you don't plug in a controller, you can have knife lunge, which is when your knife does a different animation to get close to the zombie. It can be annoying, especially when you're trying to avoid getting hit by zombies and
OG
to avoid
knife
picking up
lunge
power-ups
is so
instantly.
bad.
Because sometimes you want to wait a little bit before
Will you oil up on BO6 release day? I might
the
have
zombie
to,
you're
bro.
knifing,
Sheesh.
but the camera knife assist will still be active. M16 grenade launcher is broken. The M16, when pack-a-punched, becomes automatic and gets a grenade launcher attachment. That grenade launcher, for some reason, has a bigger range than any other explosive in the game.
Yep. Yeah, and that's why it's used for the transit trap.
making it probably the best wall weapon for Call of the Dead co-op and insta-kill rounds in general.
It's the best wall weapon in transit too. It literally is. Who would have thought? The M16.
Movements in zombies. On any type of speedruns, movements always play a major part to have optimized trajectories at the highest speed possible. Call of Duty game's engine is based on Quake 3, which means it has the same bugs and exploits that can be used to move faster.
I didn't even know that it was based on Quake 3. That's interesting.
Before I start talking about the techniques, it is important to mention that each game has what player would call speed weapons, which are weapons with the highest mobility in the game. On World at War, only the M1911 is considered a speed weapon. On Black
Oh, that's crazy. It's only the starting pistol in World at War. I didn't realize. Every other game after, it's the MP5.
Ops 1, there are multiple speed weapons.
Yeah.
The MPL, the PM63, the
Yeah.
dual-wield CZ75s, the ballistic knives, and the Spectre. The dual-wield
Really? I feel like the MP5 is the lightest weapon, though, is it not?
CZ75 and the ballistic knife also have a 10% bonus for sprint duration. On Black Ops
I
2,
didn't
there are
know.
only 3. The ballistic knife, the MP5, and the Chicom CQB. In
Right.
other games, spin weapons are not as important. First, I will talk about the most obvious one, which is slide cancelling. On Black Ops 3, if you slide, then jump,
Yeah, I'll definitely check out that Salmon Abs video. I'll hit him up and see if he's alright with that. That would be cool, though.
slide again and repeat. This will make you move as fast as when you sprint and won't cost you any stamina, making you move extremely fast around the map. The second technique is also well known, strafe jumps, but I will talk about the
Oh
addition
my
of bunny
gosh.
hopping, and I will
That was such a clean strafe jump. The strafe jumps in BO1 to Reese, oh, were just so iconic.
literally quote Wikipedia on
So
this one as it
iconic.
gives a good and detailed explanation. The controls are typically as follows. The player holds the move forward key, accelerating to the maximum walking speed. The player jumps and simultaneously starts holding either
Dude, this clip, I'm trying to recreate this on Die Rise Remastered, the way you're able to hit parkour so effortlessly with the BO2 system.
the strafe left or
I
the strafe
really
right
want to
key,
make
in addition
sure
to
this
the move
is
forward key.
intact.
While airborne,
so
the player
clean.
moves the mouse slowly in the direction they're strafing. This
Yeah.
turns the character and directs the acceleration to an angle that lets the player break the speed cap to prevent
Yeah.
speed loss from
That's crazy. He just strafed that. What the frick?
ground friction. The player immediately
Wow.
jumps again on landing. Strafe jumping this
Dang.
way will slowly curve the player's trajectory, so to compensate, the player can switch the direction of strafing and mouse movements to the opposite direction.
Dude, they're playing a whole other game, man. They're playing a whole other game.
Done correctly and continuously, this will
frick?
gradually increase
Look
the
at
player's
this.
speed. Mastering this technique requires much practice.
Wow.
Sustained strafe jumping is mainly a matter of muscle memory, as both the record range
Dude, he hits that? There's no way.
and precision of mouse movements increase as the player builds up speed. Third technique is what I will call slow bumping. This technique
What the
is
frick?
done
Bro, yeah, that's some CS surfing level of precision right there, for real. Like, I have like 500 hours on CSGO. I'm not even that good, bro.
mainly on Black Ops 1
That's
and is the
crazy.
result of a jump followed by a bunny hopping on a slope surface. This will add an horizontal force in the direction the player was moving, significantly increasing the player's speed while conserving stamina. This is used a lot on Kenoder Toten, Ascension, and the Reese. Fourth one is called
Look at that, bro. He's just chain hopping, bro. It's basically like their version of bee hopping for zombies, man.
wall running. Here, we are not talking about the Black Ops 3 movement involving actually running with feet on the wall, but a
Right.
technique using the wall to boost speed. I will quote the Quake's fandom on this one to explain
You can do it on BO2 as well, I think.
it. This is accomplished by standing next to a smooth wall and sprinting
Right.
parallel to it. The player must then aim very slightly towards the wall and strafe into it. For example, if the
Oh.
wall was on the right of the player, they will look slightly right and hold D to move right, while, of course, holding W and sprint.
Bro, what the frick? It's like he's moving with stamina up in World at War.
Similarly,
What the
if the
heck?
wall was on the left of the player, they will look slightly left so they are facing towards the wall,
What the heck? This is beyond me,
and
bro.
hold W, A, and sprint. This technique
What
can
the
also be
heck?
done while crouching or walking. Fifth and last technique is called ground strafing, or what people call screen shaking. This is
Oh, I'd be doing the screen shakes, no lie.
accomplished by strafing in the direction
Yeah.
you're rotating your camera, which means you
It
can go
works.
faster if you alternate between left and right strafing,
It makes you go faster, and it makes it harder for the zombies to hit you. I guarantee you, it's true.
while moving
Yeah.
your camera left and right as well. A
Yeah,
Call of
like,
Duty
look at this.
speedrunner named
Look at that.
Sado made a Black Ops 1 movement guide,
Oh my-
which I recommend everyone to watch as it is
Sheesh.
detailed and very well explained. You can find the
Wow.
link in the description.
I gotta check these out for sure.
Advanced
That
spawn
was
controls.
nasty.
I talked about simple spawn controls in the first layer, and I'm now back to talk about advanced spawn controls. What I said in the first layer is that zombies will simply spawn in the zone you are in, and in zones next to the current zone. But this is not always true and accurate for every situation. A zone is not always limited by a door. If you take Shangri-La, opening the zone which contains M16 and Semtex will actually unlock two separate zones.
Right, because that area is kind of a weird room. It's basically like 2 rooms in one.
One being M16 room, the
Right.
other being Semtex room. When standing in Semtex, zombies will come from the AK room if it's open, and the M16 room. When in the M16 room, zombies will come from the power room if it's open, and the Semtex room. Mob of the Dead's cafeteria is another good example. When standing in the backside of the room, zombies will spawn from only 3 windows in the cafeteria. Another thing is special zombies spawn controls. The most known is Revelation Strategy, which consists in standing close to the wall on the right side of the box at Verog's kitchen, close to the trap switch, which will make zombies come from only 2 windows without activating the special enemy spawns.
And you're able to also, if a Panzer does spawn like right behind you, because that does happen, you can just throw him up with the DGs, which is so
There
nice.
is, depending on where a player is standing, dogs will have different spawns. As an example, if all players stand in the back of the Thompson room and the debris at the top of the stairs are closed, dogs will only spawn in the room. On Moon's No Man's Land, if the player stands at the teleporter, no dog will be spawning anymore.
You're absolutely right, Mount. Call of the Dead spawn control literally made history this year. Yeah, it's true. Like, spawn control is absolutely everything in zombies.
There are a ton of advanced spawn controls, and the video isn't only about this.
Yeah.
But this shows that spawn controls can be much more than just making zombies spawn in 2 or 3 rooms, and we did not even talk about the last type of spawn control. Fast knifing. Fast knifing is a
Oh,
technique used to
yeah.
knife a lot faster on World at War, Black Ops 1 and Black Ops 2.
I would even say this is in BO4, especially with like the specialist weapons. Fast knifing is a huge thing with the specialists.
2 different ways can be used to fast knife. First is doable only on PC. You must
Right.
hold a semi-automatic weapon, shoot once and hold the shoot button. While holding that button, you can then press the melee button multiple times, but you will not be able to switch weapons or sprint. Second is doable on any platform and with any weapon. To do it, you simply must have an empty clip. Then, the inputs must be the following: knife, switch weapons until you get the first weapon back in your hands,
Look how fast it is,
knife
bro.
and repeat.
It's like
This
two-
has an
it's like 2 or
advantage
3
since you
knives
are
a
able to sprint
second.
between melee,
Like,
making
what
this
the
the most
heck?
optimal way to fastly knife between multiple zombies across a room.
How is that even
Crossbow
possible?
timing. The upgraded crossbow is known to be extremely useful for high rounds as it is used as a distraction weapon and, unlike monkeys, it can be used instantly. It is usually being used wrong even by experienced players. What a lot of players do when they get stuck and use the crossbow is simply spamming. That sounds good on paper because that means zombies will go instantly on the next crossbow bolt as soon as one explodes. But it is actually the worst way to use that weapon. First,
Well, it's because you're taking so much damage, man.
a lot of players tend to use the crossbow only when they get stuck, which lets zombies hit them a few times before the crossbow actually activates, which of course will make the players go down. The first correct way to use it is by shooting when you can anticipate a situation being a little bit sketchy. Obviously you don't want to shoot all your ammo unless you need to, but you will always use less ammo by anticipating than by spamming because you get stuck all the time. Of course,
It's just never a good idea to spam in this game. It uses too much memory. You could die. Like, it's not it.
sometimes
It's
you
not
can
worth it.
still get stuck. When this happens, you must not panic and still use the crossbow correctly. When you shoot the first bolt, you must wait until it's about to explode to shoot the next one. When doing this, you
Specifically for 5 high rounds, oh yeah, you have to use this timing, or else you'll just get bullied. You'll just immediately die.
have much more chances to get away from zombies, and this also lets you time to think where to shoot to get zombies away from you.
Timing
Mule
is
Kick
everything.
weapon order. Mule Kick is one of the most useful perks in zombies as it lets players carry multiple weapons. However, some people may see a downside to it, losing one of your weapons when you lose the perk. In high rounds, it can also be an issue if the weapon you lose is a wonder weapon, for instance, but it is possible to predict which weapon you will lose. The way weapons work is by using slots. You can see that as an inventory. Mule Kick simply gives you an extra inventory slot. Let's say you start a game, buy the M14, then hit the box a couple times, get the Thunder Gun, and replace the M14. That means only the second slot was changed. Your first weapons remains the M1911 and the second weapon is the Thunder Gun. Now,
I had to really understand this basically when Mule Kick came into the game, because it was so confusing where you'd have 2 weapons, right, that you pick up, you buy Mule Kick, get a 3rd weapon, and then you lose the weapon in weapon slot 1, and you'd be like, what the frick is just happening, right? That's why, to me, just signifying where the weapon was with the Mule Kick, to me, just should have happened right from Moon and BO1.
Now, let's say you buy Mule Kick, buy the MPL,
This is
and
just
trade your
so
M1911
confusing.
for a ray gun. That
Yeah.
won't change the slots.
Yeah.
Since you simply replaced your M1911 with a ray gun, the
Yeah.
first slot will be occupied by a ray gun and the third slot by the MPL. Meaning, if you go down, you will lose the MPL or any weapon which replaced it. Sadly, it's not always that simple.
Yeah.
When you buy the Bowie knife or the sickle and you have Mule Kick, the weapon slots will change.
That is so dumb. That, like, Why, Treyarch?
It's not possible to predict at 100% which weapon becomes
You can tell what your weapon order is using the pap machine. That is true, but also if you play a map where it doesn't have double pap, you're cooked.
first, second, and third. However, there is a trick which can be used to find your weapon order at any point in the game. When you put a weapon in the pack-a-punch, the game will put the first weapon you have in your hands. So if you pack-a-punch your first weapon, it will give you your second weapon. If you pack-a-punch your second or third weapon, it will give you your first weapon in your hands. When you know this, you can easily find what your weapon order is by pack-a-punching two weapons. Let's say you have the MPL, the ray gun, and the Tanagun in this order, but you lost your weapon order. If you put
That's true. What map that doesn't have pap do you use mule? That's very true. That's very true. Most don't. But, I mean, for BO3, you kind of use it with AATs
the
and all
Tanagun
that.
in the pack-a-punch, it will give you the MPL back in your hands. That means the MPL is either your second
I would say mule kick on BO4 is completely worthless. Like, you just get the Helion Salvo. You need nothing else.
or first weapon, and you're guaranteed to never lose it. Now, let's say you pack-a-punch the MPL. It will give you the ray gun back in your hands. That means the ray gun is either the first or second weapon. Since when you switch weapons, the ray gun is after the MPL, you can tell that the MPL is your first weapon and the ray gun is your second weapon. Sleep in co-op high rounds. I talked about
Yeah, bro. I've seen so many videos online of people being like, bro, tie the elastic around your controller. Make sure the square button is clicked so that you're constantly rebuilding the barriers. It works, but the thing is some games after have figured out ways to like stop this, and I'm just glad that server pause ended up being in the game after.
reset being very important in zombies because it's the main reason why games end. But since you cannot really use the pause button in co-op except on Black Ops 4 and Cold War, how does that
modern
work for
CODs
other
did
games?
fix
On
this.
World at
Yeah,
War,
it's
pausing
true.
became possible only thanks to the arrival of plutonium, which lets a player quit so the host can pause. This will not count towards reset time, which means you do not have to worry about the amount of pauses you do. Just like World at War, players can also quit and rejoin on both Black Ops 2 and Black Ops 3, meaning reset is not an issue. Black Ops 1 is a whole different story. To be able to sleep in a co-op game, you must hold a single zombie at the window
What the frick is this?
and keep something on your key or your button to keep on rebuilding the window. This is a problem because the time spent sleeping still counts towards reset time. So
Yeah, and that's why I don't think the world records for 2-player or anything will ever be anything but just continuous gameplay, which is insane. 70 hours of continuous gameplay. 3 days straight of zombies, pretty much.
avoid losing too much time sleeping,
Mad.
players will attempt
Mad.
to sleep less. Depending on players, it can be about 15 hours during a 7
Sleep meta. There's literally a meta in this game to sleep, like brother. They need to fix this for newer games. They
hours
need
game. For people who want to push themselves, it can be only 5 hours. The lowest amount of time for pauses is 5 hours and 13 minutes, which means sleep and pauses, sleeping only 4 hours and 30 minutes. And
So you're getting 4 hours of sleep a night for 3 days. So that's 16 hours of sleep in 3 days. I would cry by the end of it, bro.
yes, I'm talking about Sully and me on Kino. Obviously, this is not recommended to do. You have to keep in mind that this is recorded only to get a world
It's so bad for your health doing this too.
record. World record! I want
Yeah,
to
world
insist on
record.
that because it is not something safe and easy to do if you are not prepared or if you don't know your
True.
body enough when you push yourself. It is also not a reason to do any kind of drugs to compensate for the lack of sleep as well.
Dude, we got zombie enhancing drugs, man. What is this?
really want these words to be heard by everyone because some people think that it is a normal and known thing to take drugs like Adderall to be able to play co-op games, which
Dude, really? Is that actually a thing? There's no shot.
is absolutely not. Because
That is insane. I've never heard of that in my life. What the frick? COD Zombies drug meta, apparently.
of
These high rounders, man, they thinking different, let me tell you.
how little sleep and breaks players get on Black Ops 1, co-op games are much more impressive as it requires both players to stay focused, awake, and ready to revive their partner in any situation,
That's freaking insane, bro. Like,
while running fast and risky strategies and thinking about optimizations. It is usually very fun to watch for viewers and also fun to interact with the chat for streamers, as it means about 70 plus hours of streaming in the span of 3 days with only a few hours of break, gameplay and
imagine your internet goes out. Yeah, imagine on the 3rd day, you wake up, 12 hours of sleep total in the past 3 days, and, and your internet goes. Your mom disconnects the internet.
content being the only things to matter during this time span.
No,
Trap
dog.
timing. Optimizations can come
would
in many
be
different
so
ways.
bad.
Strategies, movements, luck. I will
I would just give up. I just sleep for the next 10 days.
No talk about trap timing. Again, this seems very basic, but players will optimize the trap delay and usage as much as possible. A good example of that is the map Shinonuma on Black Ops 1. A strategy called drop down involves only the flogger. As I explained previously in layer 2, the flogger can be activated on both sides, meaning each side will have separate cooldowns and active times. Each time the player will get close to the flogger, the goal will be to activate the trap in a split second after it becomes ready to reduce the time it is inactive and, therefore, not killing zombies.
It's insane how every version of Shinonuma, World at War, BO1, BO3, and Vanguard are all insanely different, even down to the iconic trap. Like, the trap is different mechanics in every single game.
This technique is called perfect trap timing. It becomes much riskier, but also much faster, since the strategy can go from 35 SPH to 29 SPH. Shinonuma is not the only map utilizing this technique. Most maps with trap strategies require pushing the trap timings to be perfect. Losing monkey bombs. On certain map like Northern or Verrect on Black Ops 1 in co-op, the amount of monkey bombs you have for an entire game is limited due to the fact you will not be able to get max ammos in high rounds. For that reason, players will get tempted to go down and bleed out at the end of the round to be able to get monkey bombs back when they run out of these. This will die rise. If you
That's actually insane.
Next time a player who bled out will go down, he will lose all of his monkey bombs and he will never be able to get them back unless he bleeds out again. On Black Ops 2, it is also possible to lose monkeys on die rise. If you throw all of your monkeys, go down and get revived after you went into Who's Who, you'll lose monkeys and you will have to hit the box again to get them back. Vanishing visual effects.
Weird.
On Black Ops 3 Shinonuma, when you reach higher rounds, you'll notice that the map starts to hide a lot of visual effects. The trap electricity, the power
specifically on Shinonuma on BO3.
up lights, hates, effects,
really
all of these will
it.
be gone. On Black Ops 4 Ancient Evil, this is also the case. You
Oh my gosh, the zombies are like not even there.
can see Stone Cold, you can see power-ups, you can see the end of Karen's skeleton hands. In both cases,
But this was their attempt at trying to save assets for you to get higher rounds, so I think it's kind of cool.
when it starts happening, it remains the case for the entire game. Black Ops 4 high rounds also have this issue when you're reaching very high rounds. The entire HUD is actually very weird. Perks and other things of the UI keep on loading for some reason.
Yeah, I mean, it's because the game is like an in-stream service. That's why.
Zombies despawn mechanic. Starting with Call of the Dead on Black Ops 1, the despawn mechanic has been implemented, which means that if you're getting too far away from zombies, they will respawn close to you. I want to be precise that this is not about zombies bleeding close to you and respawning, but only the despawns related to distance. These are two mechanics which are confusing the players. This mechanic has changed a lot though. On Black Ops 1, zombies will despawn only if they did not take a single damage. Damaging them once will be enough to prevent that from happening. This is
I thought that was the same in every game. I guess it's not. What's up, Magnificent? Thank you for the raid, brother.
used a lot on maps which came out after Ascension, since you have quite a lot of trade outs to do. On Ascension and maps which came out before, except 5 with the elevators, you can get as far as you want from zombies. On Black Ops 2, this mechanic has been kept, except you cannot damage zombies anymore to prevent them from despawning. If you get too far away, they will despawn no matter what, not counting as kills. If you damage the last zombies of the round though, and by last zombies I mean the last 24 and there's no zombie left to spawn, they will die instead of respawning. This is mostly used on
Right, yeah. So in BO2 they die, which this was one of the worst mistakes I think Treyarch ever made. When they messed with the crawler mechanics back in BO1.
Buried and Origins.
Yeah.
On Black Ops 3, Black Ops 4 and
And then they kind of kept it in ever since after BO2. The bleed out times. I hate that, man.
Cold War, it's a lot different. Distance is not the only
Asper's
factor.
gifting a sub to Amaranth, that is just not it. I'm not even gonna thank you for that.
Since the amount of spawn zones that separates the player from zombies is also important.
I ain't even gonna thank you for that.
The despawn mechanic is much more aggressive, but it's also possible to use it to your advantage. You see, usually in other games, players tend to not move a lot from where they started the round, because they would have to wait for a couple of zombies to get through zones, which is much slower. But on Black Ops 3, zombies which despawn will respawn instantly at any round. Let's say 10 zombies despawn on Moon, and you reach a room which has only one window. These zombies will all respawn in that window very fast without a spawn delay between each of these 10 zombies.
So in a way, it actually can be very useful.
Unlike Black Ops 2, players cannot damage the last zombies of the round to end it with the despawn mechanic though. There is something I did not mention about despawns. On Black Ops 1,
Who are you? I don't know. Who am I? The truth lies. That's what I heard. Black Ops 6, man. That's what they told me.
And Black Ops 2, zombies will tend to
Maybe
not
the tier
despawn as much if you're looking at them, even through walls. On Black Ops 1, the game checks every 10 seconds for the distance check. So, as a player, you would check every time the timer shows 00, 10, 20, 30, 40, or 50 seconds to look at the zombies at these specific timings. It is also the case on Black Ops 3, but again, it is much more aggressive and you can actually take advantage of that if you want to trigger specific respawn without having to kill zombies. Reduced graphic content.
The fact that it's just so in-depth every game, even just with like bleed out times, is...
Reduced graphic content is a
Wild.
setting in Zombies
That's
game
so
which has
wild.
different influences.
Judy.
On World at War, it mainly prevents people from crashing. On Black Ops 1, depending on the map, it will have different effects. First, reducing graphic content is usable only in solo. On every map, using reduced graphic content will reduce entities and make reset longer. On some maps, it gives extra minutes, like 5 or Moon, while on some others, it can give more than 5 hours, like
They kind of removed this option after BO2, right? I don't think you see graphic content as an option in the settings anymore.
Verut or
That's
Shinonuma.
true, they
The
just
side
straight
effect
up
is that
removed
zombies will not be able to crawl or lose their head anymore, which can be bad or good depending on the situation. It is also
Oh, I see.
suspected that reduced graphic content makes the game more stable, but it hasn't been confirmed yet. I will talk about other effects later
Probably, but I don't know.
on. On Black Ops 2, reduced graphic content can only be activated from the campaign menu and doesn't seem to change anything. On
In campaign, that's so bizarre.
Black Ops 3 on some maps, reduced graphic content will prevent invisible zombies. It does not remove headless zombies and crawlers though. At first, reduced graphic content was made to remove all blood and what would be considered as too violent content. But it
Right.
turned out to have an insane effect in games, gameplay or stability wise, which the developers probably never thought about. Ascension Centrifuge.
Oh, the goated spawn room of all time, bro. We need another spawn room like Ascension. Something in the spawn room that does infinite damage all the time. Ascension was goated for this, man.
Before I talk about the bugs
Goated
happening
for
with the
this.
centrifuge, I will explain how it works. The
Yeah.
centrifuge basically acts like a trap, triggering randomly.
Yeah.
It triggers every round, but the conditions become different after each random that decides if the centrifuge should trigger or not. After each time the centrifuge has triggered, a random between 0 to 9 is started to know if it should trigger again. If the value is 0,
Oh,
2,
weird.
3, 4, 5, or 6, it will trigger again.
It's not just every couple of seconds. Why does Treyarch have to make it so unbelievably complicated? That's so
If the
funny.
value is 7, 8, or 9, it will stop triggering. However,
Oh,
if the
weird.
value is 1, not only will it stop triggering, but it will also make the centrifuge not trigger for the next round. Also, the centrifuge needs between
Oh.
24 to 90 seconds to trigger again. This is
So some rounds it'll work and some rounds it won't go. That's wild.
important to know for no power and first room, since
the
players
heck?
will wait for 90 seconds to know if they will be able to use the centrifuge again. When you reach high rounds on Ascension, like rounds 115 plus, sometimes you can
Dude, look at this. He hasn't left the spawn room in Ascension, and the centrifuge is so good he got to round 150. Like, what the frick?
get some invisible
What the
zombies due to the
frick?
centrifuge. Sometimes a few
Oh, never mind. It's a modded game. He had 28 kills. I mean, unless he's using the centrifuge
Zombies
the whole time. No shot.
killed, if not the entire horde, will turn into invisible zombies. On paper, this sounds like a huge issue, but it's actually good and I will explain
No,
why.
I think
When
he was
zombies
just doing this legit. What the frick?
become invisible, they have 1 HP, which means you can kill them with anything, like a grenade for instance. That means you are able to get drops from these zombies when you were not able to in the first place. This is used especially during the Ascension No Power challenge. You can also kind of see them by looking at the crosshair. When it turns red, it means you're aiming at one of these invisible zombies. Last thing, these invisible zombies aren't actually a threat, because they cannot hit you even if you get trapped by them. Sometimes these bugs are a pain to deal with, but sometimes they are profitable for players even though they can seem bad on paper. Windows on 5.
It's just so fascinating that like the centrifuge has such, it's like a huge mechanic where it's also random in a way kind of similar to the drops and the gobblegums. Imagine a new drop that allows you to get PAP weapons from the box. That was gobblegum only, but made box cost 5k. See, that's what I wondered they're going to bring back in BO6. Like, they're going to bring back OG BO3 gobblegums, but like add a twist on them, maybe making them a little bit more balanced. I don't know. That would be pretty interesting.
5 is known to be one of the hardest maps for casual players, mainly due to the lack of one-hit killing weapon. This means in high rounds you have no other way to kill zombies than using the traps at the top floor. How do zombie players manage to survive in these top floors while optimizing the strategy speed? To
Crossbow,
begin,
baby.
it is important to understand how the top floor spawns work. When you start the map, even though zombies can come out of 6 different spawns, 4 windows and 2 walls, only 4 of these spawns in the first room will be active. They don't remain the same for active spawns for the entire game though. Each time the bottom elevator is moving, the 4 active spawns in the first room will change. It is also the case when the player goes into the backup and
Like, how, bro? How do you figure this out? This is crazy.
Boom. This means you have 15 possible combinations, but only a specific one is used for high rounds. What players do for high rounds is to keep on moving the bottom elevator after they pack-a-punch the crossbow and ray gun until they get the right windows at the top floor. Since players have to pack-a-punch the stakeout for insta-kill rounds, they also set windows when they reach insta-kill rounds, since going to pack-a-punch changes the active top floor windows.
What if they have side effects for a short amount of time? To me, that would be the greatest innovation, because it would literally be bringing it back to what BO1 did with the pack punch, like 5, where you like put a PM63 in the pack punch, you're like, oh my gosh, comes out dual wield. Like, it's like, whoa, it's a whole new thing, bro. We need more of that, you know?
There is a little difference with the early game because the bottom elevator needs to be at the middle floor for insta-kill rounds to be played with the stakeout. This mechanic plays a huge role in 5 high rounds. Sound bug. The sound bug is known to happen on Black Ops 1 and Black Ops 2, usually in high rounds or when a player unplugs his headset. This bug causes any sound to be gone from the game, which on some maps doesn't change anything, but on some other maps can literally cause the game to be over. On maps like Knockdown Totten, sound is not important at all. The box does not move, you don't board up any window, it don't get drops, nothing can really make a difference and change your decision making. On other maps like Shangri-La, it's different because sometimes when the box moves, you need to hear where it goes, or if you had to drop with a nuke, these kind of things. On Moon, not having sound anymore is a game over. In high rounds, you need sound for 2 reasons.
There's barely any sound in Moon to begin with, man. I mean, come on.
To hear when an excavator is coming, and to hear when you get a drop from Gershes. I will talk more about the complexity of Moon high rounds later on. Twitch integration mod.
Whoa, what is this? Oh, I've seen this before where people are able to chat in the game, right?
Team for Twitch integration mod is a tool for Black Ops 1 developed by Magic Penny. This tool was made to be able to read Twitch chats directly in-game using Games Chat without the need of a second monitor.
That's freaking sick! Why have I not seen anybody play with this yet?
Be able to read Twitch chats directly
What?
in-game using Games Chat without the need of a second monitor.
crazy.
This tool also integrates commands, box-its tracker, and a lot of other features, and even a sound
Oh
bug
my
fix,
gosh.
making it a lifesaver for some games. The tool, while being very useful, is also a bit criticized by players due to multiple reasons. The tool is a bit intrusive, changing the scoreboard sentences displayed. Some features implemented were criticized due to how powerful they were for a player, changing decision making. Manipulating memory of the game has unknown effects. Nowadays, the tool is in a state with almost no controversy anymore, making it seen as legit by most players in the community.
I gotta see some gameplay of this. I've never even seen it. What the heck?
Nonetheless, some comments can still crash the game, like exclamation FOV or exclamation rainbow score. Some team
Right.
users may not know that, so avoid using that. Forcing monkey runs on Ascension. I talked about missed insta-kill runs and how bad they are for a player going for a high run game. When having at least one perk on the map on Ascension and power on, monkey runs will start happening, which
Yeah, you can literally force it at any round, which is so bizarre in a sense.
means you can make monkey runs not happen by having no perk at all. This is used when a player is close to the end of the game. Let's say you had monkeys on 230, which means you can have your next monkey run on 234, which is an insta-kill run, or 235, which is not. Meaning getting 235 monkeys is better in that situation, especially if you're getting closer to the end of the game. By downing yourself at the end of run 233 and finishing the run with no perk, you will be able to delay the monkey run even if it was supposed to happen on 234. When getting perks back and getting to run 235, monkeys will be guaranteed, making it impossible to miss the insta-kill round. This is mostly used at the end of the game due to the fact you're forcing yourself to take a down.
It's crazy because everybody says like BO1 Ascension, such an easy map, such an easy map. But like just all that tech just to understand when the monkeys come. Just so that you can have a better opportunity to continue cycling through the rounds at this high of a round. Like, it's just insane. Thank you,
Co-op though, it is
bro.
possible to miss 0 insta-kill rounds by abusing this. However, if you keep delaying insta-kill rounds, you will end up having less monkey runs at the end of the game, possibly making it slower. This is only an issue in solo since it becomes more valuable in co-op due to how long the runs become and how much faster insta-kill runs are.
Right.
Lenders on Ascension stop spawns. Lenders need to be activated to open Pack-a-Punch on Ascension, but high-run players also use them for a very useful side effect. When a lender is moving, zombies cannot spawn, making it worth, in some cases, to activate the lender to give enough time to move to a zone where spawns will take less time to reach the player. It is also possible to activate a lender from the edge of it, by using a controller and walking back, or by leaning with mouse and keyboard. As an example, if you have the
You can lean and do it. I forgot about the leaning feature. in mouse and keyboard. I totally didn't know you could do that though with the lander.
Entire horde behind you at speed cola,
That's
and you kill the
insane.
horde, you don't want to wait for all respawns to come from speed cola, as this would make the horde up tedious and also slow down the game. By using the lander after killing the horde, you will stop
Wait, the TIM mod only works with regular Steam BO1? Oh, so that's why nobody uses it anymore. Bro, if they integrate it with plutonium, I would download that. That would be sick.
zombie spawns, giving you enough time to go back to Pack-a-Punch before zombies start spawning again. This is also why you will see zombie players activate the landers in high rounds sometimes, and also why you will not see them activate the landers in low rounds unless the round is almost over and there's no zombie left to spawn. This is also the case on 5 with elevators, however it is not very useful to know other than to avoid playing slow. Fling effects. Black Ops 3 also has a lot of bugs with invisible zombies,
Yeah,
most of them being
huge
related
bugs.
to flings. Flings are when zombies are considered dead and thrown away using the ragdoll. This is the case when using AATs like Turned and Thunderwall, or using the Flogger on Shinunuma and
And they just glitch out and they go all crazy where the bodies like spaz and go, "Ugh."
Revelations. What happens
literally how it
is,
is.
on round 112 plus, they start to make invisible zombies with 1 HP instead of killing, though the invisibles die after 1 second on their own. Zombies don't actually die from the fling anymore, but the game still acts like they did. If you fling a zombie with Thunderwall or Turned, they will still have a chance to drop a power up and charge the specialist as if they got a kill. The invisible zombies can be killed too with a drop chance and specialist charge as if it was a different zombie, making it extremely powerful on maps where the specialist is able to kill. Even though zombies do not become invisible, it is also the case with the unupgraded sword on Shadows of Evil, which lets no power players recharge the sword indefinitely and make
Oh, and that's what gives them that stupid strat where they're just able to slam it into the ground, just go, just friggin' bully
a
it.
no-trade strategy
You know?
possible. Increase Reagan Mark to fire rate by aiming. Players always find techniques to fire
Oh, yeah, I've heard about this one too.
weapons in a way that
That's
suits them.
insane.
It is again the case with the Reagan Mark II. By spamming the aiming button and the attack button at the same time, it seems to increase the fire rate of the weapon. Kinoder Toten Nova spawns glitch. It is known that Novas will spawn in zones where the ceiling is being broken. A bug can make them spawn faster at the cost of an entity. When the player goes into a zone and a Nova spawn is triggered right before the ceiling is broken, this will glitch out the spawn, making the ceiling intact, therefore not removing the entity,
What the frick? He just flew off. I didn't even see that.
but still enabling the
the
Nova
heck?
spawn. Instead
Oh
of
my
having a
gosh.
Nova crawler walking on the wall to reach the ground, that Nova will fall directly to the ground,
He just flies off.
making it go to the player faster.
the
To make sure this bug does not happen, players will go in the speed cola room during a dog round instead, to make
I've never even seen this bug happen. What the heck?
sure the ceiling is getting broken. Maybe this could
So
be worth it
bizarre.
if trade strat is used instead of the fire trap strategy. But at the moment, trade strat is still slower overall and is known to cause boxer anyway at some point.
Fire trap will always be faster, especially because of no Novas on original key.
Monkey insta-kill rounds on Ascension. Just like zombies,
really?
monkeys' health increase through rounds, but not
They
at the same
do?
pace. Special zombies like the Napalm on Shangri-La or Nova zombies have their health increasing because it's all based on zombies' health, which
Right.
means that when zombies' health is 150 during insta-kill rounds, it also means that these special zombies' health will be scaled. It is
Wow, so it's literally a one knife then. isn't
not the
it?
case for monkeys, which have their own health calculation. Monkeys' health increases, that means at some point it goes beyond the 32-bit signed integer limit and goes into negative values, meaning they can become
Oh.
insta-kill at some point. This actually
Wow.
happens every round after a regular insta-kill round. So, if round 163 is an insta-kill round, 164 will be a monkey insta-kill round. Since these rounds happen during zombies non
That's insane. That makes this high round honestly way easier once you're past the really long point. Like this is 30 hours into the
insta-kill
run.
rounds, it becomes even more important to not miss insta-kill rounds,
That's insane.
because it means you will be able to kill monkeys without Thundergun ammo. Not only that, on Ascension the insta-kill strategy is located at speed quota, which means you will use the M16 for these rounds. I explained how big the M16 grenade launcher's range is, and monkeys insta-kill rounds are a good opportunity to prove that. With some particular lineups, you are actually able to kill monkeys on stamina up from the speed cola lander. If you need the max ammo from monkeys and they are going for stamina up and another perk close to the M16,
No shot that hits.
you can kill the last monkeys at
Bro, how are people figuring this out?
stamina up without
What
losing the
the
time to go all the way to their
frick?
perk machine.
Across the map.
George Max Ammo on Call of the
Brother,
Dead. Another
what?
misunderstood mechanic, George Max Ammo. If you
That's
didn't know,
insane.
it is possible to get a Max Ammo from George that is out of the drop cycle, a bit like a dog run Max Ammo. This Max Ammo needs a few conditions to appear. You need to turn the power on and be above round 10. Then, you need George to electrify a few zombies. Actually 18 if you want to guarantee to get it at 100%. The
I never even knew there was a guaranteed way to get a max on Call of the Dead.
reason for that is because each time an electrified zombie dies, the chance of getting the max ammo increases by 5% and the base chance is 10%. That means one of these zombies will drop George max ammo as an extra drop for the round, making it possible to get 5 drops during the same round and 7 if you count the 2 drops George gives you on his death. When you get that max ammo, you cannot get it for 4 to 5 rounds randomly, just like dog rounds. George is gone for 2 rounds each time you kill him, which means you're able to get his max ammo every 4 or 6 rounds. Weirdly, this drop is the only drop in zombies which can be gotten with anything. Wonder
That is so bizarre, and it's on Call of the Dead.
Wolf Scavenger and even bleeding or using the flinger
That's
at both.
so
In solo, since you can get a Wonder Wolf with the Easter egg, this is also used to refill the Wonder Wolf to speed up the game and save a lot of box hits. To do so, players will guarantee to not get the max ammo, even if they can get it after 4 rounds, by killing George without making him electrify zombies, which will force the next time George comes to give the max ammo if he electrifies the zombies.
What did I think about the BO6 trailer? I mean, it was just a teaser. It wasn't a trailer. We're getting a full trailer soon, but I absolutely loved it, man. This is so interesting, bro. I know, chat, this is so much information overload, but I just love it. Like, it's filling in all the pieces I've had with zombies throughout the years, man. Like, I just don't know how a lot of these mechanics
Chance to
work,
get monkeys on the Reese.
you know?
Every weapon in the mystery box of Black Ops 1 has the same chance to be chosen when you hit the box, except one and only on the Reese. When there is no player with monkeys yet on the map, the monkeys chance is multiplied by 3, and if above round 10, it is multiplied by 5. This is valid only until a player gets monkeys, which means in solo, you are guaranteed to get monkeys pretty fast, while in co-op, other players will have to do extra box hits.
That makes it insane because I remember on Nocturne and Toten solo on BO3, I was spinning for monkey bombs to like round 50. And I probably hit that box like 200 times. Like probably 500 times. I was so unlucky, bro.
Moon script error.
Crazy.
Black Ops 1 Moon is a very weird map when it comes to errors. On
Do you think the OG PAP will return? Apparently the leaks said they were.
this map, it is possible to get an error from a lot of things, making it a bit tedious to get high runs on. Before I start explaining, I want to make it clear that everything I will say here is not valid for Black Ops 3. The wave gun, when used in a particular way, can make the game crash. When you're using the wave gun on zombies, they will have that animation during which they will cook. Until this animation is over, zombies are considered on the map by the game, therefore not making them respawn if there is no free zombie slot to fill. You can skip that animation and make zombies respawn instantly by shooting zombies while they're in specific animations. This will be the case when they are spawning at the ceiling, falling, jumping through a window, or jumping through the first room hole. The downside is if you keep on doing that, at some point you'll get a script error. This is why Moon was stuck in the 160s back in the days, and also why nowadays you'll see players abusing the streak to about round
No, your profile was signed up. That's the worst message to get. It makes you seem like you just got hacked, man.
50 to 70,
That's
but
a
not beyond that.
message.
Also, when going into the laboratories, you'll get Nova zombies, which, on Moon, can teleport every few seconds. If you let Nova zombies on the map for too long and let them teleport too much, you will also crash at some point, which means you must never let Nova zombies for too long on the map.
That's ridiculous, especially on a map like Moon when there's so many.
What's important to know is to simply not let the same Novas on the map. As soon as you kill them,
He crashed on round 22, bro. Like, what?
it will give back what they consumed
my
from the error.
gosh.
Last thing, Moon is one of the maps with Semtex, which will make the boxer happen much earlier, about 2000 box hits earlier. That means you must avoid damaging zombies with Semtex and use guns like an MPL, use regular grenades or other
Literally, he crashed by throwing one Semtex down. That's insane.
explosives to damage the horde to prevent them from respawning.
Yeah.
Complexity of Moon high runs. We will stay on Moon to bring more explanations about the complexity of high runs. On most maps, when decision making is important, it's usually because of the drop cycle, traps, and trading. Moon doesn't have traps, but still has a lot.
Are we being quizzed at the end? Yes, chat. Make sure you're writing everything down, boys. Listen, you got 3 hours to study by the end of this. I better see 100% on that examination paper, bro.
Of mechanics, making it a
You
lot
got
different
a
from
whole
other maps.
test
To
coming up
progress
at the
through
end of
Moon
this.
rounds, you need to use the wave gun, Gershes, and the arcade device to turn power-ups into max ammos, compared to other maps where you normally do trade-outs or use traps or both. The first issue this brings is getting drops from Gershes. In solo, you only have 3 Gershes, which means you have about 87.8% chance to get at least one drop. This is still about a 12% chance to not get a drop each time you need a max ammo, That means you're almost guaranteed to not get one at some point in the game. When this happens, you need to damage the horde to prevent them from respawning and get Gershes back. You have two options to get them back.
It's insane how this high round would be terrible without the Gersh devices. Like, the Gersh devices are the only reason on Moon for BO1 it's at least somewhat viable.
Trading them from the box or getting a max ammo. To trade them from the box, you'll make the box move in the first room to make trades faster and easier since you'll have a lot of space to hit the box. It is also better for reasons I'll explain after. For the box to move in the first room, you can use the hacker device. If the box is not at a location, you can hack that location for 1200 points, letting you spawn the box. You can do this once every 2 to 4 runs at each location. The purpose of doing this is to prevent the box from moving to the locations you hacked. If you hack power and mule kick locations and the mystery box is at the biodome, next time the box will move while the two previous locations mentioned are hacked, it will move to the remaining location. Spawn. When the
That's crazy. Like, the hacker is so goated. You can literally, like, choose where you want the box, pretty much.
box has moved to spawn, you can hack the biodome location. This will lock the box in the first room for 3 to 5 rounds.
You can pretty much fully manipulate it, just like Leroy, bro.
When done, you can hit the box indefinitely in the first room for the next 3 rounds. After that, you will have to make sure each location is hacked. A location remains hacked for 2 to 4 rounds, but the box is not able to move to the given location until it has been around since the box has become possible to hack. I mentioned Gershes trade, but wavegun trades are also a thing. To get Gershes back, you need to trade them for QEDs and then get Gershes again, which means it's like you had to trade twice.
Bro, listen, I know the box is fully random, but to me on Moon, I feel like the Gershes are just way harder to get than anything else, bro. I don't know. I've played so much Moon, bro, and to me, like, certain weapons will happen more often than others, I feel like. I'm almost confident about that, bro.
Getting the wavegun again, though, is in theory faster. The reason why I say in theory is because you can trade the wavegun and not get it back before you get Gershes back again. But if you get wavegun before, you will be able to kill zombies while hitting the box, making the game faster, which is another reason why you want the box to stay in the first room. This is not the only advantage of trading the wavegun. Since you get the non-upgraded wavegun, you are able to use it, go
And you also have to, you don't have to worry about the auction either.
to No Man's Land to pack up and shit, and use it again while trying to get Gershes back. You have to be careful when you do this, because going to No Man's Land means that you will not be able to get more than 4 drops, so it is not recommended to do if you can't guarantee to finish the run with 2 or 3 drops, to make sure double drop doesn't put you in a bad situation. Of course, if you don't trade the wavegun and get QEDs, you can try to throw them to get a power up, but you also have to
That's so rare, though. Like, frick.
consider 2 things. The possibility of pushing the error, because a QED can turn into a Semtex, and
That's
Semtex
true.
are bad for the box error, as I already mentioned, and the number of drops required to finish the run. And even after you get your max ammo,
Yeah, and that's risky.
you still have to get Gershes back. Trading is not the
My
only way to get
gosh.
Gershes back. You can also get a power up in the dome. Every
Moon, the mystery box spinning map, quite literally.
1 to 3 minutes, a power up will spawn at one of the pads, switching between nuke, insta-kill, double points, carpenter, and fire cell if it's available. The strategy, before Magic Glowbox found that trading is faster, was to keep waiting until you get a nuke or an insta-kill to kill the zombies and get a drop you can hack. This is much slower due to how pads RNG can be a pain to deal with, either turning off or making the player go in the wrong
Yeah, there's even RNG with the drop pads, bro. Like, what the frick?
direction.
man?
However, it is still used.
That's
When players go
crazy.
to hack every box location to lock the mystery box in the first room, they have to go into the biodome. When possible, they will still try to get that pad's power up when it's there. It
What a crazy max from that nuke, bro, on 87.
is rare, but still
Sheesh.
possible to happen, making it another alternative to trades. This is the base explanation of Moon trades and most of the decision making. But there is another issue that comes with how long Moon runs are. When you reach higher runs, you need more and more drops to complete the round. As an example, to complete run 240, you need about 8 drops to complete the round. As the rounds get longer, 2 tricks are needed to progress through them. Since each power up is important due to the limit of 8 drops, 4 before and 4 after going to No Man's Land, you need to make sure you don't get useless drops. To prevent more drops from spawning, you need to shoot with the wavegun as soon as possible after you can hear or see the first drop from zombies, which will prevent other zombies from dying by Gershes. This is also why you don't always use QEDs in late rounds. Depending on the situation, you don't want the entire horde to die and give you like 3 power-ups, since this would be very bad. You can also trade a wavegun to save 1 or 2 power-ups. This is done to make sure you'll be able to complete the round. To make
I have not watched the new Sideman video. I do need to check it out, though. Bro, chat, Deji, Black Ops 6 zombies. It's gonna happen, man. He did it for Cold War.
To make it worth it,
It's
you need
gotta
to trade the
happen,
wave
man.
gun after you get the 4th
Oh,
power
I'm
up before
gonna
going
make
to
it
No Man's
happen.
Land. This
Yeah,
is because
I
you
will
will be
try
able
my
to use an
best.
entire unupgraded wave gun, go to No Man's Land to pack a punch it, and use the upgraded wave gun, all of this killing about 1000 zombies without the need of a single max ammo,
That's
saving
your
one
tone,
or
baby.
2 power-ups.
Yes, sir.
As you can see, Moon is pretty complex in high rounds and requires a lot of thinking to be optimized. And actually it is the case with most maps, which you will be able to see in the next layers. Predicting perks on Shinonuma.
Oh, this is a cool one. And yeah, you can only do this on BO1, not really World at War or the other versions.
Perks on Shinonuma are completely random across the 4 huts. On Black Ops 1, players want to keep a hut close to be able to run a specific strategy faster, usually with double tap inside that hut.
World at War doesn't really matter because you just need Jug and Speed Cola. Quick Revive doesn't really work on World at War, and Double Tap is useless. So, I mean, yeah, it's more important on this when you need Quick Revive.
It is possible to know what perk is inside the hut before even opening it. As an example, in the fishing hut, if it's Quick Revive, you will be able to see sparks at the bottom. For
The lighting effects give it away. That's so funny.
For other perks, even though the model is not shown, the hitbox is still loaded, which means it is possible to shoot to determine which perk it is.
You can literally oh, that's insane.
Depending on the impact, you will be able to tell if it's double tap or another perk. This trick is extremely useful to save a lot of time with restarts and setup on Shinonuma
That's crazy. What the heck?
in general.
So he was shooting the top row to see if it was Speed Cola or Double Tap. What the frick? That's cool.
Forced early monkey runs. I explained before that it was possible to force late monkey runs, but it is also possible to force early monkey runs. On Black Ops 1, monkeys will come in the first 3 rounds after the player has turned the power on. But if there is no perk available, then monkeys will never come. That means it is possible to force monkeys to come on a specific round, making it possible to play faster by calling the lander at the right moment, for instance. On Black Ops 3, this also works, but you have to own a perk which is available on the map before. To do so, you would get Quick Revive and down yourself after you turn on the power. This way, this will set the next monkey run. Increased Wonder Weapon chances.
On BL3?
On Black Ops 3, on some maps, the chances for Wonder Weapons are increased, but they're kinda bugged too. On both Verrucht and Gorod Krovi, respectively,
Oh, GK. Yeah, bro. One in the chat if you agree, bro. Almost every time I play GK, I always get the Mark III. It's so true.
the Wonder Waff and the Regan Mark
That
III
is so
have an
true.
increased chance. If the players hit the box less than 13 times, the chance is 5%. If they hit it between 13 and
interesting.
17 times, the chance is 8%.
That's pretty big, though. 5 to 8%, bro. I feel like the Rega Mark II on Black Ops 2 is like 2%. So 5 to 8 is huge.
And if they hit it more than 17
even
times,
more then.
it becomes 12%.
5 to
On Revelations,
12.
it's also the case with
Wow.
the Apothecon Servants, but
gosh.
Treyarch left some obscure code behind them. All you gotta know is that the chance is multiplied by 2 if it's been more than 6 hits, and if the box has already moved. Otherwise, it's the same chance as for every other weapon. This
Well, and that's why when you see 4-player runs of Revelations and they pop Immolation, they get all the fire sales, bro. Like, everybody gets everything in one fire sale, bro. Pretty much.
counters reset each time a player gets the Wonder Weapon, even though it can be a bit weird sometimes and not reset itself. Insta-kill power-up broken past 139. On Black Ops 1, the insta-kill drop is known to be completely broken after round 138. This is due to how damages are calculated. It's equal to zombies' health times 10. On round 138, zombies' health is 206,669,875, which, multiplied by 10, is still below the 32-bit side integer limit.
Just barely, though, by less than 100 million.
When you reach round 139, zombies' health is 227,336,862, and their health goes beyond the limit when multiplied by 10. Not every round is broken though. On the screen, you will be able to see the rounds on which the insta-kill power-up will work past 138. Sadly, it doesn't work at any point past 161, except during insta-kill rounds, even if it's not very useful. This list was found and
I mean, yeah, what's the point of insta-kill when every zombie's round 1 health?
tested by Berg 2004. When calculating the damages, you also need to add the weapon multiplier depending on where you shoot. As an example, when you use a sniper
Yeah, I mean, the M14 is still gonna suck on an insta-kill round. That's true.
in the head, there is a huge damage multiplier applied, which also applies during the insta-kill power-up. So even during rounds where the insta-kill power-up is supposed to work, you have to be careful about where you shoot. Depending on graphic content being reduced or unreduced, insta-kill power-up will have a different effect when it is not supposed to work.
I would say this is even a big thing on BO4, man. The freaking insta-kills are so bizarre in that game.
When graphic content is
They
reduced,
work
it
and
will
then
simply not
sometimes
work
they
and do
don't.
nothing on the
And it's
zombies.
usually from
However, when
always
it is
online
not
games.
reduced in
Yeah,
co-op
that's
most of the
kind of
time,
the
zombies
truth.
will still lose their head and die slowly. This is important to know to not get surprised by the power-up not working and dying from it. The upgraded VR11 is known to give an insta-kill effect to a player when he gets shot. That means the VR11 insta-kill effect will have the same issues as the insta-kill power-up past 139. Some zombies will never give you a power-up.
Oh, what an interesting. Only on BO1?
On Black Ops 1, zombies will not give you a power-up if they are rising from the ground, from the ceiling, or if they are in a non-playable area, like behind a window, for instance.
And it's weird because they took this out in later games. You can kill zombies right when they're coming out of the barrier, and sometimes you'll get the drop right on the edge of the barrier. It's a dependent on map thing.
However, there are a few cases where zombies will never be able to give you a power-up no matter what. Before I talk about these zombies, it is important to take a look at the condition behind them. For a zombie to be able to give you a power-up, it needs to answer one of these two conditions. His rising animation when he spawns from a ceiling or the ground is over and he is in the playable area, or he climbed out of a window. Now you know.
Right, and yeah, obviously in some maps they do spawn outside of the maps, usually in custom zombie maps because they don't program it, so I mean...
About these conditions, I will talk about the 3 cases where this doesn't happen. The first case is Ascension in the power room. When the door from power to mule kick is closed, it spawns from only 3 locations. The window...
Oh, interesting. Even the ones that drop down there can't just spawn
close to the stakeout, the window close to the power switch, and on top of the power room. For that last spawn, zombies simply spawn with...
They're killing split screen. Yeah, so split screen will not be on Xbox One and PS4. It's only going to be on the modern consoles. I mean, that's kind of fair.
But an animation and drop down, which means they never go through a window and they never rise, making them never drop a power up. The second, less known, case is Shinonuma Bushu spawns. Shinonuma has a lot of spawns, some being behind windows, some being risers, and others being out of map, having to climb to be in the playable area. However, since the barricades these zombies climb are not considered windows, they don't meet the condition required for them to give a power up. The third and last case are zombies falling from the top on Kenoder Toten near Mule Kick, near the PM63.
So it's similar to the creepy crawler spawn as well next to the speed cola. Oh my gosh, bro. The amount of knowledge I have on COD Zombies is just too much.
Near the MP5.
But this is too much. This is way too much.
They spawn and fall the exact same way as zombies at Power Room on Ascension, or get on the map the same way as Shinonuma. Die-Rise elevator error. Die-Rise has always been a map where errors are known as the biggest issue to reach higher rounds.
We had to remove this from Die-Rise Remastered, so let's hope to God people don't run into this again.
However, players were able to push the map to rounds above 200. Back in the days, players were crashing due to the elevators crushing zombies. When this keeps happening, it adds up and eventually causes a crash at some point. To avoid having elevators moving and crashing the game, players will play no power. Since it is possible to get perks with the jumping jacks, it is not a big deal, thanks to Tombstone permaperk and Who's Who. Another thing, less known that causes the error, is the despawn due to zombies not being in the same building. This is another cause of despawn not related to distance and unique to Die-Rise. This still brings an issue. In co-op, not a single elevator will move, so you will never get zombies crushed by the elevator. In solo, it's a different story. Quick Revive elevator is always active and is located close to the trample steam strategy, which is necessary to use past 116, because the liquefier will not be able to get you through round. To prevent the
this liquefier stops at literally like 106 or something.
Elevator from triggering the error, players will kill the zombies only when the elevator cannot kill the zombie spawning there. Of course, this is much slower, but lets players push the map further. This is what makes Die-Rise different today compared to back in days. Big elevator triple steam glitch on Die-Rise.
Oh, and then this glitch was like in the past couple of years. It's fairly recently. We saw this in the Die-Rise World Record History video.
On Die-Rise, you can place your trample steam near the first room elevator. If you stay in the elevator until the end and go onto your trample steam, the trample throws you off the elevator and the elevator goes down. That's very useful for no power, because if you go down, you can't go up in the first room again. Perks elevators don't move in no power, which means if you don't do that, you have to play sushi bar strategy in early rounds, which is a lot slower than shaft. Barricades crash. Sometimes high round strategies require rebuilding a window a few times either to get zombies
in World at War you could crash by rebuilding the barriers. That's crazy.
Out at the right timing or to hold the spawn. It is the case mostly on very World at War and on Black Ops 1 on maps like Moon. On Black Ops 2 it is not possible to hold zombies behind the window for a long time because...
When is Universe coming out? Probably the end of this year, I would say. For sure before, maybe after BO6.
Because you would end up crashing. This is a bit annoying considering some strategies could become easier or faster if you could use barricades. This is not due to zombies breaking barriers, but probably to zombies attacking the player from the window.
Right, because it just doesn't register. I see.
Jet gun usage. Jet gun is seen as one of the worst wonder weapons in zombies, but what if I told you it's actually one of the best? On
paper it is.
Paper, it is the best because of the infinite ammo potential and being able to kill at any round. but the issue is how to use the jet gun. When you use it normally, you have to hold the trigger and let the jet gun's pressure ramp up to a certain point for it to kill zombies 3 by 3. However, if you just keep on holding the trigger, the temperature will increase, and if it reaches the maximum, the jet gun will break, which is why casual players consider it to be the absolute worst Wonder weapon. High rounds players are using it in a different way, which makes it an insane weapon. When you melee and hold the trigger with the jet gun, the pressure will increase, but not the temperature. By abusing this trick, it is possible to kill up to
It's that map I totally got that round 100 on. Yeah, it's not like I crashed on 96 because of the freaking jet gun. No, bro, imagine.
3 zombies each time you
Why would
melee
that
and
happen?
still get drops.
Bro,
This is
why
how
would that
transit
happen,
high
bro?
rounds are played, and the strategy when played correctly is actually faster than a lot of maps. Dead Ops Arcade G-Spawn error. The G-Spawn
There's a G-spawn error in Dead Ops? There's no shot.
error also affects Dead Ops Arcade
Really?
1 since the early days as well. On Dead Ops Arcade 1, there is a limited
Probably
number of
only on
entities
DOA
that can
1.
be on the map at
Yeah.
any given point. This
That's
limit becomes an issue
crazy.
during boss fights, where the silverbacks will drop many gems whenever they are killed. The number of gems that drop from each silverback will scale with each playthrough of boss fights. For example, a silverback on run 120 will drop considerably more gems than a silverback on run 8.
I'm gonna be honest, if you G-spawn error on Dead Ops Arcade, it might be time to leave the house. It might be time to just open the front door and just see the sun.
To make it
Like, that's crazy. I've never even heard of
worse,
that.
there are multiple silverbacks that
what?
appear in later boss fights. So having 2 or more monkeys die within a similar time frame usually results in an instantaneous crash from the sheer number of gems that spill out of their
Oh, and
corpses.
it's from the gems. It's not even from the zombies.
Despite the best
That's
efforts of players,
crazy.
this error message has ended many high run matches on run 120, and the error has also introduced a hard cap to the game at run 160. While some have come close, no one has ever surpassed that round in an official game. Apart from the difficulty of facing off against 4
And it's literally because the game rewards you so much that it just crashes. That's insane.
silverbacks at
That's
once, you also have to
insane.
deal with the fact that killing just one of them can
What
result
the
in the error
frick?
occurring. Throughout the years, players have developed strategies to increase their chances of overcoming
Yes, chat, this is going on YouTube. Say hello to YouTube. Yo, what's good, YouTube?
the error. They will make an effort to
YouTube.
quickly collect the gems from the silverback, use a nuke to clear other enemies from the board and free up some entity space, or just hope for good RNG and pray that there are only a few electric pulls that appears during the round, which reduces entities as well. Dead Ops Arcade Bird and Flamethrower error. 2 common items
Another error, bro. It's wild. I don't think there's a lot of Dead Ops errors on 2 and 3. For sure, 1, though, I can understand.
drops in Dead Ops Arcade 1 include the flamethrower weapon and the chicken power-up. As tempting as it may be for players to grab these 2 items and spin around in circles, doing so actually puts your game at risk of crashing.
Yeah.
Grabbing a certain number of chicken and
It's because you're using up more area. You know, your area of effect is higher.
flamethrower combinations, speculated to be around 50 from various tests, will result in your screen freezing, marking the end of your high round run.
Yeah.
Floor spawns error. We will stay on transit
Wait, this is in transit? Oh, brother. See, maybe this is what I got errored to. Maybe it's this.
for this one, even though it is the case for every map, but transit is the best example to describe the error I will talk about.
Maybe this
On
is
Black
how
Ops
I
2,
erred.
when zombies keep dying during their spawn rising animation, the game will crash. It is an issue on mainly 2 maps.
Bro, so this is how I crashed my 96 game. I'm learning this right now.
Transit and buried. On transit,
No
players can
shot.
keep the farm close to have only a few ground spawns very close. When an insta-kill power-up spawns, you are
my
able to use
gosh.
Mustang and Sally to kill zombies very fast, including when they're spawning from the ground. If you keep on doing that, at some point, you can crash the game. On buried, it's forcing the players to change the strategy used. The main strategy used is camping at Juggernog, but another strategy can be used at the B23R. However,
I've never seen anyone do this B23R strat. What the heck?
again, it implies killing ground spawns, making it unusable for high runs due to the game crashing.
Yeah.
Possible to
What
get the acid gat without the acid kit on Mob of the Dead. Mob of the Dead's wonder weapon is the Blundergat, which can be turned into the acid gat with
This is with the Hell's Redeemer, right? Yeah, I think it's with the Retriever.
the acid kit
right?
buildable.
Is
But
it
did you
not?
know it is possible to get the acid gat without
Yeah,
building the acid
yeah.
kit? There are 2 ways to get the Blundergat, with the mystery box or by doing the Skull side quest with the Tomahawk. If you get the Blundergat in the box and
This would be very useful if the Acid Gat was hard to build, but it's quite easy, so...
do the Skull
really
side
that
quest,
useful.
instead of getting the Blundergat, you will get the acid gat.
Yeah,
For
you
high
get it
rounds,
from the
it is
table.
very important to not build the acid kit, because this removes an entity and gives you a longer reset time.
Oh, okay, so it's actually used for the high round war record. Oh, that makes so much sense.
Instead,
That
you will
makes so
simply
much
hold all acid
sense.
kit's part and not build it.
Right.
OnlyFans.
Wow, that's cool.
No worries.
OnlyFans, boys, the strat. The Mob of the Dead strat, OnlyFans strat, man.
I'm not promoting my OnlyFans. OnlyFans is actually the name of a
Come on, for it. I want to see your OnlyFans, man.
strategy used on Mob of the Dead, implying the fans
OnlyFans,
trap,
man.
which is actually the fastest strategy on the map. I don't have anything else to say about it, just don't be surprised if you see people in the zombies community talking
I was wondering what that was. I was like, what are these dudes talking about OnlyFans on Mob of the Dead for? Chat, it was all bait.
about
It was
OnlyFans.
all bait.
It's just the name of the strategy.
It's
Well,
OnlyFans,
at least
man.
most of the time. Leroy power-up switching on Buried. On Buried, you can give candies to Leroy for him to turn any power-up into another one. This can be very useful as you can keep on switching these
That could be very useful until he gives you freaking 10 double points in a row. Thank you, Leroy, on my round 100 attempt, buddy.
until you get a max ammo to be able to get quick revive back every time from witches. You can also use this to fix your drop cycle without having carpenters. The reason for that is because of how the power-up switching works. When Leroy switches one of your power-ups, it is not random. It
What? You're capping. It isn't? Wait,
will
how?
actually switch it to the next power-up of the drop cycle. If you want to shift the drop
Oh, so it aligns with the drop cycle. I thought it was a whole other formula, bro.
cycle to make it start when the round starts, you can make a power-up spawn by using the Galvac Knuckle at the bank and
Oh my
using
gosh.
1100 points. Then, you simply have to give candies to Leroy and he will turn the bonus points power-up into the next power-up of the drop cycle.
So wait a second. You're telling me that I got this freaking oaf, this big man, to swap my drops 5 times on my attempt, and he still didn't give me a max ammo until I went through the whole drop cycle? That's not it. That's
Predict
not
perks
it.
and Pack-a-Punch on Nuketown.
Yikes.
Nuketown has a system of random locations for perks and Pack-a-Punch. It is possible to determine where perks will be and which locations are a potential Pack-a-Punch spawn. When moving against one of the locations, you'll trigger a sound effect if it's the location of a perk, and nothing if it's nothing, or the location of the Pack-a-Punch.
Well, yeah. Oh, that's interesting. You can hear the sounds. I didn't know this. Oh, yeah, you can hear it. It's a perk bottle sound. What the heck? Whoa. Nothing or Pack-a-Punch. Whoa, I didn't know this.
This
Thank
is useful
Greg for this? Bro, this is crazy.
for high rounds because you need to
didn't know
play
about
fast.
that.
The
Shout out
main
Greg.
strategy is to kill them on the bigger side of the map. When using the ray
heck?
gun, you're using the unupgraded version first, which means the closer the Pack-a-Punch is, the faster you will be able to play. Players will restart if they can hear future perk dropping in a big area. It is also very useful to know if you will be able to get perks on Nuketown First Room Co-op. For solo First Room, it is not very useful since the only perk available in the First Room is Quick Revive.
Yeah.
Permajug
Yeah, I mean, that's true.
exploit in co-op. Permajug is one of the perma perks a player can get when playing online on one of the Victis maps. The perk will let you
Love
take up to
Permajug,
4
baby.
hits without Juggernog before going down, but I will focus on the exploits and bugs that can happen with this perma perk. When you reach round 15, you are supposed to lose Permajug, but actually, unless your maximum health changes, you will keep Permajug. I am saying unless your maximum health changes because it can change by 2 ways. Going down and losing Juggernog,
The lean feature, bro. This is the worst feature in zombies on PC.
or drinking Juggernog if you didn't have it already. In co-op, to be able to pause, players who aren't the host leave the game. That means it is possible for a player to make Permajug again after he left and come back in the game. That will make him keep
right.
Permajug until the end of the game unless he drinks Juggernog, even if he goes down. This is
It's a huge deal for these games because Permajug is mandatory for certain strats, I would say.
because the code which is supposed to affect the player in the game on 115 does not apply on that player anymore. This hasn't been allowed by
Like Saloon strat, doing that with freaking no Permajug, good luck.
the community,
Good luck,
as in a
buddy.
regular co-op game, it should not be possible. Fireworks more effective depending on gun class. The AIT Fireworks is killing more zombies depending on the gun class. A sniper
I mean, that kind of makes sense. I never even thought about that, but that makes sense. With a sniper, it shoots farther. Makes sense.
will be the most
Yeah.
effective type of weapon to use, but since there is no sniper as a
Wow,
whole
look how good. It almost took out the whole horde there. Whoa.
by and you need to get them from the box, it is not that good due to limited ammo. Sniper fireworks also stop working on 112 plus. This is also the case
Oh, I didn't even know that.
with LMGs, which are the second most effective weapon to use but keep working past 112.
Okay, so LMGs are the best weapon then. I mean, it makes sense. Ton of ammo.
Except for specific scenarios like 100 speedruns, they are not used for high rounds due to the mobility decrease while shooting. The third most effective weapon class, and it is the main one used by players, is assault rifle. The three last classes are SMGs, shotguns, and pistols, which aren't
I feel like shotgun would be the worst for this. Any shotgun pre like BL4, most shotguns are not that great. I mean, even though the Haymaker you'd expect to be really good, but not even.
used with fireworks, but usually used with other AAT.
Oh, that shotgun, yeah, terrible. Ugh, took out like 3 zombies.
Spikes kill him
that's not
faster
it.
in trap zones. Ragnarok GG4 is one of the strongest specialists of Black Ops 3. When you place them on the ground and zombies are affected by the spikes, they do a little animation where they get lifted in the air for a few seconds before dying. It is actually possible to skip this animation by placing the Ragnarok spikes in specific spots. If a zombie is in the zone where a trap can be activated, instead of getting lifted, he'll die instantly.
Yeah, they had to add this, I think, when DE came out, because the issue is that this DG4 spike or DG5 spike made invisible zombies, and I still think it can, but that was such a big problem when DE came out for high rounding.
This is only used on
so
Revelations and makes the game much faster.
Yeah.
Gorod Krovi turned past 159. Gorod Krovi is a very weird
Gosh, look at all the turns, bro.
map. When you reach round 159, turn becomes completely broken. Zombies that get electrified by the Valkyries don't die or respawn anymore, and when you use turn on these zombies, they will remain turned for about 30 minutes.
You summon the zombie army on Gorod Krovi after a certain amount of time. That's crazy.
This seems very good on paper, but
What
the
the
issue
heck?
with this is each turn zombie takes
Oh, they start hitting you too.
the slot of a regular zombie. So if you have 10
Right.
turn zombies, only 14 zombies will be able to spawn. Valkyrie's electricity is the same as the Panzer shock charges, which means it is possible to get very long turn zombies
Oh
on
my
Dares and Tracker and
gosh.
Revelations as well. However,
Bro, listen, if I can spawn in 10 turn zombies, take out the rounds, sheesh, man. They're doing it for me practically at that point.
it is slower, therefore not used on these maps. Another thing, it is possible to set it up as early as round 6 using Dragon's Fire, but it is not known yet if there is a way to do it consistently. Deadwire cannot give drops on maps where there is the Wunderwaffe.
Yeah, I had to learn this the hard way when I was high rounding Varrock. Like, it's so stupid. If a Wunderwaffe is on the map, Deadwire doesn't make drops, which means you can't get max ammo. Like, why? Why is that a thing?
Deadwire is supposed to drop power-ups when it kills zombies, but it does not on maps where the Wunderwaffe is in the mystery
Yeah, and the
box.
giant
This is
too.
probably due to how electricity was coded to kill zombies, because the
Right.
Wunderwaffe is not supposed to drop power-ups. There is also an
And you also notice that Deadwire in these maps looks more similar to the Wunderwaffe blast. That is true.
exception. On Shadows of Evil, even though the Wunderwaffe is not in the box, Deadwire cannot drop power-ups. This is due to the weapon being in the game file, even if it's
Oh, I forgot about that. Oh, that makes so much sense. And then on top of that, you can only get 2 drops around on Shadows. Man, I mean, Shadows would be cooked without the Apothecary server, bro. It would be cooked.
not in the mystery box. We can imagine
Yeah.
that the simple fact that the weapon is added to the map, electricity is set to not drop power-ups.
Right.
Dogs can give
I mean,
drops.
that makes
In
so
any game,
much
the special
sense.
enemies of each map don't give drops. This is the case for dogs on Black Ops 1 out of dog rounds, novas, parasites, spiders for instance. Weirdly, this is not the case for dogs on
This game has spaghetti code. Not only does it have a spaghetti code, it's got a spaghetti storyline too, let me tell you.
Wallet War. Dead Ops Arcade round length. In Zombies, we always relate the round length to the amount of zombies and speed of the strategies played. Dead Ops Arcade works differently as the length of a round is entirely based on time, not on the amount of zombies killed. As long
Oh,
players spend the
interesting.
required time in the round and kill the remaining zombies, the
And this is in all the Dead Ops games, not just the first one. What the heck?
round will end. The time required to clear a round increases as you progress through the arenas and takes a significant jump whenever you defeat the silverback on each game. Dead Ops Arcade 1 and 2 have different rounds for the boss fight, round 40 and round 64. So the time required to clear each round does not perfectly correlate between the two games. For example, round 41 on Dead Ops Arcade 1 will be longer than round 41 on Dead Ops Arcade 2, since round 41 on Dead Ops Arcade 1 is the beginning of 2.0 arenas, while 41 on Dead Ops Arcade 2 is still 1.0. Dead Ops Arcade 3
Oh, that is so interesting. Yeah, if you don't play Dead Ops, you have no idea what bro's talking about.
is different compared to the previous games as the round length is much
You
more
have no
consistent.
idea what
Entering a
Bro's
new
talking about.
arena adds about 10 seconds to round length, and also defeating the boss and entering a new playthrough,
Right.
1.0 into 2.0, will add 3 minutes as well. In theory, you could do nothing but run around with zombies behind you, though the Dead Ops Arcade community is divided on this issue, which means there's no official consensus. AAT delays. AATs have delays,
interesting.
very short for some, like
I didn't expect Dead Ops to be that well built, especially because it's only made by one guy, and it's made by Jugga. Shout out to Jugga from Treyarch, bro, for real.
Deadwire or Thunderwall,
Go.
while much longer for others. You can see on the screen the delays and different info about each AAT.
Okay, so like this is the thing. Why would they introduce a system, right, and then have a clear winner as to what's the best one? Like 5-second cooldown with Deadwire, 2 seconds co-op, bro. And then look at all the other ones, bro. 10, 15, 15, 20 for fireworks, bro. It's way too long, bro, on so many of these other ones.
Co-op has a community cooldown which is shorter than the regular cooldown,
That's
but still important to
crazy.
know. Something important though, Blast
I remember when Deadwire first came out, and this was like just as bad as Blast Furnace, and then they just buffed this one unbelievably hard for no reason. Like,
Furnace and Thunderwall are not affected by the community cooldown, which means it does not matter if someone else used it before you. Round
That's
limit.
crazy.
The BO4 round limit is unknown. Bluntel used to say
Yeah.
the round limit is 1024, however, it's not true. Apparently,
You know what, chat? It's crazy. We don't actually know what the round limit for BO4 is. We figured out Black Ops 2's before Black Ops 4's, which is kind of sad that we didn't even know what Black Ops 2's was until this year, bro.
the round limit is the same as Black Ops Cold War round limit, which is around 935. Maybe 1024 is the viable limit, but the round limit is 935. Drops
I think it's 935 as well because Cold War was built off of Black Ops 4 system, and again, BO2 was built off, or BO3 was built off of BO2's engine, which makes sense that it's 255.
distribution. Black Ops 4 power-ups drop rates are a lot different to other games. Instead of having 3% chance to drop a power-up, players need to progress through the round. For instance, for the first power-up to drop, it can be as soon as the round starts, but for the second power-up, it needs to be at least 25% of the round achieved. For the third one,
I think they did that because of specialists. Specialist weapons in BO4 were so busted that they had to fix the drop cycle. Like, it's slightly different in BO4.
it needs 50% and 75% for the fourth one. Chances and points-based drops are still working the same way, but you need to get through the round to get all 4 drops instead of being able to get 4 drops on the first horse. Pre-saving a game. On Black Ops 1, it is possible to make a pre-save of your game in solo. When you're restarting for box locations and other stuff, if you want to keep some things from the game, you simply have to let the game over screen go on. I will make a quick list of everything that
I remember this, yeah, because BO1 was the only zombies game where once the game ended, it would respawn you back in. I miss that. One of the chat, if you missed that, that was one of the best features of BO1 zombies, in my opinion. You would die, and not only would it just not take you back, you just get sent right back in. I miss that, bro. That was cool.
saved. The first power-up cycle, the first box location cycle, I will talk about that later on. The perk locations, if they are randomized when you start the map, it's the case on Shangri-La but not on Shinunma and Moon. Because on Shinunma the perks locations are randomized when you open the first door, while on Moon it's randomized a few seconds after the map starts. All pickables first locations, the real, the wire, and the hacker on Moon. The character played, the windows on 5, and the first special round, except on Ascension. This will count towards reset time, but it is still useful in some maps, like Moon and no power challenges, and even speedruns. Dead Ops Arcade Invisible Monkey.
Oh no.
On Dead Ops Arcade 1, you face
Not
off
the
against the Cosmic
Cosmic.
Silverback on round 40, and then encounter additional Silverback brothers every 40 rounds. One problem with the main boss that has plagued the high round community for many years is what's referred to as Invisible Monkey, although the name is a
Dude, imagine having to fight a boss that's invisible. That's crazy.
bit misleading. Whenever a Silverback dies while in the air or during his boost attack animation, a bug is produced where any zombie that walk over Silverback's death spot will become invisible. The problematic part of this bug is that it is persistent for subsequent playthrough of the jungle arena.
Oh no, so it can just chain loop. Oh, that's awful.
For example, on the round 120 boss fight, if a Silverback dies during a boost
Look how many freaking traps are here, bro. What the frick is Dead Ops in the high rounds, bro?
or jetpack animation, zombies will become invisible in that spot during the following visit to the jungle arena, or round 157 to 160. This bug essentially guarantees a game over if players do not counter it by using an exploit boost on top of the rocket and avoid damage from the invisible enemies. Although this boost trick wasn't always easy for players to replicate back in the day,
The fact that somebody figured this out is just crazy. That my Dead Ops lovers.
resulting in some game overs a couple of rounds before the end of the game. To minimize their chances of encountering the invisible monkeys bug, players will try their best to avoid shooting the Silverback during his special attack animation, although sometimes it is outside their control, as the Silverback may decide to die on its own while jetpacking into the air, dooming the player and forcing them to either quit or be prepared to glitch during the following playthrough. Mob of the Dead Obscure Text. This section is not
yes.
about a specific trick, but I will
Everybody knows this one, bro. The grenade doors, bro. Yeah,
talk about a lot of
this
tips
was
and tricks
sick.
used on Mob of the Dead,
Have you seen
some
any
for
Mob
high
of the Dead
runs, but
Easter egg
most
run?
of them for
You'll
Easter
know
egg
what this
speedruns.
is.
I will not cover every trick on every map, but this section will give you a good idea of the type of tricks you can have. Skulls on
Mob of the Dead, though, has some really good ones, though. This is a good one to cover.
Mob of the Dead is a side quest which rewards you with a Blundergat or Acid Gat if you already own the Blundergat in solo. It is possible to do that side quest much faster than intended by throwing the Tomahawk at specific spots. This is due to the Skull's hitbox, which works even through walls. Two of them are actually reachable through walls. The first one is the Cell Skull, which can be
Literally
reached
right
in the
here.
Tomahawk room by throwing it at the ceiling of the room. And the second one is the Roof
Part of me wonders if that was intentional. I don't know. It kind of looks intentional, but I don't know.
top skull, which can be reached by throwing the tomahawk in the corner at the ceiling in the MP5
That
room
one definitely
near the
not
generator you can
intentional.
zap in
No
Afterlife
shot.
mode. Other skulls can be reached from different spots, which can save a bit of time. In Afterlife mode, it is also possible to zap the generator for the warden key through the fences to save some extra seconds if you're
Oh, I've never seen that. What the frick? I never even knew you could do that.
doing it from the right spot. To add another time save,
Completely broken texture, bro. That's insane. What's up, Lucas, man?
the spawn location when you come back from the bridge is based on the chair you choose, so depending on where you're going, you'll choose a different chair.
Right.
Now, the next tricks I'll
Yeah, isn't the best chair the second from left, or is it the second or the third from left? I can't
talk about
remember.
are only used in Easter egg speedruns. At some point during the Easter egg, you need to pick up audio power-ups. The duration is longer or shorter depending on the language. The best language to play with is French.
Yeah.
The last trick is a glitch only used and allowed in Easter egg speedruns. When the player spawns on the map in Afterlife mode, depending on
Like, I find it funny, right, that the speedrunning community will allow a whole glitch on Mob of the Dead that allows you to open up every door for free, right? But when it comes to shooting the ray gun a little bit faster for the high rounds, nope, that's too much. You know, like, how does that make sense?
his spawn location, he
How
can
does that
walk
make
back and
sense?
buy the door for free, meaning it's possible to open the first door before the game actually starts. After that, it's also possible to open all the doors by going down and pressing the action button as the player goes in Afterlife mode to open the door at the same time. This is a huge time saver because the player does not spend points and can already enable things in Afterlife mode. One bullet acid gat exploit. Another weapon
What
for
is
which
this?
players found a way to shoot it in a way that suits them
I feel like I've heard about this before.
is the acid gat. On Mob of the Dead, in the early rounds, players will restart until they get the ray gun Mark II and the blunder gat from the first box. There is an exploit which consists in shooting the ray gun
Yeah, I've seen this. What is the point of this, though?
Mark II once, holding the fire button, and switching on the acid gat while still holding the fire button. Then, while still holding the fire button, you need to double switch your weapon fast enough to be able to shoot the acid gat. This will make the weapon use only one bullet, but will still fire 3 projectiles. This is
Oh, so it's like a glitch for high rounds. Oh my gosh, that's insane. Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
weird, but very useful for players in high rounds since
Oh,
this
yeah.
potentially multiplies the amount of bullets in the acid gat by 3,
three.
while on
That's insane. So you literally have as many bullets as it says. It's not 3 per burst.
talking about this trick, I will
Saves a
also talk
ton
about
of
the
ammo.
exploit for the ray gun
Wow.
Mark II. Since the Mark II is very powerful,
That would
sometimes
have been useful for me going for round 100, no lie.
one bullet is enough to kill. By doing the same manipulation while still holding the ray gun Mark II, it is possible to shoot the weapon only one bullet by one bullet, being very useful to save ammo. Turned broken with traps. Turned is one of the most powerful AATs on Black Ops
It sucks because Turned and Fireworks have so many problems high rounds. Like, it's true.
3, but it has a
Especially
bug
when it
which
comes
can
to
be a bit
traps.
annoying. When a
Yeah.
zombie went into the trap, got damaged, but did not die yet, and got hit by the turned effect, it will not be able to kill a single zombie. This is annoying,
Why
especially
is his name Widow's Wine? What the frick?
on Kino or Toten in Hell's Room, because the turned zombie will block zombies coming from downstairs without killing anything. Try your robots on Origins. Robots on Origins are known to be completely random, but there are some subtleties. All 3 robots coming at the same time only happen every round which are divisible by 4. Another thing to know
Right.
is unless the current round is divisible by 4, the 3rd robot at church cannot come if No Man's Land is closed. This is useful to increase the
The Origins and fast forward speed look so goofy. Go back, bro.
happen every round which are divisible by 4. Another thing to
Look at
know
that.
is unless the current round is divisible by 4,
looks
the
so
3rd robot at
goofy.
church cannot come if No Man's Land is closed. This is useful to increase the chances of the robot coming
I get why they slowed it down. That looks so goofy.
for the first win stuff piece if you don't have it yet, but
frick?
also to be able to play fast on rounds where the trio robots are coming to prevent them from causing the animation error sooner. Alright, this was
like
a lot to
such
go
a
through, but you
goofball.
finally finished the 3rd layer. If
Let's
you knew
get
about all
it.
of this, you probably
Boys, we only got layer 4 and 5. Layer 3, I'm gonna be honest, I didn't know a lot from that, bro. There was so much.
played
from
an
that. I was
insane
like,
amount of
what the
zombies and probably
frick?
still are playing. But now starts the 4th layer, made of
Yeah.
info that only high-run players know
Yeah, layer 4 and 5, I probably won't even know.
and use in
Hands
their
down.
games. It's time to see what is under the iceberg.
Let's get it. Beneath the iceberg. I love how one is just 25 days.
25 days. We talked about different limitations, but we didn't talk about one
it
of
is.
the most important ones yet, the 25 days
25
limit.
days.
Most of the game's limits are there because of actions the players do, but the 25 days limit is different. After reaching the 32-bit integer limit in milliseconds, approximately 25 days, the game was opened, pauses included, something will happen. For Black Ops 1
The game
and
will
3,
just
the game will
restart.
simply go into a black screen and will stay like that during, again, the next 25 days, before going back to normal after that. On Black Ops 2,
That's great. I remember this. I think I saw a Krups video explaining this.
instead of going to black screen after 25 days, the game will freeze and then go back to normal after another 25 days. Obviously,
The way the zombie did that, bro. What the frick?
having the game not crashing after 50 days is
Why
very
did
rare.
he do
It's even
that?
worse if you consider the chances
He just froze. He just stuck in time.
of a power outage, so players will usually
the
attempt to play the
frick?
game in the span of these 25 days. This is a major issue because some maps need an insane average playtime per day to be able to reach reset. For most
Yeah.
maps on Black Ops 1, where reset is about 70 to 80 hours, it is not that big of a deal since it means you have to play an average of 3 hours a day to reach reset. However, on Black Ops 2, Nuketown can reach up
It's
to
a huge deal for BO2. Yeah, it's not really. I don't think I've ever seen it in BO1 or World at War, but BO2 specifically.
200 hours, forcing players
Apparently,
to play
Vanguard has a 25-day error too. Who is playing Vanguard for over 25 days? Those are the people I want to meet.
an average of at least 8 hours a day. And if you think this is bad, you can now think about Knockdown Totem on Black Ops 3, which has a reset time of 301 hours, forcing an average playtime of more than 12 hours a day. World at War does not seem affected by this issue though.
12 hours a day of knock. That's crazy.
Reset and black screen. Black Ops 4 and Cold War have very different ways to function than other games. First,
yeah.
there's no reset anymore in these games. You can play as long as you want. In theory. I talked about the 25 days before and it is still a thing for Black Ops 4 and Cold War, but doesn't take pausing into account, only the play time. When you reach 25 days, the game will go into a black screen and will go back to its normal state again after another 25 days. But
Imagine leaving your console on, right? And somebody's like, "What's that on your console? Why can't we play Fortnite together?" And they're like, Nah, trust me. I got this black screen game going on here with Alpha Omega. I'm trying to hit the highest round. I gotta leave this game on for 25 days. You gotta trust me, bro. Like, bro, I genuinely wonder if Treyarch just did this to mess with people, bro. 25 days, man.
obviously, most players
No,
will crash or die
sir.
before. Catalysts. Black Ops 4 Chaos
No,
maps introduce new
sir.
types of zombies called
Oh,
catalysts, which
man.
are separated into 4 types: fire, electric, poison, and water. Each catalyst is pretty unique. The electric catalyst is a bit slower than a regular zombie and screams like a Shangri-La Shrieker, making your camera blurry. It also affects your hearing, and sometimes your hearing can remain affected until
Can I just get a W in chat that these things aren't coming back? Like, let's keep them in Black Ops 4. Thank you, God.
another electric catalyst is screaming at you again. You can cancel his scream by
Just-
shooting him. The water
yeah.
catalyst is making zombies around him more powerful, letting
Thank
them
you,
do
God.
75 HP of damage and giving them more health. He will not attack you unless every zombie around him is infected. Sometimes though, he will attack you due to a bug. The poison catalyst
Catalysts are so bad, they're the level 4 iceberg. True.
is also a bit slower than regular zombies and has a cloud of poison around him. That poison will inflict 5 HP of damage
Can I be honest with you, chat? Like, the easiest way for me to explain why these things were bad was because they are more powerful than the player. Like, this bro's walking and has a whole smoke gas. I didn't have that in a BO4 game.
to the player
crazy.
every 1 to 2 seconds when he gets too close to him. Sometimes, a bug occurs while the player keeps on taking damage from a poison catalyst until he takes damage from the poison of another poison catalyst. The fire catalyst is a bit like the napalm on Shangri-La. It will explode if you get too close or if you kill him. You can also prevent the explosion from happening
I just hated how you could also have, like, so much spam of the catalyst, too. Especially on 9 and Voyage of Despair. Oh my gosh, bro.
if you shoot when you're close to
It
stun
was
him.
too
When he's
much.
exploding, sometimes he
Yeah.
can become invisible and keep on exploding until he gets shot at. This bug is very annoying as this can cause players to die from it very
Chat, okay, I want to test you guys. What round do you think this gameplay is on? Just get some guesses in the chat. Like, this looks like a very high round, right?
easily. This
Pretty
catalyst
high, it's a pretty high round.
Zombies.
What round do you guys think this round is? And he's barely able to take out the
him.
take
When
out
he's
the
exploding,
zombies.
sometimes he can
Somebody guessed round 223, right? Let me show you something. It's round 12. It's round 12, bro. 12 with these freaking things, bro. Round 12. Like, dude, it literally looks like round 236 gameplay. It does. It's round 12.
become invisible and keep on exploding until he gets shot at. This
Like,
bug
look at that. I would never tell you in a million years this is round 12 gameplay. Only Black Ops 4, man.
Is very annoying as this can cause players to die from it very easily. These catalyst zombies react differently depending on which AAT was used to kill them. Each type of catalyst can explode and kill zombies around him. This happens if you use Brain Rot on a fire catalyst, Blast Furnace on an electric catalyst, Cryo Freeze on the poison catalyst, and Dead Wire on the water catalyst.
I didn't realize that until the hard way, aka the BO4 Voyage Despair Gauntlet. God rest your soul if you've done that like me.
Using Brain Rot on the fire catalyst will prevent him from exploding as well. When you reach high rounds in hardcore past 152, the AAT's behavior changes depending on the round and depending on the type of catalyst killed. You will find in the description a document which tells which catalysts are killable on which round for hardcore mode. It is also important to precise that past 152, on some rounds, when a water catalyst
BO4 predicted brain lock. Yep, I mean, it quite literally did, man.
is infecting other
It
zombies,
literally had it in the game.
the extra
In the
health
game.
given will make these
Can you believe
zombies
that?
insta-kill because their health will be too
crazy.
high and will go back into negative. This is also the case for realistic, but the data has not been written anywhere yet.
The
External
birthplace of brain rot in zombies was Black Ops 4. Goodness, man. External programs? What the bro's running cheat engine. He's cheating.
programs. When we talk about
cheating,
external
man.
programs, it can be something as simple as an
Guys, he's cheating, bro.
automatic timer linked to the game to an entire cheating software. Here's a short list of the most known programs and the controversy behind it.
Cheat Engine in 2024. Yeah, never thought I'd see the day. I remember opening up Cheat Engine for Pokemon games, bro. Back on like the DS, bro. We got it used in World at War, bro, in 2024.
Which one?
Jeez.
W split or live split? I made one for Black Ops 1, but there are
my
several
gosh.
timers for each game which exist.
Yep.
Most players who know about these
Live split is better. W live split. My live split lovers.
timers use them as
Let's
it makes
go,
it
baby.
simpler to track the game's time and doesn't change the player's decision making. The
Yep.
health bar. This is a program I made for Black Ops 1 to track the player's
I've seen more people use this health bar one for sure. Action replay. Oh my gosh, bro. These are throwbacks. These are throwbacks.
health. However,
Throwbacks.
people, including myself, started to
my
feel like this would
gosh.
change the decision making of a player. Take Shangri-La as an example. If the player takes 3 hits, he will be down to 70 HP. But the red screen doesn't trigger unless the player's health reaches a value equal to or lower than 20% of the player's maximum health, which is 250 HP with Juggernaut. That means if the player takes 2
Dude, so many of these cheat engines you guys are putting in the chat. It's just, it's throwbacks, man. It's crazy. Because most of them probably even work for zombies, too.
extra hits from baby zombies, he will be
wow.
down to 60 HP. Each baby zombie's hit being minus 5 HP, meaning it won't be red screen. However, he could go down with an extra zombie hit. That's where the health bar can change the player's decision making.
It's so true. Having a health bar and knowing your current health at that exact moment actually makes you play the game so much more smarter. It's so true. That I can understand why people say is kind of like cheating because you don't usually have that in the original version of the game. And the red screen doesn't really tell you if you have 100 health or if you're about to die, you know?
It's hard to tell how anyone would react in the confusion of taking baby zombies hit and taking regular zombies hit. This is an example, but we could also talk about the exact regeneration timing when expecting to take a zombie's hit or before going through a trap. Anyway, health bar has been banned and is not allowed to be.
Right. I mean, that does make sense. Is the health bar... Guys, I'm going to be honest, the health bar in Cold War is probably one of my favorite features in zombies. Like, just knowing your health is just nice. And it's just a little bar. That's it. Like, it's all it needs to be.
Used. Box Hits Tracker is a program that tracks the amount of box hits on Black Ops 1. This is used to know how close the player currently is to a theoretical box error and the player's average for a given weapon.
It's funny, because I like my player health in the HUD, like just something small. But I don't think damage numbers and health bars for the zombies are that good. Health bar for a boss is a different story, but I don't know. I don't mind the health bars in Cold War. I think some people hate it though.
Which is useful to know if a game is lucky or not. Cheat Engine is a memory scanner and debugger. The name can sound scary. Why would a program with cheat mentioned even be a thing in zombies high rounds?
True.
Well, it's more complicated than that. Of course, Cheat Engine is commonly used to cheat and do things you are not supposed to do when you're playing legit. However, as I said previously, you can black screen after 25 days. If you take a map like Mob of the Dead with a reset higher than 100,
Oh, you're able to speed up the game and get rid of... Oh, I didn't even realize that. Oh, that's so smart.
hours, it means you would have to play an average of at least 4 hours a day to reach reset before the 25 days. Cheat Engine has a feature called Speed Hack, which lets you increase or decrease the game's speed, which means you can make the game go 10 times slower while you post and have a lot more time to play your game. Of course,
Oh my gosh, that's so smart. I thought you could do that also in game with the timescale command, but probably you're able to do it probably much faster on Cheat Engine here.
Of course, this is still very controversial. The stability of the game is unknown when it comes to slowing down the game while paused. Also, it's unfair if you think about someone like Tom Fantasy, who had to play an average of 16 hours a day to be able to reach around 255 on Knockdown to Autonomy.
Yeah, it definitely is unfair for someone like this who'd like just been grinding, bro.
Black Ops 3 to avoid that 25 days issue.
Yeah,
It is
I
also
agree.
possible to change the date in the BIOS to prevent the 25 days issue from happening. On Xbox One Series S and X, a feature called Quick Resume lets you also freeze the 25 days timer. There are still other external
That's insane. What the heck? I didn't even know that. Dang. Next-gen consoles got it goated.
programs I did not mention, but they will be mentioned when relevant to a given topic. I also did not talk about Tame, as I talked about it in the previous layer. Death Machine can freeze the box. If it has ever happened to you to hit the
I've
box,
never had
knife a zombie, get a death machine, and get a thunder gun you cannot pick up, let me tell you, this time is over. On Black Ops 1, it is not possible to switch the death machine like on Black Ops 3. Therefore, when you had a death machine, it meant you weren't
One in the chat, if you were an OG Black Ops 3 player and you remember when it first dropped, the death machine first dropped to BO3, and I'm pretty sure you weren't able to change it out. One in the chat, if you remember. And the animation was so slow, too. Like, you whipped it out, and it was just like, it took you, like, a whole year to put it up front, bro.
able to pick up the
Yeah, that
weapon.
was a
A way
wild
to
time.
get around this problem is when you hold
That
the
was a
death
wild
machine,
time.
you can keep on
And 999 ammo, bro. Yeah, if you remember that, you're an OG BO3 player, hands down.
spamming the action button while the box is open. This will make the box bug weirdly and leave the weapon there forever until you pick it up. Canceling spawns. This is refer
This is crazy, bro. I figured out about this recently, and I think you can also cancel spawns in Cold War with like the C4 in certain areas. It's ridiculous.
referring to a way to cancel spawns completely from the map. On Black Ops 1, you can disable some spawns for the entire game on 3 different maps: Call of the Dead, Shangri-La, and Moon. For this to happen, you must kill the zombie spawning at the ceiling in the 0.05 second following the attempt from the game to spawn the zombie. Most of the time, players
Okay, I didn't even know this. What the heck?
cancel spawns due to killing an invisible zombie. That invisible zombie is actually the master spawner of the ceiling spawners. By killing that zombie, most of the time,
Oh,
it will
yeah,
cancel
what
the
the
spawn. But it has been considered by the community to not be legit, at least for Moon and Call of the Dead. On Moon, you can
That's so interesting. Why not legit? I mean, it's already pretty easy. You're spamming the wave gun through one window barrier. I get that.
cancel
I
different
get
ceiling
that.
spawns, but the most important one is the one by the current strategy playing on the map. This strategy involves only one window and the ceiling spawn, but if you happen to disable the spawn, this makes the strategy a one window strategy, making it super easy, while the strategy remains a bit challenging with the spawn active and also faster. Community has agreed it would make Moon very boring and did not allow that.
I agree. I agree with that. I mean, it's already an easy strat.
On
I
Call of the
agree.
Dead, this happens by the MP5K wall buy. If you keep the boat which blocks the path from spawn room to MP5K wall buy and stay in the MP5K area, it will spawn from 2 windows, one by the rocks close to the boat and one up the stairs. But you also have 2 ceiling spawns close to the rocks window which can be cancelled. That would make Call of the Dead, at least in co-op, a 2 windows map and make it much easier for players. The blue player can just hold the window while the white player slows down the zombies coming from upstairs until he reaches the blue player to get shot by the upgraded VR11.
It's so cool because this is already them combining the new Call of the Dead strat with the co-op one and just making it so much cooler.
is not as known by the community, but that would also make Call of the Dead boring as hell, and you would even have to disable 2 spawns, which is a lot considering we have ways to play the map that
And see, that's the craziest thing. You could literally cancel out both the spawns where the zombies come from the roof here. But yeah, it would make it way too boring. And I agree, it would be a little illegitimate.
involves more skill and which are more fun. Remains Shangri-La. Shangri-La is particular because the current
Look at
record
that
is
baby
also
gun.
controversial, even though the
Sheesh.
community doesn't talk much about it. It hasn't been heard of until HTM Rick broke the Shangri-La record, which was 206 at the time by me. Rick reached
Wow.
around 208 running a different, harder, but much more fun strategy called the Semtex strategy. The issue is Rick cancelled the spawn in this game. In the Semtex room of Shangri-La,
Oh,
you have 3
he
ceiling
did.
spawns, which are hard to deal with in certain situations, so it definitely made Rick's game different. We
Yeah, it definitely helps out and makes it way easier. Because when you don't get stuck like that, I mean, yeah.
can't tell if he
It's
would
so
have been able
true.
to get 208 without cancelling the spawn. After the game,
That's
Rick
true,
and I
that's
proceed to
true.
talk about it, but we're still unsure. It is possible to play a full game of Semtex until 163 without cancelling a spawn. The problem comes past 160.
By me as a flex. Yeah, shout out to Ferret, man. Man's an absolute
3.
legend.
Insta-kill strategies found for Semtex strategy usually involve you.
I mean, lads, if you guys don't know who Ferret is, bro has been in so many of the world records we have seen. Mainly high rounds. Like, just insane records.
Using explosives to be able to kill zombies faster. However, this means
And
we
especially in the older games that are tough.
don't have control over some zombies' death, and especially the master spawner for these spawns being between the M16 and Semtex zones. The fastest insta-kill strategy is using an M16 grenade launcher in both Semtex and M16 rooms to shoot at the ceiling,
Yeah, I mean,
which
that
I
would
found
make a lot
after
of
Rick's
sense.
game. The M16 grenade launcher has a broken range, which
And the M16's right there. Oh my gosh, what coincidental timing,
means
bro.
it kills almost everything in both rooms, including
It's
ceiling
literally
spawns,
just right
which means
there.
the risk of cancelling spawns is there. Some strategies were invented to rethink about this issue, but at the time I'm
Wow.
making the video, nothing found has been fast or safe enough to be played for a full game, except running a half, Semtex and Reagan strategy, which isn't very consistent and slower. But this
And it's freaking tough.
brings another issue. If we consider cancelling spawns to be okay, it would be inconsistent with the current rule set on Moon and Call of the Dead. But Semtex strategy on Shangri-La would be playable without even thinking about blocking spawns, and the world record will remain 208. However, if you consider blocking ceiling spawn on Shangri-La to not be legit, then the record wouldn't even be
Hey, here's Massive
206.
Response.
In fact,
Appreciate it,
the
brother.
206 game I played had a cancelled spawn as well. The world record would
Oh, I
actually be 195 by Nestor, with a strategy much more boring to play, the same as the one played in the 206 game.
See, this is where I find it so fascinating who considers something legit in COD Zombies and who doesn't. Because it goes back to the thing I'm saying, like, how fast ray gun isn't considered a glitch, yet the Mob of the Dead grenade spam to open up all the doors is fair. You know, like, but then not canceling a spawn in a world record is also unfair too. Like, you see, it's so fascinating how people like certain things and then don't as well.
Community
you know?
has yet to agree on something, and it's still hard to think about a solution, although
Yeah.
most people seem to agree on banning cancelled spawns completely. Points-based power-ups.
I think that is fair, but it's so fascinating. Like I said, how people accept certain things and then some don't.
Everyone knows that you can get power-ups from zombies if you kill them, but when is it happening? There are two ways a zombie can give you a power-up when it dies. It can be random, each zombie has 3% chance to drop a power-up, or it can be points-based. What does points-based mean? At the beginning of the game, you probably noticed you get more drops, while later in the game, you don't get them as much. This is due to how points-based power-ups work. As an example, you need to make 2000 points among all players in the game to be able to get your first points-based power-up.
I didn't even know this. What the heck?
That only counts the points you made. The points you lose by buying wall guns, perks, etc. are not important. The random and points-based power-ups are completely separated. How does it work for next points-based power-ups?
Also, chat, I'm just going to get rid of the webcam so you can see it. Look, it says, like, you need 2,500 points, and it shows how often you're going. Like, this is happening in the game files. Like,
When
this
you
is
get your
crazy.
points-based power-up, it will calculate the amount of total points needed
Look
to
at
be
that.
made for the next power-up. This amount will be equal to the previous needed amount of points, plus 2000 multiplied by 1.14, power-up by the amount of times this calculation had to be done by the game, which means the amount of points-based power-ups you had. If you're interested, I will put the
So you can get certain amount of points to almost guarantee drops to happen, bro. That's freaking
Link of a
insane.
Google
Is that only in the older games?
sheet which
It
will
must
list each
be.
points-based power-up. However,
in
there's a
every game.
problem with that. Let's imagine you're playing with 3 friends, and you're staying in the first room until
This is used
everyone
on
has
Moon?
10,000
Yeah.
points each, and you never let zombies breach. That means you made a combined total of 40,000 points, or more at least, which
What
means
the
you have
heck?
more than enough points to get your first points-based power-up. When you kill a zombie and get the points-based power-up, it will calculate the amount needed for the next one. But the amount needed will be broken since you already made enough points to get the
That is so fascinating. And you saw at the top, it said next zombie will drop a power up. And there you go. He got the nuke. And then literally it ups it. So that makes so much more sense why certain drops are based on your points.
points-based power-up.
that is
Instead, it will
fascinating.
keep on skipping until you reach an amount of points lower than the amount of points needed
Yeah,
to
and
get.
this is why point guns are so useful. And it also goes to show how much they had to change this game with Cold War once they changed the point system in BO4 and all that. Like, it's crazy.
The next
They fully
points-based
changed
drop.
it.
In the case where
Thank
you
you
made
for
40,000
also.
points, that means you will skip 8 points-based drops, which means that if you let zombies
Wow.
out, you would have gotten 8 drops, ignoring random drops. This is mostly used by zombie players at the beginning of the game to know when they will get specific power-ups, because you need too many points in high rounds to get these points-based power-ups. Knowing you
Yeah,
can
so your 100th drop comes after 7 billion points, bro. Like, what? Yeah, so the point power-ups aren't often then. That's fascinating.
Combine this with the drop cycle knowledge.
Wow.
In specific situations, you can also abuse co-op downs to keep on reviving your teammate and make points instantly to be able to get the next points-based power-ups faster. PC has
Inflation these days, bro,
best
for
zombies map of all
real.
time.
Just gotta use an SMG. Yeah, get that 7 billion. Gotta get that economy, bro. You become the economy at 7 billion, bro.
shoulder reset.
That's
World at War
crazy.
used to be unplayable on PC before Plutonium came out due to how much shorter reset time is on the Steam version of the game. Instead of adding entities every 50 milliseconds, the game will add up entities every 25 milliseconds, making reset half the time it is on console. Until Plutonium came out, players
So
were forced
that's like the easiest way to explain why it's faster. It just counts it in a different frame of time.
to play on console
That's
to get the world
crazy.
record, forcing
What
drops
the
on the
heck?
reefs with teleporters. It is possible to get drops with the teleporters on the reefs. On World at War, if a player is in last stand and the teleporter is activated, the drop will be guaranteed to spawn, making it
What?
actually
I've never known this, bro. But what about on solo?
insanely useful for co-op
That's
high rounds. This
crazy.
hasn't been exploited yet, but it could change the risk co-op completely if the drop of nuke, insta-kill and max ammo was guaranteed. However, just like anything, it's not that simple. In high rounds, past round 20 actually, you will have 4% chance to get a max ammo from teleporters, while you
Right.
will have 24% chance to get all the drops. Of course, you will still
Yeah, if only the hacker was on Derice, man.
be able to get insta-kills and nukes, but it doesn't mean the strategy will be faster than the regular trap strategy. Another
Right.
thing to take into account is the
So you're taking a risk, really, by taking the teleporter so many times. And then there's the cooldown on top of it, right?
fact that the teleporter sometimes glitches out due to the players not killing enough dogs or dogs respawners. It's very weird, but it prevents players from spamming the teleporter a lot and could be a game ender. Bumping into
Wow.
objects will increase entities.
Why is that a thing, though, that when someone's down, you have increased drops chances? Maybe because the game's like, oh, this guy's down. We'll spawn something in. Finally. But then, meanwhile, high round players are just abusing it.
When I explained how reset works, I said entities
It's not increased, it's guaranteed. That's... Yeah, I mean, it must be for that. That literally, like, when I think about how Treyarch would code something like that, that just makes sense. Like, they would code it literally because, oh, someone's down.
are objects
Give them a double points.
replicated among players. World at War is a bit particular when it comes to this logic. Each object on the map can have a different sound effect when the player walks into it, like a fence on the rock, a barrel on the reef, etc. If that sound effect is triggered for the first time, this will add an extra entity for the entire game. This is huge because it can lead to losing a few hours of reset time if you don't know about it, and also the reason why you will probably see World at War high round players being extremely careful with their movements.
Right.
Pre-nade. In some challenges like first rooms or no powers, you don't have a lot of options to kill zombies.
No, pre-nades are huge. Yeah, and you don't really see it after BO3 because you get specialists, you get freaking... There's so many other better ways of doing it.
Are than using
You know.
weak weapons or grenades. Let's take
Yeah.
Verk's first room Juggernaut side as an example. You can use the gateway to kill them, or grenades since there is a grenade wall by. Obviously, grenades will be more powerful. The grenades
It is a weird way of putting it, but it makes sense. You're throwing the nade before. So, I mean, before... I mean, it makes sense.
thrown before zombies turn into crawlers are called pre-nades. Each round, there's a specific amount of grenades to throw before zombies can turn into crawlers. This has been written in Google Sheets, one for Black Ops 1 made by Straight1 referring to World at War maps of Black Ops 1, and one for Black Ops 2 made by
I'm gonna pre-nade. Shut up, bro.
Xiomix referring to Semtex since it's the only grenades available. You will find these resources in the
Before nades. Yeah, I'm a fan of before nades.
description. These pre-nades are under other conditions too. The values in the document are from manual testing and give the number of grenades you can throw before getting a crawler. It doesn't give the exact amount because the grenade damages are scaled by round and distance. A steel hand grenade does 50 damage at highest range and
Right.
200 at closest,
At close.
while a frag grenade deals between 75 and 300 damage from
I mean, there it is. Confirmed. Grenades more overpowered than the World at War ones.
high to close
Sheesh.
range.
I
On
didn't
top
know
of that, you need to add extra damages which are equal to the current round and the random value between 100 and 200. Depending on the player and the round, a different methodology can be used. In early rounds, you would count grenades, while in later rounds you would count packs, a pack being 4 grenades. Some players just stop paying attention to pre-nades and keep throwing grenades until zombies crawl, but it is still an important piece of information to know when playing, as it still gives a good idea of how many
Look at all the grenades. He's just running.
grenades you need to throw before
Post-nade
zombies are close to
clarity,
dying.
bro.
On Black Ops 3, grenades
he's
are not
got
usable
it.
forever
He's
because
got
at
it.
some point you will get a CI error for using them.
Premature fragmentation. Yeah, that's what happens with premature fragmentation right there.
Corner spawn controls. I will talk about the final type of spawn controls, which is there only on World at War, Black Ops 1 and Black Ops 2. On
The corners in these games are very jagged. I agree, especially BO2 and before. Like BO3, they definitely refined a lot of the edges of the playable spaces of the map, so I'm not surprised.
There is Volator in Black Ops 1 Knockdown Totem and Verruct. There are specific locations or corners where the players can stand and make every zombie spawn in the first room.
Oh, so this is what made Bus Depot easier for people. I see.
While on Black Ops 2, a corner in Bus Depot's first room make them spawn outside the room. On the Reese Volator, if the player stands at the back of the Type 100 teleporter, every zombie will spawn in the first room. This is actually
I actually want to figure out who freaking found that out. What madman spent hundreds of hours on Bus Depot survival in the spawn room to figure that out? That's
completely useless as no strategy is usable with this spawn control. On Knockdown Totem, if the player stands in the corner close to the help door, every zombie will spawn in the first room. This is insanely useful as almost every strategy on this map relies on this spawn control because it is much faster and much safer. On Verruct, if the player stands in the corner next to the MP40 trap, zombies
somebody had to AFK let their dog out and they're like, oh, all the zombies are coming here.
will spawn in the Juggernaut side first room.
Oh,
this is
that's
not much
interesting.
used on this map though. It makes Verruct extremely safe, but since you need to play fast, the interest is very limited as it probably is only useful for no-jug challenges. On Bus Depot, if the player stands in the corner close to Quick Revive, zombies will spawn outside the first room, meaning they will be forced to come from the roof. This makes the first room much easier since zombies will come from mainly one location,
I've never known this, bro. This is crazy.
which is easy
Thank
to
you for
order,
Prime.
but this hasn't been allowed by the first room community.
Wait, really? I just don't get it, man. We allow Mob of the Dead free doors with grenades, but no, man. That Bus Depot first room survival. Hey, if the zombies are not all in different windows, that's too much. That's too much. We cut it there.
All of these spawn controls rely on the fact that the game considers the player
This exploit allowed a free 50+ game. I mean, I get it. I know. But, like, still, bro, it's Bus Depot, man. What do you got in there? An M19? An Olympia? An M14? And just grit. That's all you got in this freaking room. And lava.
to be out of the map
man.
when standing in these locations. By default, the game will make all the zombies spawn in the first room. Maybe there are other corners in zombies where the player can stand
I did hear the news about Black Ops 6. Yeah, 2 round-based maps. Go check out the teaser. There's some gameplay if you haven't seen it. It's
and
great.
to make them all spawn in the first room, which aren't discovered yet. But at the moment, only 4 of them are known. VR11 can cause early box error. In the last couple years, Call of the
Yeah.
Dead has changed a bit, mostly in solo. Even though reduced graphic content was giving a
Huge change.
longer reset,
Huge
people
change.
were playing with unreduced graphic content as it makes the game faster since zombies would become crawlers and die faster from explosives. There's a problem though, this would cause the game to crash earlier. It was not because of
Bro, stuck in time. What the heck?
explosives or crawlers, but because of the VR11. Actually, not really
Fur with the Prime. Hey, on his own video. W. Let's go, man. Let's get it.
because of the weapon, but because of what a zombie turned into a human does. That human will go in the water and die by freezing. When graphic content is unreduced, the ice block will break and damage zombies around, while in reduced mode, it just stays there. This was proved to cause an early box error by Zobanator.
I love how, like, in the older games, they added the graphic content setting. And they were like, oh, yeah, this changes everything on every map. And then, like, by BO3, they're like, nah, just get rid of it. Like, I just love that. Zombies would be like, oh, this amazing mechanic that people love using. Ah, just scrap it. Who cares?
A known Call of the Dead player. This lets players push the map further since they were able to push the boxer from
152 pages script. W's in chat for Fur, bro. You are a legend, bro. This has been a very educational video for me. I have learned so much. Like, it's insane how much I've learned.
2,500 box hit
I probably learned more in this one
Best
video
zombies map of all time.
than in, like, the past 5 years of actually trying to get round hunters myself, bro.
to a bit less than
That's
3,800 box
crazy.
hits. RNG bug on
Oh
Black
my
Ops 3.
gosh.
There is a set RNG bug on Black Ops 3 that seems to happen
I hope
sometimes when
Arkham
you
will
restart
be
Shadows of
BO6.
Evil a lot,
I
which
hope.
can happen on both PC and console. It sets a large number of variables to always be the same at the start of every game, even affecting all other maps. If you close the application and restart the console, the bug will still be there. The trigger for it is unknown. Several Shadows of Evil players have encountered it in restarts. It can set things like first bug or dog round, part locations, first drop cycle, box location, perk locations, pack
I have a reason, I think, as to why this happens. I think it's because there is just so just a numerous amount of different things that are scattered underneath the map on Shadows. And to be honest, it's probably just something to do with that. Like, there's just so much unused assets that are probably also loaded in while you play this map. So To me, it makes sense.
Backup
I
and
don't know,
stone
it
on
makes sense.
Shangri-La,
Water
etc.
techniques are
The
one thing.
exact fix is unknown, although it's said it's something related with cleaning the player's profile. Mega
Cleaning the profile like on Steam? Well, that's interesting.
Gumballs cycle exploit. If you're using Mega Gumballs and you run out of a specific gum, when you get that gum in your cycle, you're refunded the points you used to hit that gum. So it's actually optimal to run out of certain Mega Gumballs since it costs
Oh, I hate when that happens.
around 1 million points on round 100 plus to double hit the machine, and about 2 million points to triple hit. That way, you can accelerate the gum cycle much faster due to the refunds and spend your points only on useful gums. For instance,
Wow, bro. If only it was that easy, man.
let's say you play first room on Kinoder Toten with Megas. You have to set up with great power to pack a punch and bullet boost for AATs, and they become useless after the setup. So by only bringing 3 or so to each game, you have a massive advantage over bringing 100 or so. This could also be applied to Knockdown Toten, Verrugt, and Shinruma Megas since there's no pack a punch on those maps, and any no power or first room that uses Mega Gumballs. Box error push. On Black Ops 1, the box error is the main reason why some maps cannot be pushed further. This is the case with mostly 3 maps at the moment: Knockdown Toten, Call of the Dead, and Ascension No Power. Players came to the conclusion that if they wanted to optimize the map as much as possible, they would have to play as many rounds as possible without using the box. On Knockdown Toten, players will
Like, you have to think about it this way. It's actually insane that high round players are able to overload the box when it's literally probably the most simple mechanic in the game. It's 20 weapons that you can select from a list, and it's just one of 20. And people hit it so many times that the game just freaking overloads, and then the list probably just like, nah, man, I'm not about to pick another weapon. You've picked 3,000 plus right now. I'm not about to pick another one, bro.
get their setup,
Like,
which means
that's
Thundergun,
crazy.
Ray Gun, Monkey Bombs, and Thompson, and playing normally
How often do I lift? Not enough. I'm trying for like 4 or 5 days a week, though.
until
That's my
around
goal.
round 50. Then they will get their drop cycle fixed to be able to get 1 max ammo per round. And this is when the pain starts. To be able to get through rounds without hitting the box, there's only one thing that can kill zombies: wall weapons. On Knockdown Toten, the best wall weapon to achieve that is the Thompson. Of course, zombies will still drop power-ups, but you need to make sure you get all 4 before you can use the Thundergun to finish the round. Depending on the goal, players will keep on shooting the Thompson for hours and hours, usually stopping on round 70, taking about 20 hours, more or less depending on the drop luck. However, it would technically be possible to use the Thompson for about 70 or 80 hours and then start to trade. Using the Thompson for that long would only save about 10 trades compared to a Thompson game to 70, and about 25 trades compared to a no Thompson game, but it could still be enough to push the map by a couple extra rounds. And actually, it has been done. A player named Cap was actually very determined to push Knockdown Toten to its limits. However, it's not that simple. When you play a map like Knockdown Toten, which mostly depends on RNG and box error, you need to get a very good average to have a chance to get the world record. Cap was the unluckiest Knockdown Toten player. In his 70 hours Thompson game, his Thundergun average was insanely high, reaching about 24.5, which has
That's impressive. Bro, that's like almost every time you run through every 20 attempts of all the 20 guns in there. That's pretty much like you're guaranteed a Thunder Gun after 20 attempts. That's huge.
less than 0.5%
That's very impressive.
chance to happen. The
Yeah, less than wow.
issue with pushing box error this far is the commitment of a very long game
So
without
many
being
points,
guaranteed to
yeah.
get a good average, which can make the map very unmotivating to play. Call of the Dead
Yeah, bro's got 14 million there. My goodness.
is a bit different. You will have to restart until you get at least the Matryoshkas and the Scavenger or the Ray Gun from the first box to avoid getting fire cells. To push box error on Call of the Dead, players will keep on using PhD Flopper to damage the entire horde until it dies. On top of that, they will keep the Wonderwar from George to be able to use it if they get a max ammo.
It's insane that a perk is the meta for Call of the Dead round 100 for like for like over almost half the game. 60, 70 rounds. You're jumping and diving. Your tummy's got to hurt after that, man. 70 rounds of just diving, bro.
It's possible to keep on flopping for a while, probably
That's
until
not it.
35 hours. Again, there's no guarantee about the luck in late game, but it is still necessary to do this if you want to optimize the map, or at least if you wanted to do it. I will explain later on why and how it changed recently. Finally, on Ascension No Power, it's the same thing as Knockdown Toten, but with the MP5K and first box restart for Thundergun and Gershes. Since Ascension has a much shorter reset, Gershes, and the Centrifuge, players use the MP5K for a shorter time, about 10 hours. Virtual Machines Incidents.
Uh-oh. I'm curious about this one.
We will stop talking about gameplay tips and tricks on this section to focus on virtual machines. A virtual machine is a digital version of a physical computer. Virtual machine software can run programs and operating systems, store data, connect to networks, and do other computing functions. Even though it is hard to run a game in a virtual machine due to technical limitations, it is still possible to do it with GPU pass-through. I will not talk about how to do it or what it is specifically, but I will simply say that it is a way found to run games in virtual machines. But
I'm curious if there's any like controversy about that in COD Zombies. zombies high rounds? Because I've heard about it, but I've never really heard of like anybody that actually like uses them. You know, what's your favorite perk? Mine's PhD Flopper. Honestly, one of my favorite perks ever is probably Speed Cola. I just the jingle, the way it looks, Vulturate as well. I mean, Tombstone.
Why do I talk about virtual machines in the video about zombies? A player named Oxygen for the Win played a game of Call of the Dead in the span of more than 25 days without getting a black screen. How was that
Oh, in the virtual machine. Oh my gosh, that is genius.
possible? Well, you can actually pause the virtual machine, which will also pause the entire game and even the 25 days variable. The problem with that is it will technically be possible to make save states of a game using a VM. At the time I am making the video, I do not think there is a way to create a save of a virtual machine using GPU pass-through, but
So technically, the highest round solo ever achievable would be the new Call of the Dead strat on a virtual machine. That's mad. That's mad.
even with very bad game performance,
That's why people don't allow it. I mean, yeah, it makes sense.
it is still possible to
Makes
run a
sense.
game, save it using the VM,
What's up,
and
y'all?
keep on reloading it whenever you go down, you get unlucky, and so on. The usage of VM is a controversy in the community. Even though making save states is not possible and Oxygen's For the Win's game was probably played legit, it doesn't mean it will not become doable in the future, which is why it is still controversial. If you want to know a bit more about that, I will link a video of Strat1 talking about virtual machines.
It's just insane how people will dump 100 hours into something that people will just consider not legit. You know, I find that so fascinating.
Astronaut on Moon can despawn. On Black Ops 1 Moon, the astronaut sometimes disappears without a reason. Even though it is not supposed to despawn, it actually does. The reason is unknown, and the only thing every despawns have in common is the fact it has to be at the origin of the map, being the spawn point of the player when he comes back from the no man's land. Sadly,
Oh, maybe you like kill him fast enough or something.
no one is able to manipulate it yet, forcing monkeys to pick
That would be a huge tech, bro. For high rounding on Moon, jeez.
your drops
That
on
would
Shangri-La.
be huge.
Black Ops 3 Shangri-La has monkeys which can come get your power-ups no matter what, even if you have 24 zombies on the map. On the other hand, on Black Ops 1, it is very frequent that monkeys will not come get a power-up. This is because the spawn system is different. On Black Ops 1, monkeys need a free slot and take a bit of time to spawn, while on Black Ops 3, the game gives priority to monkey spawns. This is why, in high rounds, you will almost never see monkeys come on Black Ops 1. It is possible to force monkeys to spawn.
Did I turn the video up too loud, chat? Hold on a second. Let me turn up my volume. Is that better, chat? How's that?
Though. For a monkey to spawn, the spawn function must be triggered and running, meaning it must
Here,
be
and I'll turn
spawning
down- I'll turn
zombies
down
when the
the video a
power-up
bit.
spawns. To force that, a player will kill half the horde to trigger the spawn function, and kill the other half about 2 seconds after, hoping for a power-up to spawn. This is how to flip regular power-ups into max ammo. This trick is mostly used to get a max ammo when it is almost guaranteed to not get one from the drop cycle.
Right.
Crouching messes up characters' hitbox. The characters
It's interesting how slight movements can completely change the way the hitbox from zombies hitting you. Like crouching, slightly moving your camera. Like, not many other games have that type of feature.
hitbox
you know?
has always been a bit weird. For instance, when you jump, your feet are able to reach power-ups from further, which can be useful in some
Oh,
cases
yeah, that is weird. That's true.
where you want to
Your feet just like elongate or something, bro. Your toes just grow 20 inches.
pick up a power-up without leaving a room to not break spawns. I will talk about another trick which is mostly used by No Man's Land players. A player named Strat1 published a video where it shows how to use a technique called the crouch knife technique. When the player knifes the zombie, crouches and moves on the side, he will be able to avoid the zombie's hits. This is mostly used in No Man's Land because you need to knife crawlers and
It's so smooth how he's doing it. Oh my god.
zombies in the middle of an entire horde. So avoiding zombies hits to be able to spam with your knife is very important. You can't die shooting yourself with the Wunderwaffe. One of the Wunderwaffe's biggest problems is self-damage. However, unlike the ray gun, it is actually impossible to down yourself with it. On
It brings you to 1, right? One
Black
health?
Ops 1, when you damage yourself with the Wunderwaffe, it will do the same amount of damage as any explosives in the game. Grenades, Semtex, ray gun, etc., which is 75 HP. If the player's health is equal or lower than 75, then the Wunderwaffe will only do 1 HP of damage. Even when the player's health is 1 HP, it will regenerate back to 2 HP, making it impossible to die from the Wunderwaffe.
Oh, so you're regenerating so fast that you just can never kill yourself. I see. Okay, that's bizarre.
On Black Ops 1 and Black Ops 3. Doctor
bizarre.
glitching zombies pathing.
Oh,
The Doctor on
the
5 has a
five.
unique pathing. When
Oh
the trap
boy,
is
the Pentagon
active, the
thief.
Doctor will consider it impossible to go through it and try to avoid it. However, there's a problem with that. If the trap is still activated when the round after the Doctor's round starts, zombies will keep the Doctor's behavior, meaning they will try to avoid the trap no matter what. When this happens and you're going for a high round, this means the game is over since there's no way to fix that glitch and you must quit the game.
That's insane, bro. And yeah, the Pentagon Thief is very fascinating for high rounds. The things I've seen people do with that guy, it's very interesting.
King Pack-a-Punch ruins astronauts pathing. Hacking the Pack-a-Punch on Moon seems very good on paper because you get 1000 points and more than enough time to Pack-a-Punch all of your weapons, but you must avoid doing it at all costs on Black Ops 1. If you hack the Pack-a-Punch, the astronaut's pathing will be glitched the next times you'll throw Gershes. The astronaut will
Yeah, and then he does his dance move where he goes like this, bro.
keep on sliding as if he was attracted by a Gersh.
Oh, this is the worst glitch of all time. I gotta be honest, this might be the worst glitch because not only does he move faster than the zombies, as soon as he touches you, you can lose a perk. I've had this happen to me too, bro.
Except he will go for you instead, which
Yeah.
means you have no other option than killing him. But good luck with that.
Yeah.
Lower
Fast
FPS
AF.
gives a longer reset time.
Yeah.
When I talked about reset, I mentioned the tick rate being 50 milliseconds, which means that every second, the entity counter updates 20 times. So what is happening when the frame rate drops below 20 frames per second? Well, the entity counter slows down as well, since the game will run slower when it runs at less than 20 FPS.
So you're telling me the best way to play zombies is on 1 FPS. This is what I'm hearing.
This is what happened back in days when players used to have frame lags, their reset time was longer. However, this can be
That's kind of crazy. Like, you're manipulating the game.
exploited for co-op games. When you're taking a sleeper in co-op, you do nothing other than rebuild the window, which means running the game at low FPS is not an issue. If you put the game at, let's say, 5 FPS, the entity counter will increase 4 times slower. This means an hour of pause will take only 15 minutes in your game. This
Dude. Where's my 5 FPS world record holders, man? Come on. Where are they at? Where are they at?
becomes very problematic because in theory you could run the game very slowly and get a very long reset time, getting more time to pause than players who kept the game above 20 FPS. This is why some co-op games include sleepers in their gameplay. If you want to know more about this, King Eli Swagpuss made a video on how FPS
That's insane. Yeah, so he's literally saying with this video how FPS can be abused, which basically would mean like you would lower your FPS, which would buy you more time while you sleep. That's genius. That's actually genius. Wow.
can be abused during sleepers on Black Ops 1.
Wow.
Self-damages on PC.
Again, keep in mind, those FPS changes really only work, in my opinion, BO3 and before. Probably not even BO3, maybe BO2 and before.
The only platform on which you have a leaning mechanic on Black Ops 1. That mechanic can be useful, for instance, when you want to activate the lander without staying on it. However, it can also be a source of game over. On solo, when you don't have quick revive or in co-op
Wait, he just leaned and died? What the fuck?
when you're the last player alive, if you lean and knife with the Bowie knife, the sickle, or the ballistic knife, you will go down and the game will be over. If you lean while damaging yourself with an explosive, you will also go down.
What? How have I never heard of this?
However, if you have quick revive or if you're not the last player alive in co-op, zombies which are on the map will get away from you, as if you went down. This also happens when the player is in dummy god. When the player actually
Here's the real question. Why did they even add it in as a feature if you get hit while leaning and just instantly die? Like, what is that?
goes down though, zombies will get stuck on his body.
that?
The behavior is very weird and is not allowed to be used to get away from a bad situation.
Yeah.
My-
I think the lean, the most useless mechanic in zombies is lean. Hands down. Like, what is it for? We don't know.
Manipulating
Other than glitching your game.
excavators on Moon. The excavators on Moon are a pain, especially on Black Ops 1. For high rounds, since you could need to block the astronaut if you don't want to play with him, you need a specific excavator to come, precisely the excavator Omicron. It is actually possible to manipulate the excavators a bit to force the one you want to come. An excavator below round 10 can come every 3 to 8 rounds, and then every 2 to 8 rounds. When an excavator is moving, it is considered active, meaning it is not possible to get the same excavator activated when another one activates. To keep an excavator active for longer, you can let the excavator come until it reaches 30 seconds before breaching. Then you can hack it. This means the excavator, which already has been active for about 3 minutes 30 seconds, will remain active for the same amount of time, because it remains active when it goes back to its original location. In low
It's all just timing based. Wow, I didn't even really think about that.
rounds,
That's
a round is
insane.
usually about a minute long, which means you have a high chance of having another excavator triggered with only 2 non-active excavators left.
Oh, that is fascinating. I feel like most people, if they want to manipulate the spawns, they just keep them going. You know, that's the way most people do it for Easter eggs.
One of the 2 being the excavator you want.
Yeah.
Dead Ops Arcade 2 Cyber Silverback Health. In Dead Ops Arcade 2, there are a few strategies that players employ related to the main boss, the Cyber Silverback. With each playthrough of a boss fight, there are of course more silverbacks that appear, but the silverbacks on Dead Ops Arcade 2 actually have a shared health bar system. So, if you have a very good weapon at the start of the boss fight, such as a fully upgraded shotgun, the player can quickly kill that first silverback before the other one spawns
Oh my gosh, look how he just deleted the health.
in and increase the health bar. This allows the player to clear
man.
around 256 by just killing one silverback rather than all 4 monkeys, which makes things a lot easier and
Wow. Oh, sheesh. I don't even know. Dude, Dead Op, like, people that find these Dead Ops ones, yeah, I expected to see Chris Voltage and a lot of these guys here. These guys are legends in the DOA community.
faster.
Legends.
Some weapons do more damage to George. Usually, Call of the Dead players are using powerful weapons like the Scavenger or the Ray Gun to kill George. These are good weapons, but not always the best to kill him. Strangely enough, some weapons become very powerful when they get pack-a-punched.
The Dragonov, right?
The upgraded AUG and the upgraded Commando get a 4.75 damage multiplier.
Oh my gosh. Took about in 20 seconds. I didn't know that.
The upgraded Galil and the upgraded FN file get a 3.5 damage multiplier. The
Dude, the Commando is actually goated. What the heck?
upgraded FAMAS gets a 9.25 damage multiplier, making it the best weapon to kill George.
What? It's better than the upgraded Dragonov with the fire. Bro, I would have never thought this.
The best zombies map
The
of all
upgraded FAMAS from BO1 is statistically the best weapon against George. What is going on, bro?
The Matryoshkas get a 20 damage divider, which is why they aren't as powerful on George. The reason why it
Right.
has remained unnoticed by most players is because this multiplier does not apply when shooting George in the head. Since this is what most players tend to do when they can empty their weapon, the weapons are much less powerful.
That is so bizarre, bro. What the heck?
Switching weapons.
Wow, I never thought the
Weapons makes you
FAMAS
faster.
would actually have like a usage. That's crazy.
This is mostly useful for historic players since there will be those who are using this the most, but I would still mention it since it's relevant to movements. You can switch weapons multiple times while sliding to be able to sprint instantly and slide again. This actually makes quite a difference when you get used to it. For instance, to travel through the Knocked Down Totten first room, you will need a second less. I said it was mostly useful for historic players, but it could be used for trading on Knockdown Totten and for Zetsubu Noshima's no power strategy. I will explain the Zetsubu Noshima strategy more in the 5th layer. Dead Ops Arcade 2 Magwas.
I'm curious about this because the Margwas in Dead Ops are very different from the ones in Shadows and Rev.
In Dead Ops Arcade 2, the player will encounter a mini-boss fight with a Magua during the first round of every jungle arena. The good part about this boss fight is that the round actually ends shortly after defeating any Magwas that appear. So on later playthrough, what would normally be a 30 minutes round can instead be cut down to just a few minutes long by having a Magua round. Additionally, the player can have additional Magwas appearance during the jungle arena if they are lucky enough to encounter a bonus room or silverback challenge during following 2 levels, which is a very helpful time saver in regards to the reset that occurs at around 70 hours. There is also one more bug related to these Magwas on jungle. If the player hits a bonus area just before the main boss fight, the Magwas will also appear alongside a cyber silverback, which means
Oh, so it's all timing based. Most of the mechanics that I'm learning about today are time based. Like that's so interesting.
it's quite bite on pepper. However, there is a glitch where if the player kills a Magua during the boss fight, any vehicle that spawns in will last for the entire remainder of the round, with the player having the option to exit the vehicle and switch rides to a more effective option at any point.
Right,
Simon says
right.
increases reset time.
Really? Really?
Simon Says is the name of the first Easter egg step on Moon. The
Are you for real?
game shows you multiple
How does that work?
colors and you need to remind yourself of the sequences to press the action button on the right color. By doing this first Easter egg step, it actually saves some reset time. This is due to the fact each time a screen is on, it counts as an extra entity. When you don't do the step for the entire game, it will keep on showing the
Oh, it keeps on cycling through it. Oh.
player what to do to complete the Easter egg, meaning each screen will be on for a good amount of time in the game. When you do that first step, the screens will remain off for the entire game, unless
That makes so much sense. I didn't even realize that, bro. Yeah, it actually
to
makes so
keep
much
progressing
sense.
in the Easter egg, which is not recommended in high rounds. This is why you will see Moon high round players do the first Easter egg step.
And that's it. That's where they draw a line. Hey, I'll do a little bit of Samantha Says, red, red, blue, blue, and that's it.
Can't find save bug.
That's
Can't
funny.
find save is a bug known to happen when players are trying to pre-save the game. This happens when players don't use the restart button of the pause menu to restart, but the fast restart command binds in the config file. This
Listen, I will say this. Black Ops 1 was the only game that added in the restart level function. We need that back so bad. I don't care what type of glitches or bugs it gave. Bro, just having that restart option was the greatest part about BO1. Just kept you in the game, man. We need more of that, bro.
bug is very frustrating because
We
if you
really
don't know
do.
about it, you can keep restarting using the command without knowing you're wasting your time by not restarting using the restart button of the pause menu. And even if you use the restart button from the pause menu, it can still happen sometimes.
Like, okay, think about it this way, right? Black Ops 4, and I'm pretty sure Cold War has this too, added server pause, right? Huge deal. That was a huge deal when it came to zombies. You could pause the game at any time with any amount of players. But we don't have a restart option, bro. We have server pause, but not restart. That's insane to me.
Shangri-La and King of the Toten having a nuke as last drop of the first cycle.
Yeah.
The first drop cycle on Shangri-La and King of the Toten of Black Ops 1 and Black Ops 3 is very particular. On both these maps, the last power-up of the cycle will always be the nuke, which makes it actually good because you can guarantee a fast rounds and early in the game on rounds that matter.
Just Treyarch being like, yeah, you know what, for Kino and Shang, we'll just make the nuke.
This is because the game
last
adds the
drop
nuke and the fire cell to
in
the
the
power-up
cycle.
cycle after round 1. Since it's very unlikely that players will get full power-ups on round 1, this is why the nuke is at the end of the first cycle.
Right.
Holding a Gersh while a Gersh kills will not give you a power-up. Moon and
I didn't even know that. What the
Ascension
heck?
are the two only maps with Gershes, which are very useful to get power-ups in high rounds. However, there's definitely something you should know when using them. When you hold a Gersh while another one of your Gershes is out, it is impossible to get a power-up. This is important on both maps since the main purpose of Gershes is to kill zombies and get power-ups from them.
So that is very interesting. I didn't know that. That's actually very important.
Buildable error.
Oh,
The buildable
boo.
error is the main
Buried,
reason why
boo.
Buried took so long to be pushed to 255. After
Yeah.
a big amount of use of turbines and resonators, the game will crash. To push
Yeah.
the error, players are doing two things. Usually, the turbine will start to be unstable after 4 or 5 resonators, but players will push the turbine and make it work with 7 or even more resonators.
Yeah, but they just have to slow them down with a paralyzer. Yeah, I've been there, done that.
When
Been
they're
there,
trying to
done
reach
that.
high rounds, players also use the trample steam. It has been tested that the trample steam does not contribute to the error as much, making it possible to reach round 255 if Juggernaut strategy is combined with another strategy at Saloon using the trample steam, but I will talk more about this later on. Shinonuma zipline can kill zombies and grant you kills.
Really?
Shinonuma has 4 electric
What the
traps, one in
frick?
each hut and one trap in the middle of the map called the Flogger, but it also has another particular trap called the zipline. The zipline is actually able to
I didn't even. What the frick? It just took them all out. I had no clue. I mean, it's not really that useful because the flogger exists, but
kill zombies as soon as they get touched
That's
by
so
it while it's
crazy,
active.
though.
Not a single trap in zombies is granting you kills, but if
Yeah.
you shoot a zombie at the same frame the zipline kills him, you will be granted a kill. Sadly,
no traversal mechanism really also kills. Like other than maybe the tank in Origins and the bus in Transit, not much.
this does not make
Outside of
zombies
that.
drop power-ups.
Yeah.
Setting the quick revive elevator position. When you start a Black Ops 2 game in co-op on Plutonium, the host has to start the game first and the other player has to join as fast as possible so players get zombies for 2 players. 2 players named Astrox and Echoes found that when you do that on Die Rise, the quick revive elevator, which doesn't move normally because you're in co-op, will be active until you finish the first round. You can
Oh, interesting. So it's like you're glitching the game with solo and co-op with the quick revive. What the heck?
actually get the elevator to stay at the trample steam if you finish the run when the elevator is there. This will get both spawns to be blocked, making the strategy easier, though the community choose to not allow this for high runs in co-op.
Yeah, I mean, that is kind of OP because you really only have 2 elevator spawns, but it would kind of fix the whole issue with that. I mean, I don't know. That's fascinating.
Or-
Again, another thing, the community's like, nope, too much, too easy. Alpha Dog, thank you for the prime.
Origins Panzer's triple drops. On Origins, it is possible to get 5 drop cycle power-ups around by killing a Panzer after getting the 4 power-ups from zombies. In co-op, it is actually possible to get up to 7 drop cycle power-ups in a single round. The trick is to kill them all at the same frame. By doing that, you'll make each Panzer drop
yeah.
a power-up, meaning that you'll get 3 extra power-ups. Origins dig
The amount of tech on Origins that I learn every year. I kid you not, chat. Every year, I learn something new about Origins. Every year. Every time. There's always something else I didn't know. It's crazy.
before getting your drops.
Yeah.
There are a lot of details about digs important to know when playing Origins. The maximum amount of digs on the map at the same time is 15. There is something on Origins called the good chance, which is separated in 2. With the golden shovel, you have 15% chance to dig a zombie, 7.5% to dig 1 grenade,
This is so useful. I need to remember this. 15 for a zombie, 7.5 for a grenade.
7.5% to dig 2, 35% chance to dig a power-up, and 35% chance to dig a weapon. To get
So 15% for a grenade, 15% for a zombie, 35% for a power-up, and 35% for a weapon. That sounds about right. To be honest, from what I've played, that sounds correct.
the golden shovel, you must dig 30 times. For power-ups, you first gotta get through the 35% chance to get a drop. Then, you'll get a zombie blood or bonus points if the addition of all drops gotten into the round, not counting points digged, is higher than 4, or last drop obtained was a rare drop, so not a zombie blood or bonus points, or
interesting.
no more rare power-up is available, I'll explain what a rare power-up is after, or 80% chance. When you get through that condition,
Yeah, I would say points and zombie blood definitely are the highest. But, I mean, it makes you wonder what's the differences between the regular shovel and then the golden one, right?
And you have a 30% chance of getting a zombie blood and 70% chance of getting a bonus points.
Right.
You also can get only one zombie blood per round. To sum it up, 19.6% to get bonus points, 8.4% to get a zombie blood, and 7% to get a rare power up. Each round, the list of rare drops is made of double points, insta-kill, max ammo, nuke, and fire sale if it's available. At the beginning of each round, the list is made available, and each time a rare drop is dug, it is not
Yeah, and 0% chance for the ice, that part, true.
no longer available for the round, which means you can't dig 2 max ammos a round, but you can dig 1 max per round in theory. This means that it is worth to keep digging after you get the max ammo until you get bonus points or zombie blood to prepare the next round during which you want to dig for a max ammo. Because
Isn't that insane that the dig ups themselves have their own drop cycle? Like, what the frick, bro? That's crazy. There's literally a whole drop cycle in just that in and of itself, literally.
it is impossible to get a rare power-up if you haven't dug a bonus points or zombie blood before. Another important thing to know is that rare drops spawn only if the amount of drops gotten in the round, including regular zombie drops, is lower than 5, which means it is actually possible to get up to 8 power-ups in a single round if you consider only digging and killing zombies. I am not talking about other ways to get power-ups like killing the Panzer, the Templars, or even riding the tank.
Right.
Dead Ops Arcade 3 Wild Backtracking Trick. The wild area in Dead Ops Arcade 3 has lots of little tricks that the player can use to get extra treasures and score. Perhaps
Oh man, I want to play DOA 3 again. I've not put enough time into this mode. This is the one mode I really like. I haven't even beaten it yet. I've gotten really close, but I have to beat it. Like, it's a great mode. Definitely check out DOA 3 if you haven't.
perhaps the most impressive
Amazing
maneuver
game.
is one that allows players in the round 60 wild area to backtrack all the way back to the original wild area that appears on round 4, which is not intended to be accessible at that point in the match. One
Right.
way to perform this move is to have the player grab a first person item and then have the Giganese enemy perform a shield blast attack while the player is on this elevated
This is crazy, bro. This is so much. Wells, thank you for the prime.
plank. The player can then jump into the Giganese and is then launched into the air. They then use the few speed boosts towards the round 4 area. This method does not allow players
What the frick?
to obtain extra keys, open up chests, and take out enemies for additional score and loot. This trick is not only helpful for those looking for score bragging rights in their high round matches, but it also builds the player's score multiplier, allowing them
This is what I don't get. How do people say DOA 3 was bad? There's a huge portion of this community, genuinely, and they're like, yeah, DOA 3 was trash. DOA 2, most people in this community, I think, believe that DOA 2 was the best one. A lot of them didn't like the wild in DOA 3. DOA 3 does have first-person elements. DOA 2 had first-person elements, bro. You can play DOA 3 in first-person fully on Black Ops Cold War. Like, that's what I'm saying, bro. This is definitely the most slept-on mode of Cold War, hands down. I gotta go back. I gotta
to
go back
more
and play
easily
it.
obtain the award for maxing out their 9 times score multiplier. Or
DOA 1 is good, but it's nothing compared to 2 and 3, in my opinion.
Origins sticks respawn depend on weather. The weather on Origins is
Yeah,
known to
big
have several
depends on weather.
impacts, like
Yeah,
being able to dig
true.
the ice staff parts when it's snowing. The weather
Yeah, what's the ice staff percentage? Let's hear it, bro.
also plays a very important part on the digs respawns. At the start of the round, depending on the weather, you will get a different amount of dig respawns. If it's snowing, you will get 0 respawn unless you haven't picked all the ice staff parts. In that
Right.
case, you will have 3 dig respawns, but it is not the case for most of the game anyway. If it's raining, you will get at least 5 dig respawns. Then a random is done between 0 and the
Oh, that's interesting. So the weather even determines when they spawn back in. Oh, that's fascinating.
amount of players in the game, which means you can get up to 9 digs respawns with 4 players and 6 in solo. If it's just cloudy, you'll get at least 3. And again, a random between 0 and the amount of players in the game is added. If you
So ultimately, if you want dig ups to spawn back in, it's best for Origins to be raining. Oh, that is like, bro. I learn something every year with this map, bro. That's
add
crazy.
on top of that the weather conditions, you can base your decisions on what has the most chances to happen. When you get into a new round, you have a 40% chance of snowing, 40%
Right.
chance of raining, and 20% of no
it
weather.
being
On
clear.
top of that,
So ultimately, the worst odds, in my opinion, are if it's clear, right? If it's clear, I mean, okay, the only bad thing about raining is for the zombie blood side Easter egg with the fire chariots, right? But I mean, still, bro, this is
you have
insane.
a few extra conditions. If it's been 4 rounds without snowing, the next round is guaranteed to snow. If it's been
Right.
5 rounds without raining, the next round is guaranteed to rain.
Guaranteed
Snow
to
is
rain.
guaranteed to be either on round 3 or 4 and round 10. From
Yeah.
round 5 to round 9, it's guaranteed to not snow. With all
Yeah.
these in mind, it's possible to get prepared for what's going to happen with dig respawns and if you should trust the upcoming weather.
Yeah, I feel that. The round 5 to 9, no snow. I feel that in my heart, bro.
Tank mechanics on Origins. The tank on Origins is a very particular
These snow rounds are only BO2. Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense.
trap used to progress through rounds when players run out of staff ammo. Before talking about how the tank works, I will talk about extra power-ups you can get with it. When you pick up every electric staff part, you can get power-ups when you activate the tank and stay on it while getting close to one of these platforms.
Yes, this literally saved my round 100 run. I don't even know how you guys figured this out, but whoever figured this out, this was one of the craziest things ever when I pulled a max ammo this way, bro.
These power-ups are random and can be
Yeah.
any power-up available on the map, even a fire cell without moving the box. When
Yeah.
you get a
Bro, the fact that I had a max ammo here when I needed it for my BO2 100, bro, that was mad.
power-up,
That
you
was
will be able to get
mad.
another one at the same location after 8 to 12 rounds. That
Yeah.
means each drop is completely independent. Let's say you get all tank
Yeah, a huge max ammo right there, too.
power-ups on round 130. The first platform's power-up can respawn on round 138, the second one can respawn on round 140, and the last one can be on round 142. Now,
Yeah, it's 12 rounds after, which is insane.
let's talk about how the tank works in itself. The important thing to know is that the tank is killing zombies only with the flamethrowers. All the flamethrowers are actually aiming at zombies. They will trigger when there are zombies close and remain active for 6 seconds. If no zombies are close, they'll remain active for 3 seconds.
You can also use those to get free fire sales without moving the box. Yeah, see that, dude. There's so many different things you can do.
That means it is always
That's
better to trigger the
nasty.
flamethrower when possible to keep it active for 6 seconds instead of 3. If a zombie gets in the range of the flamethrower after it has been triggered, the delay will remain 3 seconds, it will not extend to 6. Then, the flamethrower will remain inactive for a random delay being 4, 5 or 6 seconds if there's no zombie around. If it has been more than 1 second and zombies can be targeted, the flamethrower will trigger. Each flamethrower is independent from each other. When killing zombies, the side flamethrowers will trigger the fire staff death animation, while the front
Oh,
flamethrower
interesting.
will give the zombies instantly. I explained how all the flamethrowers are aiming at zombies.
And yeah, the front one also like auto aims. It like moves. It's so weird.
To be triggered, the flamethrower will check if there are zombies in range, but while it fires, it will continuously check for zombies close to it. The flamethrower changes the direction of where it shoots every second, meaning that each time it changes where it aims, it will remain stuck for an entire second. It can be bad if, let's say, the flamethrower is aiming on the left because of one zombie,
Right.
while all the zombies are on the right. It is
Yeah, it auto aims randomly. It's so annoying.
still pretty hard to anticipate and use this knowledge in games, but it is important to know how it works to be able to react and understand how the tank works to kill zombies.
Yep.
Thompson room jump triggers carpenters. On the
What?
Resolatoire, during the early rounds, it happened to players to suddenly get a carpenter. Since the early rounds are played in Thompson room and players are making sure they are not getting more than 4 windows open, this should not happen. So what is going on exactly? When the player is standing in the back of the room and jumps there, the game will actually consider him to be in the type 100 spawn zone. That will make some zombies spawn there, therefore provoke carpenters to happen unintentionally.
What the frick? How have you figured this out? That's crazy. They literally gridded the entire map with rooms to figure out the spawn indications. And yeah, jumping at this point makes it seem like you're in the type 100. What the frick, bro? Dude, that is... Even the fact that somebody figured that out is insane. I honestly, chat, somebody send this video to Treyarch. Genuinely, Treyarch needs to see this video. Like that, I don't even think they know half the stuff that's been put in this freaking video, bro. Legit.
Level of details animation skip. On Black Ops 2, the developers implemented an optimizations related to animations. When the players are too far from a zombie, that zombie will skip unnecessary animations. As an example, on Mob of the Dead, when the player is standing next to the gate at MP5, zombies will be able to get on the map without doing the animation required for them to get
They just run on in, baby. Come on in.
past the barrier. This hasn't been used yet for high rounds, but it can probably be exploited to make some strategies slightly faster.
Yeah, no, having that zombie skip that animation, that's honestly, that's a cumulative build. Like, that adds up over time, man. Wow.
Looking PC to save a game. A lot of players lost games in high rounds due to random freezes or errors. Sometimes, when your game freezes without an error message, you can actually recover your game by locking your PC, the Windows shortcut being Windows key
There's no shot. Is this for real?
plus L. It will not recover your game every time, but if it happens, it is probably the last thing you can do. Another
That's crazy. What?
shortcut also saved other games, this shortcut being Ctrl-Shift-Alt-B, which
Ah, yeah, the Control-Shift-Alt, the classic.
is used to restart the graphics drivers.
Oh, interesting.
Glitched George. On Call of the Dead, some players experienced the bug where, after killing George, he would stand there without going to the water and without dropping the power-ups.
I've seen this before. I've had this happen to me literally like in the last year or two, bro.
This
What
is
the
due to a
heck?
bug when calming George down by making him drop in the water from the shortcut between the boat and the first room. If George is angry and drops in the water, he will not be doing any animation related to this anymore. If you make him angry after, he will start running at you instantly. This is very
What the
important to
heck?
know to not glitch George out and put an end to your game.
It's crazy because like they even gave George Romero an idle animation, and most people have never seen this. Like, bro, the level of dedication they put into zombies when this first dropped was like, I don't even think I've seen that in like 99% of games, like period.
Because
It's
not
crazy.
having the Wunderwaffe is a run killer. Another thing to know, when George disappears after hearing Samantha's laugh, it is actually simply the despawn mechanic being applied on George. When this happens, George is simply teleported to one of the spawn locations. Master Spawner.
Oh yes, bro, this is a big thing in BO3, and I think it's weird that they removed it. I mean, it makes sense.
When zombies
One in the chat, if you saw the Glitching Queen videos about this was crazy, bro.
are spawning on Black Ops 2 and Black Ops 3, they aren't placed directly in the windows where they are supposed to
Yeah,
be.
look, he's killing all the zombies by shooting at the bus. Like, it's so, like, what the heck?
During a very short amount of time, their hitbox is actually located at what is called the Master Spawner. Each map
Yeah.
has a specific point where zombies are pre-spawning. As an example, on Kill Another Totem, that point is located at the first room teleporter mainframe.
Yeah.
In Shangri-La, it is located in the middle of the first room. On Nuketown, it's also in the middle of the first room. Killing them using the Master Spawner is considered legit, but if you keep doing it,
How? How is this good? I don't get this community, bro. Who is green lighting things and who isn't, bro? It doesn't make any sense to me, bro. Noah Clark with the 10 gifters, W man. One in chat, you just got dodged, bro. I know y'all got dodged, bro. It just, this makes me laugh because I'm just like, this doesn't make any sense. Like, yeah, shooting this random spot on the map. Yeah, you know what, bro? You know what? We'll count that. That's legit. That's legit. Hey, but you know what? If you want to shoot the ray gun slightly faster, we're gonna have to report you to the police. I don't know what to tell you.
it will crash the game at some point. Gorod Krovi crashed due to Valkyries. Gorod Krovi run 255 was
yeah.
considered impossible for a while due to the
Because of the Valks, yeah. KXG got it though, the madman himself.
crashes happening in high rounds. However, a player named KXG124 was able to reach that round. How was he able to reach the round limit when everyone else crashed? This is due to how he decided to play his game to test to avoid the crash. Killing the Valkyries is making the game crash. If
Wait, did he do the turn strat to beat it? I don't even remember.
you're playing for 255, you should not kill them until round 159, since past round 158, broken turn the round start. Not killing Valkyries will make the game slower though. In solo, only up to 3 of them can be on the map at the same time, but
Right.
in co-op it keeps increasing. They also count towards the horde and the enemies count. KXG's game was based on not killing Valkyries.
Oh, so he did do the turn strat to actually make it through all the way. I didn't even realize that. That's insane, bro. Wow.
That very simple thing to do made him
Wow.
avoid a crash and push the map to round 255 in a bit less than 70 hours. Insta-kill water on Tag their Totem. This one's info will not be very precise because we don't have enough data. On Tag their Totem, when you reach round
Can we read the verse of the day, Matthew 7:24? Brother, why not, bro? I got it pulled up. Therefore, everyone who hears these words of mine and puts them into practice is like a wise man who built his house on the rock. Brother, yeah, don't be the guy that built his house on the sand, bro. That's why you gotta pay attention.
after
gotta pay
insta-kill rounds,
attention.
zombies' health seems completely broken to the point where they can die in water. The use case for this is very rare actually, and probably not even worth it, but still worth mentioning as this was happening in the current realistic Mega Elixirs world record.
Right.
There is zombies per horde. On every single map in Zombies up until Cold War, the amount of zombies per horde is 24. For some reason, it's not the case on the Resworld at War where the limit is 25. Box RNG.
That's so weird. Just one map, just Darice World of War, bro. Darice is so buggy. Like, what I've learned from this video, bro, is Darice is buggy on every version. not just World of War BO1, bro. All of them.
The Black Ops 4 box RNG is completely different from anything seen before. The game
Yeah.
separates all weapons in the box into 8 different tiers. Tier 0 has 8% chance to be chosen.
Yeah, and so this is what I mean. BO4 and Cold War, they reworked the box system completely. Like it's not fully random like it is in BO3 and before.
Tier 1 and 2 have 10% which they share. Tier
Yeah.
3 15%, Tier 4 24%, Tier 5 17%, Tier 6 15%, and finally
Oh,
Tier
apart with
7
the 10
11%.
gifters,
When the
brother.
tier
Chat, are people still out here getting dodged in this chat after all the gifters today? What the frick? Bro, let me tell you, the Helion Salvo is whatever's in the bottom tier.
Gets chosen, then there's another random
It's in tier 7, let me tell you, bro. Sheesh, bro. Noah J. Nah, man. My man Noah Clark, appreciate you.
trigger to choose between the weapons of the given tier. Let's say you're playing Voyage of Despair, which has 44 weapons in the box. Depending on the amount of weapons in each tier, you will have a different chance to get the weapon you want. As an example, getting the Kraken from the box has a 4% chance to happen. This is because there are only 2 weapons of tier 0, the Homunculus and the Kraken. Since
Right. Bro, they probably put the Helion Salvo up in tier 1 for sure once they realized how goated it was. Thank you.
tier 0
Pink Nine,
has
for the tier
8%
1.
chance to be chosen in the first place, then there are only 2 possible weapons, so you can divide that 8% chance by 2. To put it into simpler words, the lower the amount of weapons in a tier, the higher the chance to get it. I will put in the
Right.
description a Google Sheets made by the Black Ops 4 community which shows every weapons tier depending on the map and the chance to get each weapon. There is another condition coming with this. On maps where there is either the Blundergat or the Alistairs Folly, when the box hasn't moved, the
Noah with the 5 gifters again. Are y'all crazy? I think y'all might be insane, bro. Can't wait to watch you play BO6. Yeah, chat. I'll be there. I'll be chat for day 1. I haven't even said this yet, but I will be streaming the whole day. 24-hour live stream. And then probably maybe even make it a 48. I'm going to be streaming all day. I'm going to have people editing videos and uploading them on my channel, bro. It's going to be a big day. It's going to be a big day.
conditions I talked about apply.
I'm
However,
excited.
when the box moves,
W's
the
in the chat for
probabilities
no, bro.
change depending on
Appreciate
the amount of box hits made on the current box, which is extremely useful, especially on Dead of the Night. The 2 first box hits will be random. The 3rd, 4th,
Sleep stream? Yeah, bro. I'm gonna be oiled up for like 16 hours playing Black Ops 6, and then I sleep on stream, bro. And we go again. We do it again.
and 5th box hit will be a 10% chance, the 6th, 7th and 8th will be a 25% chance, and any box hit above will be a 50% chance. What would be called the probability left is shared using the tier system. Zombies don't despawn during insta-kill rounds.
Really? That's fascinating.
This one is useful
Why?
only for Moon and Shangri-La on Black Ops 1, but still very important to know.
But why,
When you are
though?
on an insta-kill run on these 2 maps, zombies will not despawn. This is important if you want to run the M16 insta-kill strategy on Moon optimally. Since
Right.
zombies don't despawn, you must avoid respawns out of the one window room to keep zombies close to you, meaning it will actually be faster to wait
You
and
know,
force
Zone.
all respawns
Thank
in
you
that
again.
room.
Thank you, Noah
Dead
Clark,
Ops
for the
Arcade 3
gifters.
crossplay bug. Co-op matches on Dead Ops Arcade 3 can last quite a while. In order to compete for a world record run, players typically spend well over 4 days in the same match, hoping to stay connected not
Yeah, good luck with that on the frickin' Cold War servers, bro. These things are held up by a frickin' piece of tape, my god.
only to each other, but also to the online servers as well. One additional component that they need to be aware of is something
Yeah, I mean, look at that. Bro is just running in place. I don't know how you would be able to do this personally.
referred to as the crossplay bug. Players discovered that playing with crossplay users has a chance at disconnecting all players on other platforms from the match at any given point, with those players being unable to rejoin as a result of this bug. Even
I personally found the Cold War servers to be awful. Like, especially when they were launching the maps. Oh man, it was not it.
players on PS4 and PS5 would be considered crossplay with each other in this case. What round you encounter this crossplay bug is seemingly random. There are players who have encountered the bug as early as round 1, while others have played to round 250 plus without the bug affecting them. Delay Templars. Origins has a lot of tips which can be used to get max ammos at the right time.
Can't you delay Templars by not having all the gens on?
You can delay the Templar round and the max ammo gotten by turning on the generator at the very beginning of the round. This is commonly used when you're almost guaranteed to get a double max ammo, one from zombies, the other one from Templars. This is also used during Easter egg speedruns to avoid having to deal with Templars at a certain round, making the run faster. The
What
no
the
respawn
heck?
bug. Games can end in different ways. Dying, reset, box error, other errors. Well, we will talk about another way it can end.
No
On World at War
respawn.
there is sometimes, when you finish the round, well, it will actually not finish at all. The reason why it happens
Oh, I've seen this before on Twitter. People upload it. I'm like, what? Where the zombies at? He beat the game.
is because of a dog that sometimes no clips through the walls. In solo, if that happens, you
Oh.
have to quit the game. In co-op though, since the other player can suicide to force teleporter drops, you can get a nuke to kill that last dog. Sometimes, it's also possible to trigger an infinite dog round. By killing the last horde of zombies all at the same time, you can trigger the next round instantly. If that next round is a dog round, you will have a horde of zombies and 8 dogs. After killing all the enemies, the round will never end. On Black Ops 1, on any map, that bug can happen too, even though it's a lot less common. This is what ended the current standing world record of Shangri-La. The game freezes at some point, and then when the player kills the last remaining zombies of the round, it will simply not end.
That's the other problem is I think Shang is not very a played map, number one. But number two, also, nobody has hit the solo 255 on BL3 Shang yet. It is the only 255 I still think that has not been completed, unless somebody has completed it recently. I don't think anybody has, but I mean, these are the errors why. I don't think this is an issue in BL3, but I get why people wouldn't.
The reason behind it is completely unknown. There was still a lot to see under the iceberg, but it is not over.
We do it? Oh my gosh, we're in the last layer. Ladies and gentlemen, I knew like nothing from that layer. I'm going to be for real. I was like floored. I don't think Treyarch knew half the stuff that bro was talking about, bro.
Left with the last layer, the Abyss, made of info that only top players with thousands of hours in zombies will know and use. Let's go.
Brother, I don't even know that.
Go deeper and see what is in the Abyss of the Call of Duty Iron's Iceberg.
The Abyss. Dude, yeah. QR scam. That sounds like a cryptocurrency scam. What is this, bro? QR scam.
Spawn rate. Spawn rate is known to increase through the rounds progressively. In the game code, it says the base spawn delay is 2 seconds between each zombie. This delay is reduced by 5% each round until it reaches 0.08 second, which is supposed to happen on round 64. If I talk about this in the last layer, it's because it's actually not the case and everyone's life, including mine, has been alive forever. Basically, the lowest delay between two spawns in solo is not 0.08 second, but 0.20 second and 0.15 in co-op. Yes, spawns in co-op are faster than solo.
What? So you're telling me I'm getting cooked every time I play solo by 0.05 milliseconds? Or 0.05 seconds, I mean? Like, what the heck?
Solo, a horde will need a total of 4.8 seconds to respawn, while in co-op they will need 3.6 seconds. Also, the
Why is that?
maximum spawn rate is not reached on round 64, but on round 56. But if the game code says it should be 0.08, why is it actually higher? A player called Zyomix tried to find the reason and did the tests for all the rounds. The reason is because of a function in the game code called wait network frame. What that function does is to wait a very short amount of time for the server to respawn. But the thing is, it's coded in the spawn delay function, which delays each zombie spawn. Call of Duty gameplay code is written in a language called GSC, which, to my knowledge, is only used on Call of Duty. That language is client-server based, which means even when you're playing in solo, the code is made to work as if you were connected. That doesn't mean you need to be connected to servers for it to work, but it means it still treats all the data and scripts as if a server was running for.
Oh, and it's because it's on the peer-to-peer system, right? Like, it's how multiplayer is built. So of course they're gonna take the structure of the way the multiplayer system, the game system works, and put it into Ascension.
Much love.
I didn't even get that freaking notification. 9 just tipped $115. Much love, Zombies is back. Bro, my ears have died. I thank you so much for that, brother. Zombies is back, 115. And chat, how many minutes do we have left of the video? How many minutes do we have left of the video? 115.
Solo, this function waits 0.1 second, while in co-op, the delay is unknown but probably can't be shorter than 0.05 second since it's the shortest tick delay. Since the lowest gameplay delay is 0.08 second, you can add this delay to the wait network frame function, meaning it should be 0.18 second in solo and 0.13 second in co-op. But since the game waits for a tick to spawn a zombie, it keeps waiting until 0.20 second in solo and 0.15 second in co-op. I will put in the description a video made by Zyomix which explains all of this in detail. Now, everything I explained
600 bucks going right to chat. Listen, everything I'm making is going to Gobblegums. Listen, they said you all the Gobblegums are earnable. Do I trust that? Do I trust Activision? Not for a second. Not for a second, man.
To our Black Ops 1 and Black Ops 2, but on Black Ops 3 it's different once again. On Black Ops 3, the spawn delay for both solo and co-op are the same, but the differences are in the base spawn delay. In solo, as for other games, the base spawn delay is 2 seconds. In co-op with 2 players though, it is 1.6 seconds, for 3 players it is 1 second, and for 4 players it is 0.75 seconds.
And it's crazy because it's like, even with this little delay between the zombies, there's just so many more in 4-player, like it doesn't even really matter.
That means in solo, spawns will be maxed on 56, with 2 players it will be on 50, with 3 players it will be on 40, and finally with 4 players it will be on 34. A final thing to take into account is how...
That makes a lot more sense as to why 4-player zombie games are so chaotic. Like, one in the chat if you agree. Now I understand. For 4-player, you're not getting 4 times the amount of zombies. You're getting like almost 8 to 12 times. and the zombies spawn in faster. So that makes so much more sense as to when I play a 4-player game. Those games are just chaos, man. Especially in BO4 with the super sprinters, it makes so much sense, man.
Rounding actually works to calculate
Sheesh.
maximum spawn rate. It seems like rounding and waiting for the next tick works with the closest value to 0.1, 0.15, 0.2, 0.25, etc. So if the spawn rate was supposed to be 0.12, instead it will be 0.1 plus the weight network frame. Box location cycle.
Has a 4-player 255 been done? It has, but illegitimately with round robin. And even just spinning round robin for a 255, I think that game took like 2-3 hours, which is still, I mean, that's pretty long for just spinning round robin the whole time. That's kind of long.
The box location cycle has the exact same way to work as the drop and the gum cycle. However, if I made that a separate thing, there are a few reasons. First, the list of the box locations is randomized, but the first box location is not always randomized, like Shinonuma,
like
the Reese, or Ascension,
yeah.
which means the cycle does not always start on the first of the list, but can start anywhere. If you take Ascension, the box will always be at power. There are 8 locations on the map. For instance, if you take Pack-a-Punch, Mule Kick, Speed
Lex, we're throwing a party at UBC with perk bottle theme drinks, bro. Please come. I could literally go. That's the craziest part. Like, I'm not even that far from UBC. Chat, do I go to the zombies theme party?
Power,
chat,
Stamina,
let me know.
Claymores, Spawn, and PhD Flopper in the cycle,
That would be
the box will
hilarious.
already be placed at the 4th location in the cycle and not at the
I would love to record it and upload it. That would be funny.
first one. This makes it harder to
That'd be
start
funny,
tracking
man.
the box cycle. Another thing, the box cannot move to the location it just left. If the box
Of
moves
course,
away from
yeah.
power, it will move to another location, but not power again. If the last location of a cycle is the same as the
zombies
first
Riz
location
party,
of the
baby.
next cycle, it will skip the location. This
Story
makes it
beat.
harder to track the box cycle because you can't use the same way as the one used for the drop cycle, meaning 2 of the same power-ups to spot the start of the box cycle. Now you know this, I'll explain the use cases and the issues you can have with the box cycle. As I said, it's harder to track than drop and gum cycle. First reason is the first box location being randomly placed in the first cycle. Second reason is the possibility that a box can skip a location, which means you can't know what is the actual start of the cycle easily, and the fact that even if you know your box cycle, you can't be sure that the last location of the previous box cycle will be in the current box cycle until you finish it or until you get the box at the location.
The holes will not be there 100%, bro. You don't know.
Why is
You
box
don't
cycle
know,
location
man.
important since you can just wait until the box spawns to
It's
run
called
to it? Since
Zombies
High Round
Party,
Zombies
bro.
is a speedrun, you can't waste time waiting
be
for a
there.
box to
I'll
respawn.
get Noah
Instead,
there,
you want to
we'll
predict
DJ.
what the next box location will be
It'll
in
be
order
lit.
to
It'll
run
be
to a
very
location
fun.
before the box spawns to instantly hit the box. Let's say you're playing Ascension and you have one location left in your cycle being spawned, and the box is
Right.
currently at PhD Flopper. When the box moves, instead of waiting down PhD Flopper or attempting to trap somewhere and lose time after, you'll be able to run instantly to Spawn's box to hit it as fast as possible. How to find the current box cycle? You have to check what cycles are possible every time it moves. It's actually hard to explain because there are edge cases which can ruin everything.
See, what's crazy is even the spawn of the box is more complicated than the box itself in BO1. Like, what the frick?
PhD,
That's
speed, mule,
crazy.
stam, clay, power, pap, spawn.
Yeah,
Spawn, mule,
look at
clay,
that.
PhD, speed, stam,
It's a
power,
cycle.
pap,
It's-
spawn, speed,
This is just like the power-ups. It's just like the gobblegums. This is the way they build the cycle of all of the mechanics in this game. It's all based off of lists and the order of the lists.
stam, PhD, pap,
Every
clay,
time.
power, mule. This is
Yeah.
one of the worst cases possible. The first cycle ends with spawn and second starts with spawn. But
Well, thank
as
you
we
for
know,
the
it's
again,
impossible
appreciate
for a
you.
box to move to the
I
spot
won
it
Stream
just
Zombies
left.
like 7 years ago and got 5 people thinking I was Noah J and forever gave up my streaming career. Bro, you gotta go back, man.
So in that
gotta go
case,
back.
it will just
Gotta go
skip
back.
and move to mule. As a player, you will not understand immediately that the box skipped, so you must get used to it. It's even worse if you imagine the third cycle scenario where spawn is the starting box again, which would make any
Right.
player think that spawn was actually the last box of the second cycle. You must keep all of this in mind while you're playing. As another example, spawn, mule, clay, PhD, speed, stam, power, pap.
Especially because on Ascension, you need to trade the Thunder Gun. I mean, you don't need to. You can use the traps for a long time, but you do need the Thunder Gun eventually.
Spawn, speed, stam, PhD, power, clay, mule, then question marks. In this case, you can assume that pap is the only location left in the cycle, But
Right.
it's not that simple. Where the question marks are marked means it could be the Pack-a-Punch box in any of these spots, so you must not consider what seems to be the easy solution. Previous cycle ending with PAP means it can be PAP at the start of the next cycle, and it skipped, and if it did, it can still be this scenario. Spawn Mule.
I'm literally going to rewatch this when I try and redo the Ascension round 100, because this is so important on how the map works. I was looking for someone to give me this information when I tried to do it, but there was no video. Finally, there's a video, bro.
Clay PhD
It's amazing.
Speed Stam Power PAP, PAP Spawn Speed Stam PhD Power Clay Mule, Pack-a-Punch, etc. In that scenario, which is also the worst because you can't realize the cycle is written wrong until you reach the next cycles, the PAP location is the first or third cycle, even though it could seem like it was the last of the second cycle. In
Right.
game, the box will act the exact same way with these cycles. You must not consider Pack-a-Punch to be the last location just because you wrote the cycles like that. You have to adapt your decision making to make sure you will lose the least amount of time possible while still making the most of the box cycle. I won't
Yeah, even where the box spawns for world record matters. Every single detail
go into
matters.
more details, but I'll let you imagine the worst scenarios of these types, and sometimes the box cycle can be so bad it's actually still hard to track it even after multiple cycles.
Yeah.
Zetsubu no Shima despawn kills.
Oh, I've never heard of this one.
Despawns by
despawn?
distance on Black Ops 3 are working a bit differently compared to other games, but they still should not count as kills. This is the case on every map except Zetsubu no Shima. For some reason, if a player keeps running around the map, he will actually be able to finish the round just by running. This
What?
is because of how spiders are considered by the game.
So literally, you can get to round 255 on Zetsubo no Shima just running around the map. It would take you forever, but you could do it.
Some enemies on Black Ops 3
That'd be kind of crazy.
are considered
Or you at least be able to take out a bunch of the zombies.
as vehicles.
ZNS resets like 60 hours. Yeah, okay, so maybe not.
It's the case for
Maybe.
Raps, Parasites,
Maybe not.
Valkyries, and Spiders. Raps, Parasites, and Valkyries seem to be accounted correctly and cannot be considered kills by the game. Spiders, however, are considered as vehicles, but they are
That strat is 130 seconds per horde. That's not bad though. 130 SPH for just running around the map? It could be worse.
not at all. That means there is no limit to the amount of spiders they can spawn simultaneously. But why is this useful? In no power, you don't have AATs or anything that is able to kill zombies efficiently. So having this information actually lets you reach higher rounds without having to worry about a weapon that insta-kills.
Bro, for no power, yeah, that's kind of crazy. What the
Broken
heck?
zombies
It's kind of like the Call of the Dead strat, but on Zetsubo. That's insane, bro.
limit. On Black Ops 1 Shangri-La, sometimes players get the limit of zombies per horde reduced to 23, or sometimes even 22. This happened only in games where graphic content was enabled. So what is happening exactly? When playing in graphic content unreduced, which now will only happen when players are playing in co-op, you can turn zombies into crawlers. The problem is when you turn them into crawlers while they drop down from ceiling spawners.
Oh, they literally just disappeared. So could you theoretically just make no zombies spawn on Shangri-La? Just enjoy the map? Dang. Gotta do that.
Zombies then turn into a semi-dead body and still rotates in your direction. When it bleeds out, it respawns. Until this point, everything may seem normal or almost normal. But when you start to horde up and kill the horde, you will not kill 24 zombies. This is a very important issue because when you reach high rounds in co-op, that's the only point where you can realize if that bug happened or not. This actually happened twice in the 136 game that used to be the world record before the community
Bro, look at the zombie. Look at him when he's moving. You see this?
realized the one
Oh,
of the ceiling spawns was cancelled.
oh, that's freaky. It's like it's still there, but it isn't.
This made hordes reach 22
at that
zombies
thing.
instead of 24. Not only does this force players to train more, but it
Oh, I'm not a fan of that. That is not it.
also makes the game about 8% slower overall.
Yo,
So when you're playing
Big
Shangri-La
Bob
co-op, you have to make sure you pay attention to these fake dead crawlers. This obviously can happen on
I've never seen this before. This looks freaky.
any map, but since Shangri-La is the only map where this can happen due to explosives and killing zombies under ceiling spawns, it's the map where it's most likely to happen. Zombies
Can you still get hit from it? Probably not. It's probably just stuck.
bleeding mechanic. Sometimes zombies will bleed without doing anything, they will
Yeah.
randomly die. Depending on
up,
the
Leo,
game,
too.
this has different consequences and different ways to work. First, it is important to explain what triggers a zombie to bleed. I am not talking about respawners due to distance, but only zombies bleeding out. Every 30 seconds, 15 seconds on Mob of the Dead and Origins, each zombie will remember his current location and check for something else, as that zombie being at the same location 30 or 15 seconds ago. If it's the case, then the zombie will bleed out. Why is it important to know that? Well, there are 4 use cases. On World at War, this is used to speed up the rounds because zombies who are bleeding don't respawn and are also considered kills. This is mostly used in first rooms. On Black Ops 1 to make the last zombie respawn in a window. In co-op, it is used with the knowledge of player color priority, since
Yeah, I'm just taking breaks for co-op.
the zombie will chase the white player. If the blue player stays in front, the zombie will try to run at him forever and will end up bleeding at some point. This is useful to make him respawn at the window and take breaks. On every game, it is useful when you're holding a horde for a while, like on Knockdown Totem, Call of the Dead, or Ascension to Power, or even in first room since it takes a while to kill them. And on every game, it is used during tradeouts to make sure zombies are not despawning all at once, which would provoke respawns and potentially put the player in a bad situation. Often, people think that damaging zombies will prevent them from respawning, but it is not the case. This mechanic doesn't apply while a zombie is at the window breaching, except on World at War. Camera rotation.
See, it's so fascinating how every game is so... It's like a whole other different experience. It's all the same zombies, but it's a completely different experience every time.
Limit and aim lag.
It's so
High rounds are
fascinating.
known to be extremely long and repetitive, which means you'll probably spend a good part of your game doing these same movements and the same strategies. The best example of this is survival maps. When zombies have much more health, you need to trade your ray gun and shoot the zombies while moving the camera always in the same direction. If I mention this, it's because the game
No one here noticed Pokemon Mystery Dungeon music? I'm sad. Bro, I love that game. I just don't remember any of the music, but now it's coming back to me, bro. Catching the freaking mudkips and all those Gen 3s, man.
keeps all of this in memory. When you're doing a 360 on the right, the game will add 360 to a number kept in memory. When you're doing a 360 on the left, it will remove 360 from that number. Of course, it could just
Oh, what the heck? I didn't even know they calculated this, bro.
be added forever, but in
calculate
programming,
everything,
bugs are
bro.
coming where you expect them the least. There are 2 issues with this. First is called aim lag. This happens because of how data is stored in memory. The total rotation since the beginning of the game is stored in a variable called a float. A float is what is used to store numbers with decimals, which is useful for rotations because if you move your mouse or your stick very slightly, you don't want to jump from a 0 to a 1 degree angle instantly.
Oh, yes. Okay, this explains so much as to why you would get like so much drift lag when you play this game sometimes. Like when you're just moving, because the sensitivity is, yeah, it's an important mechanic to understand.
Aiming would be insanely imprecise. The issue is very weird and it requires you to understand how bits work, but it seems like each time the game needs an extra bit to store the entire part of rotations, the aim becomes more and more imprecise. For instance, between 1,048,576 and 2,097,152, the aim will register input up to 0.125. Then, until 4,194,303, the game will register input of 0.25 only. Past that number, the game will register inputs of 0.5, and finally, inputs of 1. Aim
Oh, it's all clicking. Like, I've had these problems for high rounds with sensitivity, with like randomly losing things. It's now finally being explained to me, bro. This is like 5 years of zombies content that like has never made any sense to me. Now that's finally clicking. This is just, it's cathartic, man. This is cathartic, bro, because I didn't really start high rounds until my round 100 on GK, and then I ended up doing all the other zombie maps, and like I don't really consider myself a high rounder because I don't go for world records. I just go for 100. But still, I've experienced so many of these issues in my own games. It's so nice to see that.
lag has been an issue for some high round games where players' aim was insanely imprecise the longer they were in the game, making insta-kill runs, for example, a pain. Second issue is aim lock.
When you'd have to like aim, or you have to pause and then reset your sensitivity. It was annoying.
When you go too far or too low in rotations, the game will not be able to calculate rotations correctly anymore, locking your aim for the rest of the game. This is what happened to Chris Voltage in his Nuketown game. When this happens, you have no other choice than quitting.
That's so sad. Yeah, you can't even spin anymore, bro. Like, what? The game just is like, no, we ain't gonna let you move anymore. I would have never thought there would have been camera bug this bad.
Or at least that's what we thought. Multiple players like issues have been able to counter these issues simply by doing what I will talk about. But why does aim lock happen? Again, this is related to another variable in the code, and that variable is the number of
Oh, you have to spin the other way because it's in the negative numbers. Oh, that makes sense.
rotations made by the player. The aim lock happens at a very specific number, being 11,796,480. positive or negative. If you divide this number by 360, which is the full rotation around the point, you will get 32,768. Why is this number important? Because once again, it's equivalent to a programming limit, this time being the 16-bit signed integer limit. So, how do we fix this? The solution is to keep your total rotation as close as possible to 0. To do this, you have to make sure that any rotation done on the right, you also make that rotation at some point on the
Look at this gameplay, bro. Like, bro, at what point do we have to realize Treyarch is just telling us to get off the game, bro? Like, at what point do we realize that?
left too, because if the first rotation will add 360, the second will remove 360. Players don't really have to keep track of this until they reach rounds where
Yeah, and I remember Wonderful and Krups were explaining that this is a huge problem with the buried high round specifically.
they need to aim, or if it's been a very long time they have been in the game. On Black Ops 1, a tool which tracks this rotation number exists. Usually, players will open it at some point just to know in which direction they need to rotate if they feel their aim is imprecise. When the direction is known, they just have to rotate whenever they have a bit of time until
You know what it's like, man? It's like if somebody just kept cranking this crank, you know, as you're playing the game. They just kept spinning it and spinning it. And then they give it to you and they're like, okay, here you go. Now you have to unspin it. Now you have to unspin these like hours and hours of spinning. That's what it's like. It's literally like a Beyblade problem or something.
get closer.
It doesn't make any sense.
to 0. If your aim ever gets locked, you can still rotate in the opposite direction
That's
until it
just
fixes
so
it.
weird.
But if that happens, you must be really careful about it and keep on rotating in the opposite direction to make it closer to 0. On Black Ops 3, it's also a bigger issue since if you start having aim lag in your direction, you cannot rotate in the opposite direction to fix it. Instead, you'll start having aim lag in the other direction as well. But rotating in the opposite direction to fix aim lag still works. This has been found for the first time by Scientifu in his Origins game. Dead Ops Arcade 3
What a wild bug. So few people will ever run into that bug. It's crazy.
arcade breaks. Deep at the bottom of the Dead Ops Arcade Iceberg is the elephant in the room known as arcade breaks. The appearance of certain items on Dead Ops Arcade 3 are time-based. For example, the arcade machine pickup, often considered as the holy grail of items, typically appears every 65 minutes. This item guarantees the silverback slideways bonus area during the following round, which is typically one of the better bonus levels that you can encounter with several extra lives, armory, and other loot available. Players eventually discover the bug related to the arcade item where the timer for its reappearance continues to tick even when the team is idle at the end of completed rounds. This bug allows players to wait at their own leisure and manipulate when and how often they get this bonus area to appear, allowing for easier clears for difficult arenas. Despite the existence of a pause button, especially one that functions perfectly well on solo, some high-round players have resorted to intentionally waiting at the end of rounds, like 20 minutes here, 10 minutes there, in order to influence the timer of the drop and dictate their bonus rooms.
That's crazy. Like, yeah, DOA is just...
Skipping drops in the cycle.
That's just different.
I explained how the drop cycle worked and how some drops have conditions to spawn, like death machines and fire cells. We will interest ourselves in these two drops one last time. As I explained, a death machine can spawn if you buy quick revive or if power is on. For a fire cell, the box has to move at least once. However, there is another condition I did not mention. A death machine cannot spawn if one is already active, and a fire cell cannot spawn if one is already active as well.
Is that for BO1 and 3 or just BO1? I feel like that's only BO1.
Let's take an example. If you kill a zombie and that zombie drops a death machine that you grab and it's the last drop of the cycle and the first drop of next cycle is also a death machine, that means if you get another drop while you hold the death machine in your hands, you'll actually skip the death machine drop and go directly to the second drop of the cycle.
Oh, so you can actually skip the cycle with the death machine. Okay. And it's on BO3? Really? You can get a death machine while holding a death machine on BO3? Yeah, that I think is correct. And also, I guess it's because of all the gobblegum spam as well that allows you to do that. They probably just coded that in with it.
Of course, this scenario has low chances to happen, but it can still happen and has to be considered. On a map like Black Ops 1 Ascension, you can get a fire cell as the last drop of the cycle and not pick it up, thinking it would be useless anyways since what you want is the max ammo. However, it would be a huge mistake if you imagine the max ammo being the fourth drop of the cycle and fire cell being in the first 3 drops. If you picked up the fire cell, maybe you would have been able to skip it and maybe you would have gotten your max ammo.
Oh, see, that's so fascinating. Because, yeah, then he gets the double points there, and he's on to the new cycle.
Details are what make good games turn into insane games.
Wow, yeah, because if you skip a whole drop in your luck, and that means more max ammos faster. So
Skipping drops is one of them.
That's
Less points
amazing.
with dual
That's
wheel
amazing.
guns.
Really?
On Black Ops 1
No.
and Black Ops 2, if you shoot a dual wheel gun with both guns at the same time, you will deal the right amount of damage,
Only 20? What?
but you will only get points as if you shot one big bullet.
What a scam! Tell me this is fixed in Cold War.
This is another detail which can make a
What?
difference when you use a weapon like Mustang and Sally. A lot of players will have the bad habit to shoot both at the same time in Horde, which means that instead of making 480 points, they will only make 240 points. If you imagine this happening during an
This is Wind Waker music, isn't it? I can tell, bro. It's some Zelda.
entire setup, this could also make a huge difference in terms of points. So make sure you're using both hands separately. Kino der Toten round skip. If you ever played Kino der Toten on Black Ops 1, you may have experienced a weird bug after turning on the power, or randomly sometimes, a round
I knew it, bro. Wind Waker is one of my favorite games. I could instantly tell. I can literally tell you from the level. It's the level. It's the Korok Forest level, bro. The one where he gets the leaf glider. Freaking love that game, man. Love it. Go to game. One of the best games ever made, hands down.
skip. The reason why I put this in the deepest layer is because of the actual explanations of it, which I have never seen anyone talk about. Kino der Toten was supposed to have another special round only made of Nova zombies, with half the amount of zombies. This round was supposed to happen every round which are multiples of 3, and which are happening on the dog round.
That would actually ruin the fire trap strat if that actually ended up being in the map. That's crazy if they didn't add it.
The player also
Wow.
had to be in the zone where Novas can spawn with power
Play it on stream. Want a switch port? I played it on an emulator already, but sheesh, I might do it again.
run. However, this has never been a thing, but this code remains somewhere and is still being used even though it's incomplete. In order to skip a run, the player has to be transitioning to a run that's a multiple of 3 and go from a zone where Novas can spawn, like Theater, to a zone where Novas cannot spawn, like MPL if Novas are not enabled. It has to be
Right.
done in about 2 seconds, from the moment the number at the bottom left is starting to appear, to the moment the player gets his grenades, which is when zombies
Oh, bro, and then the Twilight Princess music. Oh, you're hitting it with me good in this last hour, bro. You're getting me good here.
are supposed to spawn. We are left with a question
Yes,
though.
please.
A lot of people run skipped by turning power on. Why? Well, if you remember the
Yeah.
conditions, I talked about power having to be on, which is the case, and the zone where Novas can spawn. The theater is considered to be a zone where Novas can spawn, however, their spawn are not enabled yet, so the game considers we did a transition to a room with no Nova spawns available, which makes the run skip. Back in the days, people thought that this happened randomly by going through too many spawn zones, which was part of the issue, but no one paid attention to the real conditions. Some games had run skips and it was a huge drama back in the days because of this. I will let you check.
I remember hearing about this back in the day. People would be like, bro, you skipped around. You're cheating. I remember this. I actually remember this back in the day. People were pissed.
Every gameplays you can think of and
Yeah.
rethink about this.
People were
Spawn rate is
pissed.
slower on Wallet
And that was just on Kino, man. Like, jeez, let's relax.
for Knockdown Toten, Verrückt,
What do you think of Tears of the Kingdom? I didn't think it was that great. I like Breath of the Wild better, but the OGs, man, like Wind Waker, Twilight, those are my two favorite, personally.
and Shinonuma. Yes, this is a thing, and it starts a lot slower. Base spawn delay, which is the delay between two zombies spawn on round 1, is 2 seconds on every map of zombies except 3 of them. Knockdown Toten, Verrückt, and Shinonuma, all of them on Wallet War. The spawn delay starts at 3 seconds and is still multiplied by 0.95 each run, which means you don't reach the minimum spawn delay on 56, but
Why would they have a spawn delay on freaking Verrückt, bro? This is one of the slowest maps during the first 10 rounds, dog.
on 63
Why?
actually.
Why would they do that?
Shadows of Evil spawn rate in early rounds. I lied when I said 3 of them. Another map where the base spawn rate is also slower is Shadows of Evil. For some reason,
That kind of makes sense, to be honest. I mean, and at least you have the Shadow Man to skip rounds here, so you don't have to worry about it.
whatever the amount of player is, the base spawn rate is 3.1 seconds for round 1 and
Weird.
2.1 seconds for round 2, 3, and 4. Low ammo script error. Shinonuma and Darius World at War were known to
Oh, it's because on these games you have the low ammo pop up. I remember.
Or randomly
Yeah,
sometimes
you don't
without
get that.
anyone knowing
I think BO2 has it, but no other games after.
why it happened. The reason now has been found, and it actually seems because of the low ammo and no ammo voice lines. On Shinonuma, a strategy called the
really?
2020 strat was used to play much faster than the regular Flogger strategy. However, that strategy relies on using the Wunderwaffe much more, and therefore getting close to low ammos more often. When you're playing for a long time, this leads to an error at some point. The Reese is a bit different. Players tend to use wall guns to make points and reach low ammo as well to make the most of what they buy. Again, this would cause them to reach an error at some point. This knowledge would actually help players to reach never seen rounds before on Shinonuma and the Reese. Bleeding does not mean you're not on the map anymore.
What?
On Black
This is it. Okay, this is very interesting. What is
Ops
this?
1, there is a known bug about players bleeding while still being on the map in another way. You probably saw cases where dogs are getting stuck where all the players bled or drops being taken randomly. Well, it
Right.
goes even further than that. When the player who is in spectate mode add his character disappearing from the map in specific spots, it can bring some interesting behaviors. First one is traps. If you bled in a trap and the other players turn on the trap where your body was, you'll get the effects on the screen as if you were taking damage from the trap, meaning your body is still
Whoa! What the heck?
there, strangely enough.
Oh, that's so weird. Yeah, so it's like your player's always in a spot, whether invisible or not.
Second one is Kino der Toten teleporter and Shangri-La minecart. If you bled in one of those and the other player turns it on, you will have all the effects going on, just like the trap. What's even funnier is when your partner ends the round after the teleporter has been taken, or the minecart has been started. In the teleporter's case, the game will consider it actually teleported you in the pack-a-punch room. However, when you respawn, you are not, which means you can play for a
Well, look, it glitches out the TV too.
bit, but as soon
What
as
the
the
heck is
game
that
considers
about?
that you
That's
should
so
get back
weird.
from the pack-a-punch
Ah, with
room,
the
it will
5
teleport you
gifters.
back to the first room. In the minecart's case, the same thing happens. The game
Chat got
thinks
dodged.
you actually took the
I know we got
minecart and you
dodged.
have all the camera shakes going on. When the minecart will reach the
Oh.
end, you'll get teleported
Oh, and then you get teleported off. Yeah, I've had this happen to me before, and I was like, "What the frick is going on?"
to the waterfall.
Yeah,
This
look at
sounds
this.
like
It's
funny
so
stuff to know
bizarre.
about, and it's the case, but I will come back later on to explain how it affects high
And
rounds.
there he goes. Yeah, he's just with him. It's just because that system just keeps you there the whole
Speed
time.
cola is bad for barriers.
For certain barriers. Yeah, I've heard about this.
Let me
yeah.
rephrase that. Speed cola isn't really bad for barriers, but it can make a difference. The
Yeah.
reason is because of how fast the barrier comes on the window and how fast it becomes available for zombies to break it. When you press
Right.
the button to rebuild the barrier takes a bit more time to reach the window when you do not have speed cola.
The only game where Speed Cola might not be a good option is Black Ops 1. So, I mean, that's pretty good odds.
But
to
zombies
be
get
honest.
already stuck and wait for the barrier to become available to attack the window. Increasing reset on Shangri-La with Konami code. Shangri-La has
With what? Konami code? Hello? Konami?
monkeys in the spawn room at some predetermined spawns. You can kill them, but they will respawn each time you go in the MPL or in the PM63 zone from the underground, or when you go in the spawn room by using the geyser. They will also despawn when you go in the lower area of the map from the waterfall to the AK tunnel. The reason why I talk about this is because you can kill all these monkeys at any time from the first room by doing an Easter egg called the Konami code. This
Right. I forgot about this one. Shang has some of the most random Easter eggs in all of COD Zombies. They're just so obscure. Like, nobody was meant to find these.
is a popular
Nobody.
code, being the first cheat code in video games history, consisting
Yeah.
of doing a couple of inputs with your controller. Up, down, left, right, B, A. On Shangri-La, it seems like the code is different and it's just up, down, A, while you're standing. Why would it be
Yeah.
useful to kill monkeys which are just there and do nothing? Each of these monkeys is an entity, meaning
Maybe it was for when they were creating the map and seeing how much entities it would take. Maybe. I don't know. Trying to rationalize Treyarch just is never a good idea.
that if you do the Konami code to make them explode and completely remove them from the map, you can remove 4 entities and still be outside, meaning you'll get a longer reset. Of course, you would do
Wow.
that only when you're following the box location cycle and are about to trade. Moon reset longer in co-op. Moon is a very particular map in many aspects. The biggest change is the feature of PES and hacker device. I will only talk about what it changes in terms of reset time. When you hold nothing, you will get an extra entity for each PES airlock and an extra entity because the hacker device will also be on the map. If you hold the
Okay.
hacker device, obviously, it will not be on the
removes
map
one.
anymore and you will have -1 entity. If you
Okay.
hold the PES, you won't get an extra entity for each PES airlock anymore, so it will be -11 entities. Why is it important to notice? In solo, you will need the hacker device most of the time, so
hack
it doesn't
the
matter
max
much.
ammos,
In co-op
yeah.
though, each player has its own entity counter, meaning that the player with the PES will have his entity counter increasing slower than the player with the hacker device. So in co-op, to get the longest reset time possible, each player will need to hold the hacker device and the PES for the same amount of time. Moon has a reset time
That's crazy.
of about 76
All
to
at the same
77 hours.
time?
So in a 2-player co-op, each player would need to hold both for 38 hours, for an average of 5.5 entities removed for both players.
Oh my gosh. So it's like you literally have to divide your usage time of it to perfectly delete the entities. Like, bro, yeah. Literally, you would only figure this out if you go for Moon World Records. No common person that plays zombies would even understand what is being said here.
Why would
This
we
is
have the
crazy.
same reset time as solo though? You would remove an average of 5 entities for the entire game, and also keep PES when both players sleep with only one zombie on the map, removing more entities than in solo. In solo, you would remove quick revive from the map and also play with reduced graphic content. So in theory, the amount of entities in solo and co-op are almost the same on average, meaning
Wow.
reset time would be almost the same and probably higher in co-op.
And that's very rare. That's very rare in co-op for it to be just as good as solo. That is very rare. And just from one little thing with the hacker and the PES.
No Man's Land
Wow.
insta-kill alarms. As you probably know, Moon No Man's Land was the
Insta-kill
first official
alarms.
challenge Treyarch released. The way it works is you have only a random perk, being
Dang, I love the
Juggernaut
way
or
he's got it
Speed Cola
working.
spawning, a Pack-a-Punch, and the M1911. The number of zombies being able to spawn before the first alarm is 10, while the number of zombies being able to spawn after the first alarm is 20. Keep these numbers in mind because they'll be useful. At this point, you know about insta-kill rounds, and you may have asked yourself, are insta-kill a thing in No Man's Land on Black Ops 1? And the answer is yes, they are. The conditions are a bit
That's insane. How? There's no rounds. How does this even work?
complicated though. First, each alarm in No Man's Land is considered the same as a round increase. So
Right,
on alarm
yeah.
number 162, the insta-kill alarms start. The
Oh, bro, that's wild. So technically, could you theoretically get as many kills as possible with the No Man's Land challenge? That's freaking crazy.
pattern is the same as
Really?
insta-kill rounds, but some conditions come into play. A zombie which was not insta-kill before will not become insta-kill when reaching an insta-kill alarm. It has
Right.
to be a new zombie spawning. During the time span of an
Oh, I see. So that prevents it. That prevents it. Because no, you cannot take out zombies on round 162 with just the Mustangs. You have to get the wave gun. Oh, that's crazy.
insta-kill alarm,
So that's why nobody does this then on a No Man's Land challenge.
every single
Makes
zombie
sense.
will be insta-kill. When the alarm rings again and you reach a non-insta-kill alarm, zombies will then have their normal health. But not all of them. If you remember, I mentioned something about the zombies limit being 10 and then 20 when the first alarm comes in. Well,
Right.
if you had an entire horde spawning during an insta-kill alarm, 10 of them will remain insta-kill for the entire game, and 10 of them will have their normal health after the next regular alarm. The current No Man's Land records did not use this as this
Yeah, and so those No Man's Land's alarms happen so fast. Like, yeah, it's not even... It doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter.
would definitely break the purpose of the challenge.
Yeah,
Since
I
the
agree.
insta-kill alarms start happening after about 54 minutes, it is completely
Yeah.
possible for a regular No Man's Land game to have an
But the thing is, though, is that like from like 15 minutes to 54 minutes, you'd be doing nothing but just running around with the zombie. That would be so boring.
insta-killable zombie killed, but
Yeah.
until now, no game had this issue happening.
Wow.
Blinking power-up memory
That's
leak.
so crazy.
A bug on Black Ops 1 led a few Call of the Dead games to end up crashing. When the power-up is blinking, the game has what is called memory leaks. A memory leak is memory allocated to an application but never given back when needed to be freed. Each time the power-up logo appears and disappears at the bottom of the screen, the game allocates memory for that but never gives it back to the console or PC. Since
Uh-oh.
its power-ups don't last for too long most of the time, this is not a problem. However,
But on Call of the Dead, that's a big deal.
it becomes a problem if you take the scenario where the blinking can last a lot longer. When you hold the Wunderwaffe and have
Yeah.
low ammo, the logo at the bottom of the screen will start blinking, making memory leaks. When
I did not realize that. Dang. Okay. I'll never freaking pick up that waff ever again. Or on these last 3 shots, I'll just shoot them out, bro.
this keeps happening, the game will crash. That happens only when you have 0 ammo in reserve and the logo blinks faster the lower ammo you have in the last clip. This is why Call of the Dead players keep 2/1 ammo in the Wunderwaffe, to avoid having this blinking.
Oh, I see. So yeah, you can just do that and then just reload and just...
Shadows of
delete 'em.
Evil Junction Strat. Shadows of Evil main high round strategy always has been the one by the waterfront, but recently a new strategy has been discovered called the junction strat. This strategy
Has this one really been considered legit though? I don't think this one's legit. Like number one, the spawn room door is closed, and then you have the sword spam as well. This is not legit. This is the same spot that you can use in last gen. Is it legit? That's crazy.
involves a
It really is. Wow.
lot of knowledge to be able to run it, and also sacrifices getting the upgraded sword, since the unupgraded sword gets more kills and is faster. Zombies are coming from 2 spawn points.
Isn't that crazy? The unupgraded sword is somehow better because of that slam ability. That does not make sense.
The window by the shop next to the spawn room, and by the rail. By reaching some spots using the beast mode, you will be able to reach the junction side without opening the door from the spawn room. Now, if
No, I did see that someone got to 200 on last gen. I pulled it up when we were watching this video earlier. And yeah,
two things are required to know to be able to run the strategy. First, you need to know that there is a death barrier triggering when you reach the junction room and try to run towards the waterfront gate. To avoid this death barrier, you will have to go towards the door only on certain timings. The death barrier triggers only on specific moments, which you can see on the screen. That means that if you go towards the door out of these timings, you will be able to open it and run the strategy. Then, you need to make sure you're playing the strategy correctly to not get an error and play as fast as possible.
See, the fact that death barriers work this way and they're based off of time. Basically, what I'm realizing in this video is that everything is time-based. Everything is all about timing in this game.
You must avoid killing zombies with the squid gun by the rail to not err. You also need to stand with the unupgraded sword by the rail to kill zombies faster. And finally, stand by the L car wall by to make wraps spawn, therefore killing them to make the game slightly faster.
Wow.
VR11
That's like completely breaking the map.
Windows glitch.
Yes.
VR11's primary
round
effect,
100
and
strat.
mainly used for high rounds in solo, is to turn zombies into humans. If you pack-a-punch the VR11 on top of adding the insta-kill effect if you shoot your partner, it adds another effect when you keep on shooting zombies at the window. Basically, what happens is when a zombie explodes at the window while breaking barriers, the game still considers there's a zombie at that window spot breaking down the barrier. By doing that with all 3 spots at a window, the other zombies fail to reach the window and just become bystanders without being able to reach the window. This hasn't been allowed by the community, as doing this in every window will result in the players becoming invincible. And
True, and yeah, I mean, it would just break the game because you're not killing the zombies, they're not killing you, you're just standing still for no reason. And you're playing solo, just freaking click the pause button.
reaching higher rounds without even moving.
Yeah.
You can stay in electric traps on Shinonuma on Black Ops 1. Most traps will kill you if you stay in them without moving. I say most because it is not the case for every trap. On Black Ops 1, some of the electric traps of Shinonuma are a bit weird. If you have Juggernog and stay in the trap and don't move, the trap will keep damaging you until your health is below 100 HP.
Oh, he's living, what the heck?
After that, it will stop damaging you, letting you regenerate your health, which means you can get out of the trap. As soon as your
Oh, he literally lived for like multiple seconds longer than he should have died. If that was DE, he'd be cooked.
character starts moving while you regenerate, you will go down. Gershes don't one-hit kill. This one is an edge case, but I would
That's
still
an
talk about
interest-
it
wait,
because
what,
it
really?
already happened in someone's Moon High Rounds game. On Black Ops 1, Gershes are known to be extremely powerful since they one-hit kill zombies and attract them. However, they are not always one-hit kill. On certain rounds where zombies'
You can't be immune to trap damage on DE. No, I get what you're saying. Yeah, I know.
health is very close to maximum value, like on round 162 for example, zombies will be damaged by the Gersh one time before getting damaged again and die. Actually, what happens is the Gersh is damaging the zombie enough for him to die from anything since the zombie's health is reduced to 1 HP.
Oh, so the Gersh actually works like the baby gun then. Whoa, that's interesting. I always wondered how it worked because I always thought it was just infinite damage, but no, it just removes all their health then pretty much.
Which means that if a zombie gets damaged by a Gersh but doesn't die from it, you can kill him with anything. The
Wow. Wow, so it's literally like the baby gun actually. As a special grenade, I never knew that, bro.
reason why I talk about this is because this can be an issue for Moon high rounds. In high rounds of Moon, you want to get only 1 drop per Gersh, since the amount of power-ups you can get is limited to 8 each round. So you want to make the best use of your power-ups. If a Gersh damages a zombie, the zombie has a chance to drop a power-up even if you kill him with something
Look at the way you're able to hold them back, man.
that is not supposed to give drops,
so
including zap
busted.
guns, but not the wave gun. The reason for this is because when you shoot a projectile, it applies 1 point of damage first to tell the game that the projectile reached the zombie, which will be enough to kill him. It happened to Spirit back in the days, in this old 208 world record Moon game. This is very unlikely to happen, but there's no way
That's so weird. That looks so... It just doesn't look right. It looks bizarre.
to be sure when you play zombies. If you ever get into Moon high rounds, make sure to be careful about that.
Yeah.
Forcing special zombies on Shangri-La. On Shangri-La, there are two special zombies, the first one being the Napalm, the second one being the Shrieker. It is actually possible to force a chance for a given special zombie to spawn on the next round. What does forcing a chance mean? When you kill a special zombie, the game will randomize the next round that zombie will spawn on, either being the current round +1 or +2 if it's a Napalm, or +1, +2, and +3 if it's a Shrieker.
Yeah, you definitely get way more napalms on Shangri-La later on in the rounds than Shriekers. I find that I wish it was the opposite, to be honest. The napalms are way more of a problem.
If you kill the special zombie by using the baby gun, you will guarantee that the special zombie you killed will have a chance to spawn on the next round. But what is happening if both special zombies are supposed to come during the round? At the beginning of the round, each of these special zombies will generate a number between 25 and 75% of the zombie count of the current round, which is used to define when in the round that special zombie will spawn. When the zombie count in the round reaches the highest count calculated between both special zombies, that special zombie will spawn. Let's take an example. On round 100, you have 924 zombies, meaning that a special zombie can spawn between 231 and 693 zombies left. If Napalm's count is 450 and Shrieker's count is 610, the Shrieker will be the zombie selected by the game to spawn for this round. In high rounds, you can't really abuse this to make Shrieker spawn less often, because the baby gun is the only weapon that can kill him. But during low rounds or insta-kill rounds, you can kill him with other weapons, forcing him to spawn later. For Napalm, if you want...
Oh, that is fascinating. So literally, even the way that you kill them in the fastness or the slowness can literally control their spawns later on in the round.
him to spawn
Or in the game.
more often,
That's
you have to
mad.
shoot him with the baby gun and kill him.
What
If you
the
want him to
heck?
spawn less often, you can simply run next to him, which will make him explode.
Wow.
Fire sales increase entities. Surprisingly, this isn't much known, which is why I'm putting it in this layer. Fire sales on every game except Black Ops 2 will increase entities during the time span of when it's active. On Black Ops 2, the entities actually stay on the map for the entire game. This isn't much of an issue on any map, since you either do not have fire sales at all, or simply don't get them because you don't move the box. Nuketown is the only map on which you can get a fire sale, pick it up and change your reset time. Since Nuketown has
I mean, but it doesn't really matter, man. Nuketown needed a freaking...
an insanely
Wonder
low
weapon for
amount
that,
of
bro.
entities, picking up a fire sale will shorten your reset time by 7 to 8 hours, which means it's better to never pick it up. Locked area error. On Black Ops 2, it is possible to reach some zones without opening the doors, which would let casual players reach these zones. These zones are called locked zones. They are zones where the game will not trigger a death barrier, unlike Origins and the Mach 2 jump. There are two different
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's just so bizarre looking.
types of locked zones. The first type is called soft locked zones. Zombies are spawning, but their pathing can be a bit bugged. Monkey bombs will not attract zombies, and if you get out of the zone, zombies will not always be able to reach you. The two cases where this can happen, and the strategy is useful, are Transit Bar, which you can reach by jumping from the bus using the Mach 2,
Yes, that's such a cool strat.
and Buried Saloon, with the couch still there, which can be reached simply by falling in the room. The second
Right.
type is called hard locked zones. The best example is Transit Top of Power. You can reach this zone by, again, doing a Mach 2
I thought it was just freaking flying on the air. I was like, what is going on?
jump.
What?
The reason why I say it's
I
hard
mean,
locked
still, that is crazy.
is because the game considers the zone to be completely inaccessible. Bugged zombies spawn in, and it is not possible to pick up any part past the room in which you can build a power switch. When you are in the Avogadro zone, you will not be able to pick up any part. Even if you use the turbine to open the door to the power room, the game considers the zone is still locked because you did not open the door next to the AK-74U.
It's interesting because even the Origins Easter egg works very similar to that. So, like, getting the Maxis drone, you need to have all of the generators on in Origins up to the point where you shoot down the guy in the plane to get the Maxis drone. Like, what a bizarre Easter egg. And yeah, like, Zombies is very much also about those zones and how those zones dictate the rest of the playable experience. Like, it's so fascinating.
It will let you pick up the parts next to the main power room zone though. The game does not kill you for reaching this zone.
The
So
door is a full trigger. Yeah, a full complete trigger.
why am I talking about these zones? A player named Okla did tests related to buried error and realized that opening the couch in the saloon room to run Trample Steam strategy was necessary to not error.
And this man absolutely killed it with his 230s, bro. He was one of the main reasons that the 255 was even possible, man.
Even though he reached round 234 and downed, some players did not believe in this theory and kept playing the same strategy with the couch closed. It has been the case with Blaster's 233 game. Due to what happened in Blaster's buried game, a player named Issues did some tests related to multiple errors on Black Ops 2, one of them being related to locked zones and buildable errors on buried. To avoid crashing on buried, players tried to run the Juggernaut strategy until late 220 20s and then switch to another strategy in Saloon using the Trumbull's team, but they would still end up erroring. According to Issues tests and Okla 234 buried game, it seems like it was actually because of the couch still being on the map and players who stayed in the soft-locked Saloon zone. The reason for that is not only zombies being bugged, but also Leroy not being able to reach the player if he picks up candies or boozes.
Right, yeah, and Leroy is a huge deal as well with this map, because like when he gets locked out, I find the map can start being like a little bit buggy, a little bit broke, unless he's in the jail.
Which most players will do to get a longer reset. On Transit and the bar room, it is also the case with the Avogadro who cannot reach the player. 255 has been reached on Buried since it was proven to be true. The tests Issues did prove that you would still error as long as you stay in the soft or outlook zone no matter what you do, while it has been able...
Yeah, and we figured a lot of this out when we were watching Wonderful's Buried 255 video. I mean, that was an amazing video to check out.
to get reset when the zone was unlocked. Transit error. This is the last time I will talk about errors on Black Ops
I experienced this!
2 in this video. Since the release of Transit, there have always been errors when trying to reach high rounds. The
Bro, literally, I probably experienced this exact same one.
reason has always been theorized, either the bus moving, the ground spawns, the jet gun, and so on. The most probable theory is actually how the bus works with players near it. A couple of players, Issues, Destroyer, Zero, Echoes, and Okla, decided to make very simple tests on Transit. The
interesting.
simplest one was to let the game open and see if it was even possible to reach reset being about 133 hours simply by waiting until reset with one zombie on the map. Surprisingly, it is possible, but only in certain zones. At the bus depot, you will error after 128 hours. At the diner, you will be able to reset, but only when standing next to the box, otherwise you'll error at 92 hours.
See, this is why Transit to me is so fascinating. And if they do actually remake this map for BO6, like, every single sector in Transit has a different respawn time and a different game lifetime, just because of the way that the sectors work. It really, in my opinion, depends on how BO6 is going to go. But obviously, because of current day hardware, we would never run into a problem like this with Liberty Falls if that is the Transit remake for BO6.
At the farm, you will error after 74 hours. At power, you will reach reset, but only if you are in the zone where you can build the electric trap.
It definitely shows the difference in coding, 100%. And keep in mind, this was coded for 360 and PS3 consoles. So, again, a very different time.
And finally, at town, you will error at 70 hours. On Transit, you also have extra zones which are not bus stops like the M16 tunnel and Knockdown Totem. In the M16 tunnel, you will get an error after 92 hours while you will be able to reset at Knockdown Totem. Another interesting thing, if you play with low graphics, you will be able to get a few extra hours before erroring. So after
I should have played with low graphics, man. On my 100 attempt, man. Come on.
these simple tests, what can we tell? Actually, not much, but it brings some interesting questions. Is it because of the interactions of the bus with the different stations that you end up erroring, depending on where the player is standing? What would happen in zones where we got to reset if we played with the jet gun? A test would be needed, especially with the game going at normal speed, since killing zombies with the game in an increased timescale can cause the game to crash. Since Transit's record has always been pretty low due to errors, solving this would let players reach rounds never seen before on the map, especially with such a long reset time. But now, here's the problem. A player attempted to run the game at Knockdown Totem and still ended up erroring, proving there's probably more to the error that we don't understand yet. Wait.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. So few people even test this. That's why, like, trying to come to a conclusion about it, even with half the stuff in this video, I'm just shocked people have actually come to, like, concrete evidence with certain things. It's crazy.
Extra entities due to Pack-a-Punch.
Really?
Town is a very simple map where you only have perks, a Pack-a-Punch, and 2 box locations. In theory, nothing should be weird, but sadly there's a problem. When you have...
What COD game do you think that made the biggest jump in graphics? I'm going to be real. This might be an unpopular opinion. BO2 to BO3. BO3's graphical upgrade from BO2 to me was immediately noticeable, especially with Shadows of Evil. Like, when I saw Milo post Shadows of Evil gameplay for the first time on YouTube, I couldn't freaking believe it, bro. This topic is wrong. You can check pin comment. What was the initial, what was the actual issue with this for it? Because I don't
the entire horde on the map, the number of
because I've heard of people running into issues like this.
Should never be higher than 235 at the max. However, in some town games and with the help of the reset tracker of Black Ops 2, it has been noticed that the amount of entities was much higher than expected. According to Sluya's test, it is due to double pack-a-punching your weapons while the box moves. Every time you do this, this will add an extra entity. When you look at the only reset there has been with this
In a way, like, I can understand how we would think that also, because in BO2 PAP, your whole weapon comes out as like an actual, like, as an actual different weapon with like different stuff on here. Also, let's see here. The double pack punch is not the reason for getting extra entities on town. It is due to how pack punching an EMP works. Oh, when you pack punch for the first time, you get an extra entity, but only for that first pap. The entity can come back if you pap for the first time after using EMP, but you also must avoid EMPs. I mean, EMPs were a troll, man.
Bug,
It
being
makes so
Blasterus
much
and Jawad's
sense.
game, you can actually see they had a reset happening 8 hours earlier,
Oh, but you can see that he just threw the EMP grenade right there, huh?
reaching up to 270 entities instead of
Yeah.
230, showing there's
A little bit too much EMP trolling, man.
actually a huge room for
Too
improvement.
much trolling.
Quick revive
Too
scam
much
in
trolling.
co-op. On Black Ops 2,
quick
when
revive
playing
scam.
Die Rise in co-op, you will play without power, so zombies will not get crushed by the elevator as we have seen in the third layer. To get your perks, you must kill all the jumping jacks without missing any shot, meaning you will end up getting every perk including Who's Who and Quick Revive. Now, let's say you want to take a break. You need the other player to quit the game and rejoin to not lose reset time. But when the other player rejoins and you go to the next round, your Quick Revive will be disabled. If you don't have Who's Who,
Oh, weird. Oh, it's because the game puts you back into a solo game. Oh, that's fascinating. But that doesn't even make sense. Quick revive should never be disabled, right? That actually doesn't make sense. So the game probably just glitches out.
and you have the Tombstone perma-perk, when you go down, you will lose only Quick Revive. However,
Right.
if you have Who's Who and revive yourself, you will lose Quick Revive. Well,
Whoa, okay, so that's a glitch.
actually, you don't really lose it, because if you try to get Quick Revive
Is it still there? It's just invisible?
back, you will not be able to get it. The only way to get it back is to take another down without Who's Who active. That means you will actually lose 3 perks instead of 2 with 2 downs.
Interesting. Okay, so that's just Die Rise being garbage.
Special round skip. In certain situations, it is
Die
possible to
Rise,
kind
man.
of skip a special round. On
Yeah.
World at War and Black Ops 1 The Reese, if you take the teleporter right before a potential dog round, it is possible to provoke dogs to be spawning sooner, and if you kill these dogs before the actual dog round starts, you will be able to get the max ammo and make it so the game considers the round to be over. You will
The dogs just flying through the freaking floor.
will still get all the dogs spawning. On Dara Centraha, it also happens if you reach the Easter egg step that makes a lot of dogs spawn during a dog round. The first dog will drop the
yeah.
max ammo and make the dog round complete. On
I've had this happen too. You kill one dog and you'll basically skip the whole round. Yep.
Tetsubu no Shima, if you finish a skull ritual during a spider round and that skull ritual is not the first, the round also auto-completes. FOV affects distance despawns.
Yeah.
The field of view is known to bring a little advantage to players when it's
Bro, what is this? This is like what? This is like 200 FOV, bro.
higher, letting them see more around them. Another advantage is related
Everything seems so far away.
to the despawn mechanic. Since one of the conditions is checking if the player is looking at zombies and basically sees them, it's taking the FOV into account. That means the higher the field of view, the easier it will be to prevent zombies from despawning. You will be able to be less precise about where
Right, because it's like in Minecraft, the best way I can explain it is like your draw distance, right? It's kind of like that your FOV is almost like your draw distance. So yeah, it makes sense why zombies would actually live longer with a higher FOV. I mean, wow.
you
That's-
look,
that's
or
wild.
even be able to run in certain spots instead of having to turn back. This is kind of useless to know since in the real game players will not change their FOV, but still a good piece of information for players who play with lower or higher FOV. Scavenger power-ups. In some situations, players have been able to get power-ups with the scavenger. Most of the time, it was during insta-kill power-ups past
Probably
round
is
34,
still,
but it
yeah.
already happened that players would get drops with regular scavenger shots, even with reduced graphic
my
content,
boy MC.
meaning it wasn't due to headless zombies. So, what
Oh yeah, there it is.
what is going on exactly? This is due to how the scavenger damages work. Well, no one really knows, but we can suppose that 2 separate types of damages are applied.
Oh, it's probably because it goes from the actual wonder weapon shot to the explosion. Oh.
The 10,000 base damages from the scavenger and
Yeah.
the explosive damages.
Oh,
Zombies
so the explosion allows you to make drop. That's fascinating, man.
which are dying from the explosive damages seem to play a different animation, therefore dropping power-ups. Teddy permaperk is a scam.
Wow.
The Teddy
For real.
Bear permaperk is known to appear after 5 hits and weapons grabbed
real.
from the box before round 10. But the question is, what does this perk actually do? It depends on the outcome of the previous hits and the map.
Yeah, I think mainly depends on the map, right? Because doesn't it just take the list of weapons you can get in the box and just shrinks it down to like 10 or something?
First, let's talk about when the permaperk is applied. When you hit the box for the first time, you are guaranteed to get a random weapon from a given list which changes depending on the map, meaning that you will not be able to get any other weapon than the ones which
On
are
the
in the
list,
given list.
yeah.
On the second hit, you will have 40% chance to get a completely random weapon and 60% chance to, again, get a random weapon from the given list. On the third hit, it depends on the outcome of the previous hit. If the previous hit was a completely random weapon, which had 40% chance to happen, the next hit will be a random weapon of the given teddy list. If the
Oh, so they like swap between the lists on the permaperk. Oh, this is fascinating.
the previous hit was a weapon from the teddy list, which had 60% chance to happen, then the box will give a completely random weapon. On the fourth
Oh, so it's all dependent on what your first spin is. So the idea is that you get a garbage spin when you first get it, then you get a better spin after. If you get a good spin first, then you get a garbage spin second. That makes a lot of sense because whenever I use the teddy bear permaperk, it's very rare that you just instantly get god tier stuff back to back, like time bomb and paralyzer. That's rare. Right?
hit, if the previous hit was a completely random weapon, then you will get a random weapon from the given list. If the previous hit was a weapon from the given list, then again, it will be split between the 60% chance of a random weapon from the given list and the 40% of a completely random weapon, and so on.
So in a way, the box just favors you a whole lot more when you have the teddy bear permaperk. That's essentially
If none of these made sense for you, it's not that important. What is important is which weapons are in the list generated by the teddy permaperk.
Exactly,
On Buried,
yeah.
it is very interesting to have this permaperk because it
So yeah, the buried teddy list is how many weapons? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 weapons that you can get. So yeah, it instantly shrinks the list because I think the original list is like 20 or 30. I think it's like 28.
contains the paralyzer, the monkey bombs, and the ray gun Mark II,
Yeah.
which means you will have more chances to get the weapons useful for setup and high rounds. On Die Rise, it is interesting because the only weapon you really need in the box for high rounds is monkey bombs,
Yeah, and you only get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 on Die Rise.
which
Wow,
is in the
only
Teddy
8
permaperk
weapons.
list. The ray gun
Wow.
Mark II is not in the list though. On Transit though, you want the ray gun Mark II to speed up the rounds, or if you want to play with no power. The ray gun Mark II is not in the list, so you don't want the Teddy permaperk to be active if you're restarting for Mark II on Transit.
Wait, really? The Mark II wasn't put on Transit? It makes sense, man. They didn't go back and recode in Transit again. Dang, so it's actually better to not have the Teddy because you just physically cannot get it if you have the permaperk. That's crazy.
The most important thing to know about this
Whoa.
permaperk for high rounds is
That's
to not
very
use it
useful.
if you're playing Transit.
No, that's very useful. Honestly, to be honest, you don't ever really need the Mark II in Transit, so it's not that big of a deal. But, I mean, it's still very useful knowledge to know.
Which is confusing because you would be thinking that it would simply give you a better weapon
luck,
and chance to get
yeah.
good weapons,
Oh,
but
that's
it is
so
not exactly the
weird.
case.
You can tell that Treyarch just didn't code it in. They put the teddy bear permaperk and buried, and they just didn't fix it for Die Rise or Transit. I mean, for Die Rise they did, but not Transit.
Mob of the
That's
Dead Broken
fascinating.
Lightning. You
Lightning.
probably noticed, but on Mob of the Dead you will sometimes have some lightning happening. When you spend a lot of time in the game, the number of lightning will increase and sometimes make the game horrible to look at. Why does this happen? Each time you go in Afterlife mode, the game will increase the chances that lightning comes, which
Oh.
means each time you go down or trigger an Afterlife switch,
It just gets worse. There's just more like, oh, that's not it. I mean, it kind of makes sense, though. That's cool.
you will make your game worse for your eyes. But to actually
Wow.
get this effect, you would have to keep on going down again and again. In high rounds, what is likely to happen is that you keep on switching very fast between locations where you cannot get lightnings and locations where you can get them. There
Oh, and that makes it even worse.
are some locations on the map which will actually have no
Oh, it's like PTSD. Oh,
lightning at all. The laundry room, the
what
generator's
am I
room,
watching?
the code
It's killing my eyes out here.
stairs, and the
Flashbang
infirmary. When you go in
grenade,
these
bro.
zones and you previously had an insane amount of lightning, it will actually fix this bug if you stay
Is there no way to just turn it off? Like you can't, you know how you turn off the fog in like Transit? Really? There's no other way?
more than 10 seconds in there. I talked about this because this bug can make some people not play Mob of the Dead at all because of how horrible it feels to play it for your
Yeah, and the fact that it's like in the map too. I never even noticed that. That's
eyes when
pretty
you've been
crazy.
playing for a long time. It even made some people quit their game, like Blasterez, because they didn't know how to fix this issue at the time.
That's so sad, man.
EMP Quick Revive Machine on survival maps. Removing quick revive is something players usually do to get a longer reset time. On survival maps, when you can get EMPs though, it is not the case. Not only because the game is very long, but also because it's completely useless. When players hit the
Yeah, EMP grenade on solo is absolutely useless. Like, there's no want for it at all.
box on survival maps, they either keep the horde behind them, or use an EMP to make the entire horde sleep so they can hit the box with no risk of having zombies killing them, except on Nuketown of course. EMPs can also disable perks, then they will re-enable again after a moment. Here is the issue. When you remove quick revive, you make the machine disappear. However, it is not entirely the case. When you use an EMP where the machine was, nothing happens, but after a moment, you will get entities back as if you did not remove quick revive as well as the blue light of the perk machine.
Whoa, that's weird. So, yeah, the EMP is not only trolling other people, it's trolling you, bro.
This is because the script that turns the machine back on still triggers. That means the advantage you had for reset time by disabling quick revive is gone, since these entities will remain on the map unless you keep on using EMP on the machine, which is not going to happen anyways. Moon, no matter.
Yeah, so just don't ever pick up the EMPs. It will literally detriment you more than help.
Land spawn delay. We are back on Moon to talk about another bug, but a very useful one for once, for both Black Ops 1 and Black Ops 3. You probably noticed that Moon is the only zombies map where you get 8 zombies on round 1, and zombies walking faster in the windows as if you were already on round 2. It's
That is true.
because it is actually the case, well, at least for zombie speed. It is not the case for zombies count past round 3, and it is not the case for zombies health too. Another thing, each time you go to No Man's Land, it will reduce spawn delay, as if you progressed by 2 rounds. This is
Right, yeah, you notice this real quick when you come back in here on like round 80 plus, round 50 plus on a high round game, and they spawn fast and the gate is still down.
actually very important to know because this means you don't have to think about avoiding going to No Man's Land at all costs to avoid useless trips. Instead, you want to go there multiple times, usually 3, to make spawns faster earlier. As an example, if you went to No Man's Land 3 times before round 6, you will actually get the spawn delay from round 13. The amount of time saved on both games is actually pretty huge, being about 4 minutes to 50 on Black Ops 1.
I think it's just the way they coded in No Man's Land. The fact that it like refreshes the round is the reason why it has all these weird bugs and glitches with so many different aspects in the map itself. I think that's really cool though.
When it's about 6 minutes on Black Ops 3. For that reason, the spawns have an offset of 1 round by default, meaning that by default, spawns are maxed on 55 instead of 56 in solo for instance. Mob of the Dead Afterlife switches, increasing entities if you're getting away.
That makes sense.
I explained before how entities are replicated objects to other players, but of course there are weird cases. On Mob of the Dead, if a player is using an Afterlife switch, it won't increase entities, unless the player is not at range to activate the switch between the moment he pressed the action button and the moment it actually turns into Afterlife mode.
Oh, and that's because of the zoning, and that's also the reason why the grenade glitch works to open up the doors. So, dude, that's crazy, and it literally adds an entity when you're out of the zone of it. Bro.
This happens if the player is doing a jump and gets away from the switch range, or
It's because he's increasing the lighting. Oh, you're right. So it all goes back to that lightning garbage thing. Man, they just needed to fix that. For
if
real.
zombies push him. This will add a permanent entity on the map.
Or
The
if the
reason is
zombies push
unknown,
him.
but you can actually have your number of entities increasing without knowing exactly why. To prevent
I think it's because of the lightning. I think Daph's
this
is
from
right.
happening, players will intentionally go down to go in Afterlife mode and make sure their setup is not ruined by getting an extra entity which will remain there for the entire game.
That is fascinating.
Spawn due to bleeding and game overs. I explained before how on Black Ops 1, when a player bleeds, the player is still there in another form, but I didn't explain why it's important for high rounds. On Wall at War maps of Black Ops 1, if a player gets a game over by running through an electric trap, he'll G-spawn.
That was so sad.
Doesn't sound like an issue, and at least in solo it is not, since there's not really a difference between losing your game by going down and losing your game by crashing. In co-op though, it is different. You won't always G-spawn if you or your partner goes through a trap and downs. It can happen, but it has a very small chance of happening, so small that it does not actually matter. So why is it important? Well, I mentioned earlier how a player bleeding out is still considered on the map. This becomes very important to know because of how a G-spawn triggers if a player is taking.
Do you think operator skins from Cold War will transfer to BO6? I don't think so. No, probably not. 2020 game to 2024 game? Nah. If they didn't let you port your skins from Warzone 1 to Warzone 2, not a chance.
damage
Not a
is
chance.
supposed to trigger a game over,
I
or
doubt
at
it.
least for that particular player. If a player who bled takes the effect of an electric trap in high rounds, this will trigger a G-spawn due to the trap inflicting damage to a player who already went down and cannot go in last stand. The game thinks that since that player is taking trap damage and cannot go into last stand, that's supposed to trigger a game over, which means on World at War maps, a G-spawn. The actual reason of G-spawn is unknown, but it is still very important to know you must not suicide in the trap in co-op if you want to bleed to get monkeys back, as this can make you G-spawn. This reason was
That's insane, bro.
unexplained back in the days, and it happened to some Spanish players on the Rugged, and hopefully will not
Freaking
happen again. Slower spawns due to ping on Black Ops 4. Black Ops 4 spawn rate is very weird in co-op. When the
I think this is a thing because this game's always online. I mean, you can play offline, but for the most part, people feel this online.
player in the game has a ping higher than 60, the spawn rate will become 50% slower. In the game code, the host player sends an acknowledgement to the other players in the game.
This game needed another year in the oven. Like, especially when people break down these glitches like this game needed another year in the oven. And I think it could have been actually really good if it did.
They send the signal 5 times and need to receive this acknowledgement back all 5 times in a small amount of time. If failed, the spawn rate is like 50% slower the entire game. So essentially, you need players with very good ping for faster spawns. We are not 100% sure how it works yet. From what it seems, with 4 players and maybe 3 players, unless all players have great ping, you have slow spawns. There is a way around it though. A patch exists which can tell the game that all players have acknowledged the host immediately, thus giving the normal spawn rate. It's a huge problem because some players mathematically cannot even get close to some speedrun while
You can just tell the difference between the low ping and the high ping gameplay. Like the low ping, it's much more relaxed. High ping, everything just feels sporadic. Like the movements feel janky and just chaotic, you know? It's hard to tell.
times. From
Like what's even like going on, you
it
know?
seems, the ping needs to be below 60 for all players in the game. Instead of having the lowest spawn delay being 0.2 second, instead it will be 0.3 second, making it slower by 1 second every 10 zombies spawned. RNG is unfair. As we know, drops come in cycles, and these cycles are shuffled each
Well, I mean, this is true. You ain't got to put it in an iceberg to tell me that.
time a new cycle starts. As it turns out, the way the cycle is shuffled is not a truly fair shuffle.
Are you done with Spirit Ritual? Absolutely not. We're going to be doing a bunch of new content on that game soon. Yeah, I'm not done with that game at all.
When a map is first loaded, the game creates a cycle out of all the available drops on the map, including the ones that may not be active yet, and shuffles these, sometimes while manually forcing a specific drop to be last, like nukes on Shangri-La and Kindle Totem. This new cycle is then shuffled with the array randomize function to create the next cycle. A player named Zobanator took a look at the code and noticed something was wrong. At first, it might seem like everything is fine here. Let's say we take the example of 2 drops in the cycle and brute force every possible outcome this randomizer can give us. We see that there are 4 outcomes, 2 where we get the drop A first and 2 where we get the drop B first, giving us a 50-50 chance for each order as you would expect. Things get weird when we look at cycles with 3 or more drops, however. This time, if we brute force every possibility, we see there isn't an equal chance every drop being first. 9 times it's drop A, 10 times it's drop B, and 8 times it's drop C. Not 1/3 each. To be clear, I am not saying that the pseudo-random number generator is not fair. I am actually saying that even when that is perfectly fair, the shuffler is still unfair, as
It's still just unfair. I mean, it's kind of indicative of zombies as a whole. They just want you to take all the worst power-ups, man.
it turns out, anything with 3 drops or above is not fairly shuffled. Because of
And I mean, good thing they fixed this. This was only in BO1.
all of this, some events like thinking there was a 50% chance of getting a max, in reality,
To me, these all the reasons that we watched today in this 5-hour video have explained to me why BO1 high rounding is so incredibly lucrative by the community. Like everybody wants to hit those world records, but then also how just painful it is as well.
maybe as low as X% or as high as Y%. This can be particularly useful when making decisions on maps like Call of the Dead and Origins, where timing max ammos on your weapons can have huge impacts on the game time. This function shows up in a few places other than drop cycles too. It's used to shuffle the box cycle and also which perk you get from perk bundles. So if anyone felt they were getting more of one perk than the other from Monkeys on Ascension, that's because you probably were. Unfortunately, this is not used for which box weapon you get. So for now, we still can't get more wonder weapons from the box. AI nodes.
Just insane. Just insane.
Sometimes you will see zombies running into walls or have a very unexpected behavior depending on where the player is standing. This is because zombies are following the player depending on presets. It is
interesting. Look at these pathing. This is crazy.
Not as simple as the pathfinding set to go to the player using the shortest distance. You have on the map what are called nodes. These nodes are beacons zombies must go through to reach the player. Though again, it is not that simple. I am not saying every zombie must go through the same nodes to reach the player.
Bro, that looks so cool. I don't know why. I'm just enamored by this.
What I am saying is that zombies will use these nodes to be able to path to the player in
Bro, look at this. What the heck? Yeah, and then there's endpoints. Oh my gosh, this is crazy. You literally see the whole formulation of how this mode works.
case where it's not able to path directly in a straight line. This is often the case when zombies are together in a horde, which means they will tend to follow these nodes. Now I will talk about how the nodes are working. There are two types
Dude, yeah, you can literally see them following the exact lines. Look at that.
of links between nodes.
Viewing nodes would definitely be cheating for high rounds. I know, but like seeing it in a game like this is really cool. Just seeing like how you can just see exactly how they move.
Blue links, which are simple links,
Because that's the thing. You wouldn't use it in a high round game, but you could remember it, you know?
and red links, which are often used for slopes. I will not talk about blue links since they are very simple and don't really need more of an explanation. Red links, though, are links which limit the amount of zombies being able to use it at the same time. This
So that could be crazy because you could manipulate it, bro. You can fully manipulate the entire game with this.
is very important to know, as these links will often be links which will provoke zombies to spread when they need to go through them to reach the player. Most of the time,
Oh, yeah. You see how it goes to that path? It doesn't even go over. That's so fascinating. What the heck?
you don't really need to know about these nodes or how zombies will path, as it is pretty natural. But sometimes, and in some edge cases, it
They don't like fully refine it and people can like make usage of that. That's insane, bro. Wow.
can be useful to understand how zombies will path,
This is
like in
crazy.
Moon's one Windows room or in some dead ends on the Ruct.
Right,
Broken
right.
drops with insta-kills. On Black Ops 3, there's
Oh, yeah. BO3.
a very strange bug which
Absolutely
prevents you
hate
from
it.
getting power-ups when you kill zombies with bullet weapons during an insta-kill, but only on the Giant,
heard of this
Zetsubu no
before.
Shima, Revelations, and Shangri-La. The only way to be able to get a drop using a bullet weapon is by letting a zombie hit you and then kill that zombie which slapped you before. Moon stole all the box hits.
True.
In Layer 3, I talked about the box error. What if I told you Moon is responsible
them all,
for half
man.
the box error for every single map of Black Ops 1?
I wouldn't be surprised because that makes so much sense.
The explanation that I will
makes
give will be
perfect
much
sense.
simpler than it actually is, but it will probably be enough for everyone to understand. Basically, what happens is each time a player hits the box is waiting for two things that never happen. The weapon being grabbed, the box being hacked. Yes, the box is waiting to be hacked. That means, since Moon came out and the code related to the hacker was added, it ruined every single map, except Moon if you hack the box, and made the box error happen sooner. The box error still happens.
So Moon is the reason why people have box errors in every other zombies map. That's sad. And it's all because of the hacker. Hey, that's what we get for hacking, man. That's what
Because
we get
even
for
when the
hacking.
weapon is grabbed, it does
For
not
real.
clean the thread related to waiting for the weapon being grabbed. Now, on Moon, a test was made to know what would be the box error if you hacked the box every time. And instead of being around 3,800, the game errored after more than 7,000 hits,
Oh,
proving
wow.
Moon stole box hits to other maps. The
Wow.
Gersh map. As you know, when
It's
you
all
jump in a
rigged,
Gersh,
man.
you get teleported somewhere randomly on the map. What if I told you that it is not entirely random and that players are using these teleports to play faster? To be clear, yes, the choice of the Gersh teleport is random, but the locations
The preset places are the same. And you know what's even crazier? I've even heard on maps like BO3 Ascension that the Gersh spots where you come in and out of are different from the anywhere but here gobblegum spots that you come in and out of. Like,
where you can teleport you
That's
or not,
wild.
and are based on where you are. Here's
Yeah.
how it works, and I will explain the
Wow.
cases for both Ascension and Moon, since they are the only two maps with Gershes. First of all, when you jump in a Gersh, you cannot teleport to the same zone.
it's
but
not
a
the same. No, it's not the same. Some of the spots are similar from what I've heard, but there are different spots between anywhere but here and Gersh's. Probably even on BO3 Moon as well. So
zone is not always
That's
defined
really
the same
cool.
way as spawns or doors. Again, it has its own way to work. As an example, on Ascension, when you open Stamina Up, you have two separate zones for Gershes. The corridor from the door to the trap and the Stamina Up zone itself. Then, when you jump in a Gersh, the game will choose between predetermined locations in the list. Each zone has between 1 and 4 locations where you can teleport to. That means you have more chances to teleport to some places than others. For instance, Ascension
Just
has
like in
28
BO3.
different locations
Yeah.
when the entire map is open, and Moon has
28,
30.
wow.
Let's take an example.
Wow.
Let's say you are in Speed Cola's zone on Ascension. That zone at Speed Cola has 2 locations where you can teleport. close to the lander, and close to Speed Cola. If you throw a Gersh in the Speed Cola zone, you can teleport to other locations, but not to the 2 locations which are in the Speed Cola zone, and
That's so wild. Just like 2 inches difference where you throw it.
obviously not to an
Wow.
unopened area. Now you have the basics.
This is
I will
why
talk
we blew
about
up
the
the
edge
moon.
cases, and then I will
Yeah.
explain the use cases
Too
for
many
both
TP
maps.
spots,
First,
man.
let's talk about Ascension. Ascension is cut between 14 zones. Centrifuge, which has 1 location. Top
Spawn,
Centrifuge,
yeah.
1 location. Claymores, 3 locations. Stamina Up, 2 locations. Stairs, 2 locations. Stamina Up Hallway, 2 locations. Speed Cola, 2 locations. PhD, 3 locations. Mule Kick, 2 locations. Near Pack-a-Punch, 3 locations. Middle, 2 locations. Power, 2 locations. Juggernog, 2 locations. And Upper Power Building, 1 location. Now, you may have noticed I did not
Yeah, unfortunately, we couldn't blow up Ascension. CC, thank you for the 10, dude. I can't help but stay excited. I know,
can't
man.
help but stay excited
Earnable
for
Gobblegums.
6,2 round-based
Dude,
maps at launch.
I'm glad we're
Dedicated
watching this video
zombies
so I can
and
have
earnable
like a
Gobblegums.
massive knowledge
Yeah,
base.
Black Ops is back, baby.
Black Ops is back. I'm glad I can watch this because I have a massive knowledge base now of all the high rounds from prior. And while granted, I do think this next game is pretty much just going to be Cold War high rounds. You've noticed the majority of this video, I would say, was World at War to BO2. And so I find it so fascinating how we go from all of this beauty in this massive iceberg to just whatever BO6 is going to be, man.
I'd mention the Rocket Zone or the Pack-a-Punch area itself, and I will talk about the first case. Rocket Zone and Pack-a-Punch are considered different zones, but it has no location you can teleport to. That means you can teleport to all the other locations if you jump in a Gersh that was in Rocket or Pack-a-Punch room. Keep that in mind, I will come back on that later
Oh,
on.
and so
Another
that's why people train there then, huh?
edge
That
case,
makes
when you
sense.
throw a Gersh in the zone I called middle, you cannot teleport to the middle, but you can also not teleport to the upper power building. However, strangely
Right, 'cause
enough,
you're so
if you throw a
close.
Gersh in the upper power building, you can teleport anywhere on the map, including
Oh,
in the
weird.
exact same room. So why
Oh, so that's why speedrunners go up there to throw it as well with the Gersh and the power. It
is
makes
it
so
useful
much
to know
sense.
how it works and
Thank you,
edge
Kick, for the
cases on
prime.
Ascension? Let's say you are at the end of your drop cycle, you're guaranteed to not have a max ammo, you know that you're about to trade the Thundergun, the box is at stamina up, and you have a last Gersh. If you throw it, kill zombies, and then jump in the Gersh, the probability that you end up a lot closer to stamina up is pretty high, meaning you will save the time you would have spent running all the way to the box. This is an example, but it can also be useful when coming back from stamina up after you got your Thundergun back. To sum it up, this is completely based on the situation, calculations, box cycle, drop cycle, or how far you are into the round. Now, remember when I talked about the Pack-a-Punch zone? The situation described before you throw your last Gersh and jump into it to hope ending in stamina up can be forced to happen even more if you throw the Gersh in the zone I call the near Pack-a-Punch. Because that zone is very close to the Pack-a-Punch, you don't want to jump in the Gersh and end up very close to where you were a few seconds ago. You want to end up on the other side of the map. That's why it would also be more optimal to throw that last Gersh in that zone rather than the Pack-a-Punch or Rocket zone. Let's now talk about Moon. Moon is cut in 12 zones if you exclude No Man's Land itself, as it is not very useful to use Gershes there anyway. The one window room, 1 location. Spawn room, 2 locations. Outside spawn room, 2 locations. PM63, 2 locations. Stamina up, 2 locations. MPL, 2 locations. Second laboratories, 2 locations. M16, 3 locations. Power, 3 locations. AK-74U, 3 locations.
And again, I have to reiterate, a lot of the information that you're seeing from today, a lot of it was either strat tested on this program called Strat Tester, or was literally just found through game files, which is insane.
First
Just
laboratories,
even more crazy.
4 locations, and Biodome, 4 locations. Moon is a lot simpler when it comes to edge cases.
Yeah,
You
the whole
cannot
map
teleport
is
to the
gridded
zone
out.
you are in, as mentioned previously. But how are airlocks managed? Well, it's very simple. They are not. If you're in an airlock and jump in a Gersh, you can end up anywhere on the map. There is another
Oh, so that's kind of a great spot to put it in then, if you want to just go anywhere.
edge case close to the No Man's Land teleporter, where if you jump in a Gersh there, you can teleport anywhere on the map. So why is it useful for Moon? After all, you do not have to trade, or if you do, you still have to hack all the box locations. There are 2 use cases. The first one is after you get your 4th power up before going to No Man's Land, and you know that you will have to teleport to be able to finish the run anyway, and you have extra Gershes available. You will throw an extra Gersh, pick up the max ammo you just hacked, and jump in the Gersh, hoping hoping you end up closer to the No Man's Land teleporter. The worst case would be to end up at stamina up obviously, but overall, considering all the locations and the average time saved, it is still worth doing, even if you get teleported further. The second case is very rare, but can still be interesting. Let's say you hacked all the boxes on the previous round because you had to trade. Now you throw your third Gersh and get no drop. If all zombies died and you still have time to jump into it and the No Man's Land teleporter is open, you must do it. On average, you will save time by getting closer to the spawn room and being able to hit the box a bit faster than if you did the entire trip to the box from the one window room. The entire Gersh map for both Ascension and Moon is available in the description if you're interested. The secret to Call of the Dead 100.
Hey, we know
when
this
I made
one.
this video, originally I was mentioning the run 100 on Call of the Dead being impossible due to box error, and
then it got beat. Yeah.
this was proven multiple times to be impossible, but in January 2024 this changed. A player named Atmoscube found a mechanic that makes Call of the Dead 100 possible. This mechanic relies on making zombies bleed behind windows. In the code, there is a condition that checks if a zombie is ignoring the player. By ignoring the player, I mean either the zombie never chased the player or it never attacked the player. That means when a zombie spawns in the window, the first thing it wants to do is to reach the window to chase the player after. When there are more than 3 zombies in the window,
they just be standing there shaking their heads.
The others are not able to hit the player, remove barriers, or do anything other than just wait behind.
And it's honestly, Call of the Dead round 100 is only possible because Treyarch messed up the window barrier spawns. That's literally the only reason why. If they didn't have this, it wouldn't be possible.
Means, at some point, the zombies behind, since they didn't break a barrier, chase the player, or hit the player, they will bleed, die, and count towards the kills in the round. Now, how do players exploit that for Call of the Dead? First, they need to find a spot where they can stand, rebuild a window, and guarantee the maximum amount of kills, which means guarantee the maximum amount of respawns in the window. The best spot for that is the cave, next to the MP5 with the boat to the first room closed. This makes the strategy 2 spawns in the windows with 2 slow ceiling spawns. I call them slow ceiling spawns because a zombie will take about 20 seconds to drop after it spawns. The strategy then relies on rebuilding the window again.
It's crazy. I would love to see someone try this Call of the Dead round 100 strat and then cancel the 2 upper spawns here with that glitch that we saw earlier and then just see how far that could be pushed. That would be interesting to see what they could do with that, and they would only ever have to focus on this barrier then.
And then again,
that would
and keep on using the VR11 to delay zombies and make most of them respawn inside the window. Since zombies at the top window will chase the human, you will actually have plenty of time before they come back or respawn due to distance, about 30 seconds actually. By using an entire VR11, unupgraded and then upgraded, you can kill an average of about 125 zombies, which is a lot compared to the base amount of 36 zombies. But since you need most zombies to be behind the barrier, you would think that this is doable only at the beginning of the round and then not doable anymore since it is impossible to kill an entire horde instantly in high rounds. This is where the flinger despawn and the distance despawn mechanics come into play. When Atmoscube showed me this strategy, this is when I thought 100 was possible. When you use the flinger, this does not kill any zombies since it simply makes them respawn with full life. But this is very important to take into account because you can abuse that to make every zombie respawn at once. Not only will you make every zombie despawn and force them to respawn at power, but you will be close to the flinger, which is able to throw you directly at the PhD flopper box next to the cave as found by LVs. Now,
it's the greatest way to just facilitate the strat without having 900 zombies run up right behind you.
Now, if you combine this to the distance despawn mechanic, you will be able to make zombies despawn again and force them all to respawn as if you kill an entire horde instantly at the cave. This strategy changed Call of the Dead, and after almost 13 years, after every single high-round zombie player, including me, thought that Call of the Dead 100 will never be reached due to box error, a strategy was discovered and showed we were wrong. Now, this brings another question though. Since this is possible on Call of the Dead,
I love that. No other game has that, where people thought something for 13 years about one game and then it just wasn't true. Isn't that insane?
Would that killing behind windows mechanic be useful on other maps? Well, yes, but it probably never will be used.
It's only just because Call of the Dead has no powerful wonder weapons. That's really why.
The first thing that came to players' mind were first rooms. The problem is that if you allow this to be used in first rooms, the game will become very boring.
I agree, yeah, because you're just rebuilding the barrier for hours and hours. It's just not it.
Therefore, at the time I'm making this video, it probably will not be allowed by the first room community.
I don't think it's allowed.
Because imagine a game in Moon's first room where you would do that, or 4 players on Shangri-La's first room. Yeah, pretty boring compared to what it is supposed to be. What about other challenges? For speedruns, obviously, it would be a waste of time. For no powers, this is probably impossible to use properly, and for other maps in high rounds, completely useless since this would make the maps way too slow anyway. It also has been thought that it would be used for farm in 3 or 4 players for instance, since you would stay in a certain spawn control, keep 3 windows closed, and kill zombies like that.
See, true, yeah, it would be pretty good for a map like Farm, but like, and maybe Bus Depot, but man, just don't think anybody wants to put themselves through that, and rightfully so, bro. That is just not it.
However,
Hands
since the
down.
game crashes at
Not
some
it.
point when players keep on rebuilding and getting attacked by the zombies through windows, it simply isn't a valid strategy on Black Ops 2. Therefore, this only brings issues on the legitimacy of Black Ops first rooms. Ghost spawns. On Wall at War in co-op, if players go down and bleed out, they're
Wait, this is a clip from Insomnia? What is this?
still considered on the map and count in the spawn zones. This is annoying as it forces players to play as if some spawn zones were always active for the rest of the round. Not only it applies until the end of the round, but it also applies on the next round. On the Wraith, a fix consists on killing the last horde altogether at the end of the round to force the next round to start instantly. As seen previously, you must not do it if you have a chance to get a dog round after, because obviously you could trigger an infinite dog round, putting an end to the game.
That is just the worst thing I've ever heard. Why did, like, this is what I mean. Derice is one of the most broken maps of all time, hands down.
Darkness bug.
Like, what the heck?
On Black Ops 3.
Oh, I've seen this before on BO3. This is probably the only one in the layer that I could actually agree and say I've seen.
After a certain amount of time the game has
Yeah.
been running, there's another bug that can happen on every map. At some point, some textures become completely black.
so
It is known that
bad.
it tends to be happening always
It's so bad on maps like the Giant specifically because, like, the whole map's pretty much just blue and red.
at the same time,
So,
being accelerated
like, it's so hard to see what's going on.
based on FPS, and that time is also increasing while paused. The time needed to reach that bug is about 58 hours and 15 minutes. The value behind related to the amount of updates made by the game, which is 4,194,303. Depending on the map, the textures becoming black are not the same. For instance, on Shadows of Evil, it happens at the waterfront from the gun machine all the way to the edge.
All you see is his freaking fingers, bro. Not even the gun. Like, what?
VK. On the Giant, it happens from the power all the way to the mainframe teleporter at KN44. It also has been noticed on Dars and Raho, Zetsubu no Shima, Revelations, and Origins. On
Oh, interesting.
Revelations, it is possible to fix that by going to the spawn room, using the teleporter and
Yeah.
knockdown totem, but it doesn't fix it for long and the colors become a bit weird. Now, something more interesting,
Weird.
when you reach 4 times the 58 hours and 15 minutes mark, being 233 hours, instead of having these zones being black, it will start flickering. The reason is unknown, but it seems to be something related to bits and image processing, probably in the game shaders.
Yeah, it's again just another BO3 thing. Again, this was BO2, BO3. This was their time of figuring out how to properly port things to PC, especially with BO3 custom tools, and then eventually BO4 they tried to do it, but they failed.
Forcing QED effect.
through.
On Moon, when you have to trade your Gushers against QEDs. If you don't need too many drops to end the round, you will use your QEDs when you get them to be able to get a drop and keep on hitting the box while you use the ammos you got from the horde killed with your QED. There's actually a trick that will make the explosion effect of a QED more likely to happen. The most common effects from QEDs are the explosion, the rotating weapons shooting in a circle, and random weapons. For that last effect, the game needs to spawn a power up for players to be able to pick it up. You can prevent that effect from happening by throwing the QED in a non-playable area,
Oh, just like that. That's so smart.
which means
Yeah.
a window for instance. By
Oh my gosh, yeah, and it still affects them there. Oh,
throwing the
wow.
QED inside the window, it almost guarantees the explosion effect to happen, which also makes the chances to get a power up higher. It is
Wow, I never knew that. You wouldn't think that the special grenades would work in Windows, because most of the time when you throw a monkey bomb outside of the map, it freaking goes away. You hear the Samantha laugh.
not always used as players found a way to throw QEDs in the first room.
Wow.
Wonderfeast chances. I never really saw anyone talk about the Wonderfeast probabilities and
Thank you,
how
Dave,
it
for the
works in
prime
general,
call.
which is why I will talk about this in this layer. On every map except Origins and Dars and Trahe, each perk in the Wonderfeast has the same chance to be chosen. But on Origins for both Black Ops 2 and Black Ops 3, and Dars and Trahe on Black Ops 3, for some reason the randomization behind is completely broken. At the beginning of the game, the Wonderfeast contains each perk once, which makes sense and means that in theory, there is an equal chance for every perk to be chosen. The problem comes each time a player hits the Wonderfeast. Each time a perk is randomized, there is a 25% chance that one of the following perks gets added another time to the random list of perks on Origins: Double Tap, PhD Flopper on Black Ops 2, Widow's Wine on Black Ops 3, Deadshot, Mule Kick, and Electric Cherry. For Dazzle and Drawer, the
Weird.
potentially added perks are Double Tap, Deadshot, Mule Kick, and Electric Cherry. Now you see it.
Yeah, these 4 you get so often. Specifically Deadshot and Mule Kick. My goodness, do you get those 2 the most often on Wonder
Coming.
Fizz.
Let's say you're playing
Yeah.
Origins, you just went down, and the only missing perks you have are Electric Cherry and Quick Revive. If you hit the Wonder Fizz about 20 times, there's a 25% chance that Electric Cherry got added each time on these 20 hits. That means that the remaining perks available in the list are potentially up to 20 Electric Cherry and only 1 Quick Revive.
Bro, this is the type of luck I was dealing with on my BO2 Origins run. Like, literally, like, just Electric Cherry, Electric Cherry, Electric Cherry, Electric Cherry. Oh, Quick Revive, Electric Cherry. Bro, I got Juggernog out of the Wonder Fizz before I did Quick Revive. Like, make it make sense, bro.
Revive. This has the potential
Like,
to get
what
worse
the
each
frick
time you
kind
hit the
of
Wonder
game
Fizz.
is
Not
this?
only can it add perks you don't want, but it makes it worse each time you hit the Wonder Fizz. This is why players on Origin struggle to get Quick Revive back from the Wonder Fizz, and
Yeah.
also why Darius and Draher players struggle to get Widow's Wine.
Because, yeah, you literally could have all of the perks, all of them except 2, but the game will just constantly give you the other one that you don't have. So it's every perk has a specific rarity chance in the Wonder Fizz. It's so bizarre.
reached this point in
Yo,
the video,
we
thank you
did
and
it!
congratulations.
Woo!
I probably forgot to add a few things
Yeah!
either because they are irrelevant,
We did
not too
it!
important, or simply because I didn't know.
Ladies and gentlemen, dude, I gotta say, I learned more in 5 hours than I've done in 5 years on COD Zombies, bro. This was probably one of the most educational, greatest videos I've ever seen. I'm gonna copy the link. I'll put it in the Twitch chat for you guys to check it out on your